Chapter 173. Because Su Yan had risked his life to save Chu Linger at the last moment, her opinion of Su Yan had changed slightly. When she talked about Su Yan, her evaluation of him was naturally quite high. After hearing Su Yan's words, the Princess of Chu frowned slightly, and there was some disbelief in her eyes. A saint with 3 bloodlines. If he can really erupt with such powerful strength, he can be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Yes. Chu Linger nodded repeatedly when she heard the Princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan and pleaded, "Mother, he was injured because of me. I hope you can save him." Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's pierced heart and frowned slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes again. When the Princess of Chu heard Chu Linger's words, she glanced at Su Yan and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, since this boy risked his life to save him, as your mother, I will naturally save him. Unfortunately, this boy's heart has been pierced. Even a golden immortal may not be able to save him. What can I do?" When Chu Linger heard that even her mother could not save Su Yan, the tears in her eyes instantly fell. She walked up to Su Yan and cried bitterly when she saw Su Yan's pierced chest. In fact, Chu Linger had long known that Su Yan would not survive. After all, no matter who it was, no matter how powerful a person was, once their heart was pierced they would definitely die. It was just that Chu Linger was unwilling to believe it. Moreover, because the Princess of Chu had always been an omnipotent existence in Chu Linger's heart, Chu Linger was also willing to believe that her mother would give her a miracle. Now that she heard her mother say so, she felt sad. Only then did the sadness in her heart rise. She hugged Su Yan's body and cried loudly. Yes, her relationship with Su Yan was not as deep as her relationship with Sister Ping and Xiao Ju. However, when she thought about how Su Yan had died for her, she clearly remembered that Su Yan had risked his life to save her at the last moment. His calm and handsome face. That smile was deeply imprinted in Chu Linger's mind, and she could not forget it. The guilt in her heart was indescribable. Now that she saw Su Yan's body in front of her, how could she not be sad? The Princess of Chu felt sad when she saw her daughter's sad expression, especially after hearing Chu Linger's description of Su Yan's heroic performance in 10,000 Ghosts Cave. She also had some expectations for Su Yan. She also wanted to let Su Yan come back to life and see how strong Su Yan was. After all, it was enough to surprise anyone that a 3-bloodline saint could unleash such a powerful attack. Unfortunately, death was the end. Whether it was sadness, doubt, or reluctance in the face of death, it was difficult to defy the heavens. Linger, since this boy died for you, he also wanted you to live well. You don't have to be sad. You have to live well and work hard to become stronger so that you can comfort his soul. The Princess of Chu persuaded Chu Linger when she saw how sad Chu Linger was. She was most worried that this matter would leave a fetter in Chu Linger's heart. If that was the case, Chu Linger's cultivation would not improve in the future. Chu Linger nodded when she heard the Princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan's body and his eyes that were still open. She reached out to close his eyes and muttered to herself, "Su Yan, don't worry. One day, I will definitely return to 10,000 Ghosts Cave and break the 10,000 Ghosts Seal formation to avenge you." With that, Chu Linger closed Su Yan's eyes. The moment Su Yan's hand touched Su Yan's nose, Chu Linger's entire body shook. Her eyes widened and she shouted emotionally, "Mother, this Su Yan is still breathing. He's still breathing." What? The Princess of Chu was stunned. She immediately shook her head and said, "Impossible. This person's heart was pierced. He is definitely dead. How can he still be breathing?" "It's true. It's true." Chu Linger saw that her mother did not believe her and shouted emotionally, "Sigh." When the Princess of Chu saw Chu Linger's reaction, she thought that Chu Linger had not walked out of the fetter in her heart. She sighed helplessly. However, when she saw her daughter's emotional appearance, she could not bear to let her continue like this. She slowly walked forward and reached out to feel Su Yan's pulse. When she touched him, the Princess of Chu was also shocked. She muttered to herself, "Impossible. This person's heart was also pierced. How can he still have a pulse?" "Mother, what I said is true. I didn't lie to you." Chu Linger saw the Princess of Chu's expression and said emotionally, "Yes." Compared to Chu Linger's excitement, the Princess of Chu was much calmer. She was more surprised and puzzled now. She nodded slightly and a moment later, Her divine sense surged out and penetrated Su Yan's body. When the divine sense swam through Su Yan's heart, the Princess of Chu immediately understood. So someone is protecting his heart. The moment Chu Wangfei understood, she fell into a state of confusion at the same time. This person was able to emit spirit qi to protect his heart meridian at the last moment. How strong is this person? And there doesn't seem to be anyone else in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Who was it that protected his heart meridian? Could it be this person himself? The Princess of Chu immediately rejected this idea. This method of protecting his heart and the density of the spiritual energy is definitely not something a 3-meridian saint can do. There must be someone else. As the Princess of Chu thought, her divine sense swam through Su Yan's body again to observe the situation in Su Yan's body. Her frown deepened. This person's 3 saint meridians are actually different. How can it be so strange? Just as the Princess of Chu's divine sense swam through Su Yan's dantian, the Princess of Chu's mind shook. She hurriedly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She looked at Su Yan in surprise. What is this majestic power? The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's body and frowned. This person is actually so mysterious. Just who is he? Chu Linger did not know that the Princess of Chu had so many doubts. She only asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu constantly frowning. Mother, how is it? Can Su Yan be saved? He can be saved, but what? Chu Linger asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu's hesitation. The Princess of Chu sighed inside when she saw how anxious her daughter was. Should I save him or not? If there were no secrets in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu would definitely save Su Yan without hesitation. However, because of the strange existence in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu hesitated. Moreover, she agreed with what Chu Linger said. After observing the situation in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu believed a lot more. Such a person must be a monstrous existence, and his identity is unknown. If we save him, he will not be able to contribute to the monster palace in the future. He will definitely be a scourge. As the palace master of the monster palace, the Princess of Chu naturally knew that since a genius could not be used by her, the best way was naturally to strangle him in the cradle. She was the palace master of the monster palace. Originally, she did not have to fear a small 3-bloodline saint like Su Yan. However, the strange phenomenon in Su Yan's body made the Princess of Chu feel a sense of fear. Mother, what's the matter? Say something. Chu Linger did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking. She looked at the huge wound on Su Yan's chest and asked anxiously. The Princess of Chu looked at Chu Linger's innocent look and the pear blossoms in her eyes. The Princess of Chu could not bear to see her like this. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, this child is only a saint now. He is also under my control. I'll save him first and see what happens. The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan before turning around. She gently stroked Chu Linger's hair and said, Linger, don't worry. With mother here, he won't die. That's great, that's great. Hearing her mother's affirmative answer, Chu Linger was as happy as a child. She jumped up and down in the palace. In fact, Chu Linger was really just a child. After all, she had just turned 18 and was still in the prime of her life. Seeing how happy her daughter was, Chu Wangfei's tightly furrowed brows also relaxed. However, she didn't tell Chu Linger about the worry in her heart. What a pitiful parent's heart. Since the Princess of Chu had decided to save Su Yan, she did not delay. She took out some holy healing medicine from her storage ring and fed it to Su Yan. A wisp of spiritual energy surged out of her palm and entered Su Yan's body. The moment the spiritual energy surged, fresh flesh grew on Su Yan's chest at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Linger watched this scene without blinking. When she saw the Princess of Chu withdraw her hand, she asked, Mother, is it done? Is he done? Chu Wangfei wiped the sweat off her forehead and nodded. She looked tired. With her strength, healing this kind of injury should not have been enough to tire her out, but because of what had happened in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, in the Ghost Cave, the Princess of Chu was also heavily injured. Thinking about that final attack, the Princess of Chu still felt a lingering fear. She muttered in her heart. The demon in the Ghost Cave has already grown to such a degree. I wonder when he will break through the Ghost Seal. When that time comes, I'm afraid the world will fall into chaos again. Of course, the Princess of Chu did not say these thoughts to Chu Linger. After all, to her, Chu Linger's age and Chu Linger's strength were not enough to know these things. Chu Linger stared at Su Yan. After a long time, she did not see Su Yan wake up. She could not help but frown and ask the Princess of Chu, "Mother, why hasn't he woken up yet?" "Silly Linger, how could it be so fast?" Hearing her daughter's words, the Princess of Chu could not help but smile. "Linger, go rest first. In 3 days you will naturally see him wake up." Oh! Chu Linger originally thought that Su Yan would wake up immediately. When she heard her mother's words, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, this trip to the ghost cave had truly tired her out. Whether it was her mind or body, they were both exhausted to the extreme. Hearing her mother say this, she did not stay any longer and followed her out of the palace. Su Yan and the Princess of Chu were left behind. The Princess of Chu watched Chu Linger leave. When she looked at Su Yan and the white water chestnut on Su Yan's head, she frowned again. This child's water chestnut. Could it be that he is also a descendant of my monstrous beast? But why is there no monstrous beast bloodline in his body? Chapter 174. 3 days seemed to pass slowly, but it also passed quickly. Su Yan was arranged to stay in an independent disciple's room in the Monster Palace. He slowly woke up during Chu Linger's daily visits. Awake, awake. Chu Linger saw that Su Yan had woken up, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. The young man standing next to her looked at Chu Linger's happy appearance, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face, but it quickly dissipated. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Junior sister, the palace master has said that he will wake up in 3 days, so he will definitely wake up in 3 days. Chu Linger nodded, and her eyes never left Su Yan. This made the young man's face flash with a displeased expression, but Chu Linger had been staring at Su Yan, so she didn't notice. However, Chu Linger didn't notice, but Su Yan saw it clearly. The moment Su Yan opened his eyes, he saw the young man's gloomy face. In a daze, Su Yan didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around, frowned, and asked, "Where is this?" "The Monster Palace." Chu Linger saw Su Yan speak and immediately replied, "Su Yan, we are safe. My mother saved us." "Your mother?" Su Yan furrowed his brows again. He could still remember the last moment when the gigantic black hand pierced through his heart, and the shadow of death pounced on him. At that time, Su Yan felt that he was going to die. But at the last moment, Su Yan felt as if something was protecting his heart. At that time, Su Yan had doubts in his heart, but before Su Yan could think about it, Su Yan had already fainted. Now that he heard Chu Linger say this, Su Yan seemed to understand something. "Su Yan, do you feel uncomfortable?" Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's blurred eyes and asked nervously. Looking at Chu Linger's clear eyes, like a little girl next door, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. He shook his head and said, "No. N." When Chu Linger heard that Su Yan was fine, she was overjoyed. She didn't have the calmness she had in the 10,000 Ghosts cave, and she didn't have the majesty of the Emperor Tianxiang. She was like a little girl. Su Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He didn't have the slightest bit of regret for saving her that day. At this moment, the gloomy young man standing beside Chu Ling saw Su Yan staring at Chu Ling. He squeezed out a smile and stepped forward. "Hello, Su Yan. I heard you saved Junior sister." "Thank you." Su Yan looked at the young man. Although the young man was smiling, Su Yan didn't have a good impression of him. He just nodded and didn't say anything. Chu Linger looked at the young man and said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, let me introduce you. This is our East Palace's eldest senior brother, Qin Luo, senior brother Qin." Hearing Chu Linger's enthusiastic introduction, Qin Luo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was because in terms of how much they knew each other, Su Yan wasn't familiar with Chu Linger. He didn't even know Chu Linger's name. Now he was introducing Qin Luo to him. Su Yan blushed with shame. But out of courtesy, and knowing that this was the Supreme Demon Palace, which was someone else's territory, Su Yan clasped his hands toward Qin Luo. "Greetings, senior brother Qin." Qin Luo nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Su Yan didn't pay attention to his expression. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger and said embarrassedly, "I don't think I know your name either." Chu Linger was stunned, then laughed and said, "Look at me, I forgot. I didn't introduce myself to you. I'll tell you now, I'm Chu Linger." Chu Linger introduced herself. She didn't introduce herself as the young palace master of the Monster Palace. This made Su Yan have a better impression of Chu Linger. Looking at Chu Linger's girl-next-door appearance, an inexplicable desire to protect her welled up in his heart. That was indeed the case. At that moment, Chu Linger was completely different from when she was in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. She no longer had that calmness, that killing intent, and that anger. She only had that innocent expression. Coupled with her angelic face, anyone who saw her would have the desire to protect her. In the following time, Chu Linger told Su Yan some things about the Monster Palace. Originally, Chu Linger and Qin Luo wanted to take Su Yan around the Monster Palace to let Su Yan familiarize himself with the Monster Palace. However, before Su Yan could leave the room, Su Yan was summoned by Princess Chu. In the Monster Palace's East Palace main hall, there were only Su Yan and Princess Chu in the huge palace. On the high platform there was a huge chair. Princess Chu sat steadily on it. Her face was very similar to Chu Linger's, but she didn't have Chu Linger's innocence. Her eyebrows emitted a pressure. Even though Su Yan was dozens of meters away from her, he could still feel the pressure coming from her body. "Tell me, where did you come from?" When Princess Chu saw Su Yan, her expression didn't change at all. Instead, she asked coldly, "Why are you in the 10,000 Ghosts cave?" "In Jingzhou City, I was chased by enemies and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave." When Su Yan heard Chu Wangfei's words, he didn't have any doubts. He answered honestly without any falsehood. However, Princess Chu didn't believe him. She shouted softly, "Accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave? Do you think I'll believe you?" As Princess Chu shouted, a pressure suddenly approached Su Yan. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's entire body couldn't help but tremble. A sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, even so, Su Yan was unmoved. This was because of the trip to the Monster Palace. Su Yan had long understood it in his heart. However, Su Yan never expected that he would come to the Monster Palace in this way. Of course, Su Yan was quite satisfied with this way of coming to the Monster Palace. After all, he had gained the trust of the Monster Palace's young palace master as soon as he entered. This way, it would be more convenient for him to travel to the Monster Palace in the future. In the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan already had a plan. Therefore, in the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan still said calmly, "Palace Master, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave is one of the most dangerous places in the 5 counties. I, Su Yan, am only a saint with 3 bloodlines. How could I have the strength to enter the 10,000 Ghosts Cave? I entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave because I was chased in the Hengduan Mountain and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave." While Su Yan was talking, the Princess Chu kept staring at Su Yan's eyes. She saw that Su Yan's eyes were full of determination. It was impeccable. If it were someone else who entered the Monster Palace and saved her daughter's benefactor, the Princess Chu would definitely not ask too much. However, the strange existence in Su Yan's body made the Princess Chu feel a little uneasy. This made the Princess Chu more cautious. Now that she saw Su Yan's firm eyes, she didn't know how to ask. She could only choose to believe Su Yan and change the topic. "Okay, I'll believe you for now. Then let me ask you, where did you learn from and why were you chased?" When Su Yan heard the Princess Chu's question, he didn't hide anything. He honestly told her about his time in the Hidden Sword Tomb, how he offended the Guyu sect, how he was chased by the Guyu sect, and how he accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. This was because Su Yan was speaking the truth. Facing Chu Wangfei's sharp gaze, he did not avoid her gaze at all. This made the Princess Chu unable to find any clues about Su Yan. She could only ask again, "Okay, then let me ask you, why were you chased out of the Hidden Sword Tomb? What's the matter with the water caltrip on your head?" When Su Yan heard this, he knew that they were finally talking about the main topic. Su Yan could tell the truth about those things, but he couldn't tell the Princess Chu about this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Monster Palace. However, Su Yan had already thought of a way to deal with these things before he entered the Monster Palace. When he heard the Princess Chu's question, it was easy for him. Su Yan helplessly pointed to the water caltrip on his head and said, "Because of this water caltrip." Why do you say that? The Princess Chu asked. Su Yan pretended to smile bitterly and said, when I entered the hidden sword tomb, I didn't have a water caltrip. Unfortunately, after cultivating for a period of time, I suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon in my body. This water caltrip slowly grew out. When the elders in the hidden sword tomb saw it, they all thought that I was a monster beast, so I was driven out of the sect. When the Princess Chu heard Su Yan say this, her heart couldn't help but shake. As the palace master of the monster palace, she naturally knew that people like her were special. They weren't liked in this world, and many times they would be mistaken for monsters. This was also why the monster palace was so powerful, but they still lived in the East Sea and rarely went out. It was precisely because many people discriminated against the supreme monster clan that the people of the monster palace didn't want to walk in this world. Now that Su Yan said this, it could be said that he spoke to the Princess Chu's heart. The Princess Chu couldn't help but have a good impression of Su Yan. After all, they were both monsters. In her heart, her vigilance towards Su Yan also decreased a bit. Su Yan looked at the Princess Chu's appearance and knew that she believed his words. He hurriedly asked, Palace Master, before I left the hidden sword tomb, I heard some elders say that only the monster palace can accommodate me. What is going on? And what's going on with my water caltrip? The Princess Chu smiled at Su Yan's previous question, but didn't say anything. However, she answered Su Yan's next question. You have a late awakening bloodline. A late awakening bloodline. Su Yan still pretended to be stunned. In fact, when Su Yan planned to come to the Monster Palace, Su Yan had a certain understanding of the Monster Palace, especially the Monster Palace's monster bloodline. Su Yan specifically looked into it. He knew that there were two types of bloodlines in the Monster Palace. One was the early awakening bloodline. This type of bloodline looked like a monster at the moment of birth. Only through continuous cultivation after a period of time would they transform into a human form. Chapter 175. Under Su Yan's realistic acting, the Princess of Chu finally believed Su Yan. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, a strand of divine thought entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan, from today onwards, you will enter my monster palace and become a disciple of my East Palace. Although the Princess of Chu believed Su Yan, she still looked at Su Yan with an expressionless face and a trace of indifference. Su Yan didn't care. When he felt the memories in his mind, he quickly knelt and said, Thank you, Palace Master, for your kindness in accepting me. The Princess of Chu nodded and waved her hand impatiently. Go. The divine thought that I just passed on to you contains everything about the Monster Palace. I hope you can serve the Monster Palace in the future. Otherwise, the Princess of Chu didn't finish her words. Only a mournful expression passed through her face, making people shudder. At the same time, the Princess of Chu disappeared from the palace, leaving Su Yan alone in the huge palace to sort out the information that the Princess of Chu had just passed on. Although Su Yan entered the Monster Palace only for the matter of the Monster Palace seal and his father. However, Su Yan knew that if he wanted to investigate these matters in the Monster Palace, then he must truly become a disciple of the Monster Palace. As for the future, Su Yan didn't have any plans. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had left an imprint in his body. Right now, Su Yan only wanted to understand all of the Monster Palace's matters. After sorting out the memories that the Princess of Chu gave him, Su Yan understood the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, although Su Yan knew about the existence of the Monster Palace, he also knew some things about the Monster Palace. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Through these memories, Su Yan truly understood the existence of the Monster Palace. Although the Supreme Demon Palace was a sect. However, within the Monster Palace, there were 4 main palaces: East, West, South, and North. These 4 great palaces also belonged to one side, and each palace had a palace master. However, the East Palace had always been the main palace. Although the Princess of Chu was only one of the 4 palace masters, she was the master of the entire Monster Palace. In other words, the other 3 palaces were only subsidiary palaces of the East Palace. Of course, being a subsidiary was one thing. Every year, the 4 great palaces would fight both openly and covertly for the position of the ruler of the entire palace. It was only because of the existence of the Princess of Chu that for many years, The East Palace's position among the four great palaces had never been shaken. In the memories, the Princess of Chu also taught him about the open and covert struggles of the four great palaces. Other than facing external enemies, the four great palaces basically did not interact with each other on a daily basis. Even the people of the four great palaces often had some fights. Of course, these things only happened in the other three palaces. Because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, very few people would attack the East Palace. After all, because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, the people of the East Palace had a sense of superiority. Not only that, this sense of superiority was also a symbol of strength. However, this symbol of strength was only among the palace masters. Among the disciples, the East Palace did not have this sense of superiority. Of course, these things were not in the memories. Su Yan still did not know. Su Yan now understood that there were many benefits in the Monster Palace. These benefits would always surpass the Hidden Sword Tomb. The Hidden Sword Tomb was divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. However, there was no such thing in the Monster Palace. In the Monster Palace, all the disciples were treated equally. Only strength was king. The strong were the senior brothers, and the weak were the junior brothers. This made Su Yan involuntarily think of the gloomy Qin Luo he saw in the room just now. According to Chu Linger, Qin Luo was the eldest senior brother in the East Palace. Qin Luo was the strongest among the disciples of the East Palace. The strongest among the disciples. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought. This Chu Linger is already the emperor of Tianxiang. If Qin Luo is the strongest, then his strength. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought about it. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest, he had always been in existence favored by the heavens. But now, Su Yan felt a sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness was caused by the strength of these disciples to Su Yan. In the Monster Palace, saints were everywhere, and the Emperor of Tianxiang could only be regarded as outstanding. This made Su Yan, who was only a 3-meridian saint, feel a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Thinking of Qin Luo's strength, for some reason, Su Yan's heart surged with a desire for strength. The Emperor of Tianxiang, Su Yan thought as he licked his lips, and a look of determination burst out from his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan also thought of a very serious problem. In the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Su Yan had tried to break through the 4th Holy Meridian. Unfortunately, when he was absorbing the ghost energy, he was interrupted. This caused Su Yan to fail in forming the Holy Meridian. However, the ghost energy had opened up the Holy Meridian in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan wanted to form the 4th Holy Meridian now, he could only rely on the ghost energy to do so. Ghost energy was originally a rare thing in the world. Now that he was in the Monster Palace, Su Yan really did not know where to find the ghost energy to form his 4th Holy Meridian. If this 4th Holy Meridian was not formed, he would not be able to break through the next Holy Meridian. Thinking about these problems, Su Yan could not help but frown. This is a troublesome matter. However, Su Yan did not pay much attention to it. Although there were very few places in the world with ghost energy, Su Yan believed that as long as he looked for it, such a place would definitely exist. He sorted through the memories that the Princess of Chu had passed to him. Su Yan had a general understanding of the entire Monster Palace. In addition to the existence of the 4 great palaces in the Monster Palace. In each palace there were several large and small palaces. For example, the place where Su Yan was standing now was the Monster Palace. The East Palace main hall was also the residence and cultivation place of the palace master. Here, unless there was an important matter to attend to, or if the palace master allowed it, one could not enter casually on normal days. Su Yan did not know this rule just now. Now that he knew this rule, he could not help but look around a few more times. The cultivation method in his body was activated, and he absorbed the spirit energy around him. He could not help but smile. This place is indeed where the East Palace main hall is located. The spirit energy here is probably dozens of times denser than the Immortal Sword Peak in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan felt the spirit energy around him, but he did not absorb it. His 4th Holy Meridian had already been formed, so it was useless even if he absorbed the spirit energy. In addition to the main hall, there were also various large and small palaces. For example, in the Monster Palace, some disciples who had made great contributions to the Monster Palace were given personal palaces by the Monster Palace. In these palaces there were slaves. In addition to these, the palaces were also divided into the Elixir Palace, the Martial Arts Palace, the Hidden Sword Palace, the Sword Forging Palace. All kinds of palaces used for ordinary disciples to cultivate were clearly divided. Thinking of so many palaces, Su Yan could not help but be amazed by the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, when Su Yan was in Jingzhou City, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jingzhou City. Now, compared to the Monster Palace, Su Yan knew that the Hidden Sword Tomb was nothing compared to the Monster Palace. In fact, regardless of the size of the Monster Palace, just from the strength of the disciples of the Monster Palace, it was enough to see the power of the Monster Palace. Qin Luo and Chu Linger were only disciples of the Monster Palace, but they were already emperors of heaven. They were many times stronger than the true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Of course, these palaces were not the only ones in the Monster Palace. There were also many forbidden areas. In the memories given by the Princess of Chu, there were some introductions to these palaces, but there were only a few sentences about the forbidden areas. Forbidden areas, only the palace master of the palace can enter. With just a few sentences, Su Yan could feel the Monster Palace's strict prohibition of the forbidden areas. At the same time, it was also because of this restriction that Su Yan had some expectations for the Forbidden Lands. After figuring out the general situation of the entire Monster Palace, Su Yan reluctantly left the main hall. If possible, Su Yan really wanted to stay here and not leave. After all, the East Palace main hall was the place with the densest spirit aura in the entire Monster Palace. It was very beneficial for cultivation. Moreover, if there was nothing wrong with the main hall, he could not enter it casually. Who knew when he would come back again after leaving this time? Reluctance was one thing. Su Yan still resolutely left. After all, spirit aura was useless to Su Yan now. Su Yan had to find ghost aura now. Where in the world is there ghost aura in this Monster Palace? Su Yan muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. As soon as he walked out, he saw Chu Linger waiting for him. Looking at Chu Linger's innocent face, all the irritation in Su Yan's heart disappeared at this moment. He greeted Chu Linger and asked, "Young Palace Master, why are you still here?" "I'm waiting for you," Chu Linger said without hiding anything. She was obviously very happy to see Su Yan. Then she asked Su Yan, "Su Yan, what did my mother say to you?" "Nothing. She just wanted me to become a disciple of the Monster Palace," Su Yan said faintly. He did not say a word about the Princess of Chu's question. When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, a smile appeared on her face. "Hee, Su Yan, now that you have become a disciple of the Monster Palace, you will be my junior brother from now on." While speaking, Chu Linger pretended to be an adult. She tiptoed and patted Su Yan's head. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. At the same time, looking at Chu Linger's appearance, Su Yan suddenly sighed in his heart. Why do people live in this world? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. Su Yan knew that he could not be as innocent as Chu Linger and live a happy life every day. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the reason Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly was because in 3 days, the Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of her in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Only the memories of Su Yan saving her were left. Even the memories of her, Xiaoju, and Sister Ping were left. In fact, the Princess of Chu had originally wanted to erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. However, when she thought about the strangeness of Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu had another idea. That was why she did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. That was why Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly. That was why Chu Linger did not have any restraints in her heart. Chapter 176. Without the sadness of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Chu Linger was like a snow lotus. She was so bright and lovable. Looking at Chu Linger, Su Yan didn't know why he thought of the red-clothed figure on the heavenly sword peak of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Thinking of that red-clothed figure, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but frown. She asked, "Su Yan, what's wrong? Don't you want to be my junior brother?" Su Yan was stunned then smiled and said, "No, why wouldn't I like it? Hello, senior sister." When Su Yan called her senior sister, Chu Linger immediately giggled. She happily pulled Su Yan's hand and said, "Let's go, junior brother. I'll take you to receive this month's offerings." Okay. Su Yan nodded and followed Chu Linger. Offerings were a benefit that every Monster Palace disciple could enjoy. The only difference was that it depended on one's strength. Su Yan was now a Monster Palace disciple, so he naturally had his share of offerings. The two of them walked and chatted as they walked, laughing and laughing. Suddenly, they attracted the attention of many disciples. Well, who is that person? Why is he so close to junior sister? Many disciples didn't know about the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, and they didn't know Su Yan. Now that they suddenly saw a stranger walking so close to Chu Linger, they couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. After all, Chu Linger was born beautiful, lively, and cute. She was the goddess in many people's hearts. Now that they saw their goddess walking with a stranger, they were naturally angry. Su Yan felt the hostile gazes from the side and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Senior sister, I'm afraid my days in Monster Palace won't be easy in the future." "What?" Chu Linger obviously didn't understand the meaning behind Su Yan's words. She tilted her head and blinked her eyes at Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned when he saw Chu Linger's expression. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Chu Linger was obviously very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. She muttered, "Muddle-headed, you really are a silly junior brother." With that, Chu Linger skipped ahead. Along the way, she kept greeting the seniors and juniors around her. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Clearly, Chu Linger was very popular in the Eastern Palace. Actually, that was not the case. Not to mention Chu Linger's identity as the young palace lord. Just Chu Linger's naive and innocent appearance was the object of many people's love. Su Yan looked at her appearance and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Why did I say this to her? Isn't it good to let her be an innocent girl?" Su Yan thought with a smile and followed Chu Linger. Soon, the two of them walked and arrived at the palace where the offerings were distributed. Because the Monster Palace had a fixed time to distribute offerings every month, and this time was not the time to distribute offerings, there were not many people in the palace. Soon Su Yan received the offerings and came out. There were 100 spirit stones and various elixirs to assist in cultivation. Although they were only elixirs to assist in cultivation, Su Yan couldn't help but admire the power of the Monster Palace. With such offerings one a month, it was probably not something that any sect could afford. Moreover, these offerings were only for Su Yan, the saint, and did not include the offerings that Emperor Tianxiang received. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace mainly because of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. While enjoying these offerings and being accompanied by a cute little girl next door, Su Yan suddenly thought that it would be a good choice to stay in the Monster Palace. Of course, this was just a thought. Su Yan knew that the Monster Palace was destined to be a place for him to pass through. It was not even comparable to the Hidden Sword Tomb. This was because when he joined the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was not the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. At that time, Su Yan was only focused on the Hidden Sword Tomb. At that time, Su Yan did not even think that one day he would be expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. "Little junior brother, this offering needs to be handed over." As soon as Su Yan came out with the offerings, Chu Linger mischievously came up and extended her hand to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned, but seeing Chu Linger's expression, he could not bear to refuse her. He obediently handed over the offerings that he had just received to Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that Su Yan was so cooperative, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and scold him. "I was just kidding. What a silly junior brother." Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. He really did not know how to get along with Su Yan's personality. Along the way, Su Yan had always been a lone traveler. Even with Lu Fei, Ouyang Tiancheng, and some other friends, they did not talk much. When he was with Lu Fei, it was Lu Fei who kept talking. Su Yan had always been a man of few words. Every time he heard Lu Fei's nagging, Su Yan had the urge to beat him up. Now that he suddenly had a girl next door friend, Su Yan really did not know how to get along with her. It was no wonder that Chu Linger called him silly. Silly junior brother. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's embarrassed smile, she could not help but scold him again. Then she said, "Silly junior brother, senior sister will naturally not take your offerings, but you have to be careful. Other senior brothers are not as kind as senior sister." When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, He could not help but frown. He did not understand the meaning of Chu Linger's words. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's appearance and did not keep him in suspense. She smiled and said, "Silly junior brother, in our monster palace, when the offerings are distributed every month, the senior brothers will compete with each other. The loser has to obediently hand over the offerings." "Can't I refuse?" Su Yan asked. "Yes, why not? But who is willing to be a coward?" Chu Linger said as she blinked her eyes. She looked at Su Yan with a surprised expression and said, "Silly junior brother, are you going to be a coward?" Su Yan couldn't help but blush with shame. He coughed dryly and thought about the matter of his ghost chi. He changed the topic and asked, "Senior sister, do you know where there are more corpses in Supreme Demon Palace?" "Places with more corpses." When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she could not help but be surprised. She did not directly answer Su Yan's question. Instead, she looked at Su Yan with a strange expression and said, "Silly junior brother, what do you want to do? Why do you want to go to a place with more corpses?" When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's question, he did not know how to answer. After all, the matter of him cultivating a unique holy bloodline was too strange. Su Yan did not know how to explain it to Chu Linger. However, before Su Yan could answer, a voice came from the side. "The place with more corpses is naturally the dock. Second senior brother." When Chu Linger saw the person who came, she jumped up to greet him. Then she explained to Su Yan, "Silly junior brother, this is our Eastern Palace's second senior brother, Nangong Xiangming." "Second senior brother, hello?" Su Yan cupped his hands towards him. His expression did not change at all. He still maintained his cold expression. However, when he felt the faint spiritual power flowing through Nangong Xiangming's body, Su Yan could not help but tremble in his heart. Another emperor of heaven. Nangong Xiangming did not care about Su Yan's actions. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger tenderly and said, "Little junior sister, a big play is about to start at the drama hall. Do you want to go together?" Okay. Chu Linger immediately clapped her hands. Her face was full of expectation, but she did not forget Su Yan. She turned to Su Yan and said, "Silly junior brother, do you want to go together?" Before Su Yan could answer, Nangong Xiangming heard how Chu Linger addressed Su Yan. He could not help but frown. Although Chu Linger was not the strongest among the disciples of the Monster Palace, she was not the weakest either. According to the rules of the Monster Palace, the stronger one was the senior brother. However, Chu Linger had always asked others to only address her as junior sister, because Chu Linger was like a little sister next door. Everyone was willing to call her junior sister. However, Chu Linger was now calling Su Yan junior brother. It was originally an ordinary form of address, but this unique form of address caused Nangong Xiangming to feel a trace of dissatisfaction, especially when he heard Chu Linger's invitation. Nangong Xiangming immediately cast a threatening look at Su Yan. Su Yan originally did not want to go. After all, the so-called big show was nothing more than some entertainment. Its purpose was to please everyone and add some fun to the boring cultivation life. Su Yan did not want to waste any more time. But looking at Nangong Xiangming's threatening look, Su Yan's heart suddenly surged with pride. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's go together." The moment Su Yan agreed, Nangong Xiangming's killing intent surged out of his body. Chu Linger did not notice, but when she heard Su Yan agree, she smiled happily and said, "Okay, let's go together. Let's go together." After saying that, Chu Linger took the lead and led the way. Only Nangong Xiangming and Su Yan were left behind. When Nangong Xiangming saw Chu Linger walk forward, his face suddenly sank. A powerful spiritual energy forced Su Yan to shout, "Boy, you'd better know your place. You'd better stay away from junior sister. Otherwise, I will definitely teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the strength of the Emperor Tianxiang suddenly pressed down on Su Yan. Su Yan suddenly felt the blood and qi in his body surging. He was stunned on the spot. Nangong Xiangming looked at Su Yan and smiled coldly. Then he caught up with Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that only Nangong Xiangming was coming up, she frowned slightly. She turned to Su Yan and shouted, "Silly junior brother, hurry up. What are you waiting for?" When he heard Chu Linger's words, Su Yan resisted the surging blood and qi in his body and shouted, "Senior sister, I won't go. You guys go. It's really strange that you don't want to go. Chu Linger scolded, but didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She left with Nangong Xiangming. Puchi. As soon as Chu Linger left, Su Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The reason why Su Yan didn't go was not that he was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but he didn't want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. Chapter 177. Su Yan did not intend to go with Chu Linger. It was only because of Nangong Xiangming's threat that Su Yan agreed to go. Now that Su Yan was injured by the spiritual pressure, he did not go. It was not that Su Yan was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but Su Yan did not want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. He did not want the innocent Chu Linger to know about the darkness. He also knew that if Chu Linger knew about the matter between him and Nangong Xiangming, Chu Linger would definitely help him talk to Nangong Xiangming. This was not what Su Yan wanted to see. Matters between men should be resolved by men. Nangong Xiangming's threat did not make Su Yan feel fear. Instead, it made Su Yan's desire for power reach the peak. Su Yan's eyes were filled with determination and malevolence. What Su Yan needed the most now was Ghost Qi to break through his fourth Saint Meridian. Only by forming his fourth Saint Meridian would he be able to do so. Su Yan's strength would he be able to improve. Although Nangong Xiangming told him that the place with the most corpses was the dock, Su Yan was not in a hurry to go. Although the dock did not sound dangerous, Su Yan knew that since Nangong Xiangming told him about it, it was obviously not a good place. If Su Yan was not injured, it would be fine. Under the pressure of Nangong Xiangming's spiritual qi, Su Yan's internal injuries weren't small. Su Yan had to restore himself. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Yan didn't know where the sea dock was. He had to find someone to ask. Of course, Su Yan did not choose to heal himself here. Instead, he went to his assigned disciple hall. Su Yan had just joined the Monster Palace, so he did not have much to contribute to the Monster Palace. The Monster Palace would not give him an independent disciple hall. Instead, it was the younger brother's hall. Although this was also a huge palace, there were many disciples living in this palace. Compared to the luxurious palace where one person could enjoy an entire palace, this palace only had one room per person. Obviously, it was much more miserable. Fortunately, Su Yan did not have many requirements for these living places. As long as there was a place to stay and allow him to have an independent space, that was enough. Relying on the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu, Su Yan quickly found his residence. However, before Su Yan could enter, many people surrounded him. They all looked at Su Yan with murderous eyes. Clearly, they were up to no good. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled calmly. He didn't want to pay any attention to them, so he took a detour. Unfortunately, these people did not intend to give Su Yan a chance to leave. They went forward to block Su Yan's path. A disciple with countless scales on his face blocked Su Yan's path. He looked at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Are you a new disciple? Hand over today's offerings." Su Yan looked at this disciple with countless scales on his face. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, "Why?" The disciple with countless scales on his face was straightforward. He smiled coldly and clenched his fist. "No reason. Because I am the palace master, and I am stronger than you. I am your senior brother." "Is that so?" Su Yan smiled faintly as he looked at the disciple who was covered in scales. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think that you are my match? Stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly. In the future, stay away from our junior sister. Otherwise, we will teach you a lesson today. Yes, stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly if you know what's good for you." This time, the scaly man didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, the people around him started to shout. When Su Yan heard this, he smiled indifferently. "What? You want to bully me with numbers?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the scaly man waved his hand and the surroundings immediately quieted down. "Brat, don't say that we are bullying you with numbers. Can you handle me alone?" As the scaly man spoke, his spiritual energy suddenly surged and a majestic spiritual energy rushed towards Su Yan. The aura of a saint from the 5 bloodlines was so strong and so threatening. Under the pressure of the boundless spiritual aura, the white clothes on Su Yan's body started to flutter. However, Su Yan remained unmoved. Only his eyes, which were looking at the scaly man, continued to emit a resplendent glow. He faintly opened his mouth and asked, "Can I kill people here?" When the people around him heard Su Yan's words, they were stunned. However, they quickly recovered and shouted one after another. "What an arrogant brat! You want to kill a saint from the 3 bloodlines? Yes, do you want to kill senior brother Wuxia?" Countless voices sounded. Some people looked down on Su Yan, while others shouted for the scaly man to teach Su Yan a lesson. "Senior brother Wuxia, quickly teach this brat a lesson." "Yes, senior brother Wuxia, beat this brat up. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense." When the scaly man heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but feel a burst of anger. However, he was calmer than the others. He looked at Su Yan and said slowly, "In the monster palace, when disciples fight, if the weaker one wins, the winner can kill. Can I?" Hearing this, Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly as an evil grin appeared on his face. Seeing Su Yan's smirk, Wuxia was furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, do you still want to kill me?" "Yes." Su Yan shouted and patted his storage bag. The ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. Suddenly, a ghost howl sounded and emitted an eerie aura. When Wuxia saw Su Yan's ghost howl sword, he could not help but frown. Obviously, he was surprised that the ghost howl sword could emit such power. However, this surprise quickly disappeared. His eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at Su Yan and said disdainfully, "Brat, since you want a beating, don't blame me. Go to hell." Su Yan had always been a person who did not like to waste words. Without waiting for Wuxia to finish speaking, he shouted coldly and his body suddenly rushed forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand directly pierced towards Wuxia. His speed was as fast as lightning. So fast. With just one sword, everyone was stunned. They could not believe that Su Yan, a saint with 3 bloodlines, could burst out with such speed. Wuxia was also taken aback. However, he was a saint of the 5 veins after all, so he quickly reacted. His figure quickly flew backwards and narrowly avoided Su Yan's sword. The look of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan was no longer one of disdain. Instead, it had turned solemn. "Good boy, your speed is not bad, but I don't know how strong you are," Wuxia said. At the same time, he shouted and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly burst out. At this moment, there was a ritual instrument in his hand. Monster Palace was different from other sects. If other sects had people who cultivated ritual instruments, they were all cultivators of ritual instruments. Sword sects, on the other hand, were all cultivators of swords. Monster Palace, on the other hand, had people who cultivated swords and magic weapons. Wuxia was obviously not a swordsman. He had taken out a magic weapon. This magic weapon was like a huge water fish. The moment it was taken out, the fish's mouth emitted a ripple. Obviously, it was also an extraordinary item. The moment Wuxia summoned his magic treasure, he didn't waste any more words and activated his magic treasure. Bang! With a loud bang, a powerful wave burst out from the fish's mouth. The moment the wave appeared, it suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. Its speed was fast, like the huge waves of the East Sea directly covering Su Yan. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all retreated. Their faces were full of horror. "Senior brother Wuxia, this Yu Wuhan's magic weapon has been cultivated to the extreme." "Yes, you know that senior brother Wuxia is only a saint of the 5 meridians. If he becomes a celestial emperor, how powerful will this Yu Wuhan be?" Yes, this arrogant boy, under senior brother Wuxia's move, there is no way he can avoid it. Let's see what qualifications he has to be arrogant now." When the surrounding people saw the huge wave released by Wuxia's magic weapon, they were sure that Su Yan could not avoid it. Su Yan looked at the huge wave that was surging towards him, but he was very ferocious. But Su Yan did not have a trace of fear. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body suddenly jumped up, raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and slashed down. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. In an instant, countless ghostly cries filled the air. The ghost howl sword emitted a powerful black fog, which instantly condensed into a huge ghost head. The moment the ghost head appeared, it opened a huge mouth and bit toward the wave. Bang! A loud boom rang out as the wave and the enormous ghost head collided and exploded. This is... Everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan could burst out with such a powerful move and block Yu Xiang's attack. Yu Xiang could not help but be stunned. But at the moment he was stunned, a sword light flashed in front of him, and Su Yan appeared in front of him. Yu Xiang was shocked. He shouted and hurriedly raised the magic weapon in his hand to block. Clang! The ghost howl sword struck Yu Xiang's magic weapon, Yu Wuhan, and immediately burst out with a crisp sound. Yu Xiang was shocked and took a few steps back. Yu Xiang's face became even more surprised. He looked at Su Yan and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How is it possible? He is only a saint of 3 bloodlines. How can he burst out such powerful spiritual energy?" Yu Xiang was angered by this. His whole body trembled with anger. He operated his cultivation method, and the spiritual energy of a saint of 5 bloodlines also surged and pressed toward Su Yan. Under this powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan frowned slightly, but his body did not slow down. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and directly slashed at Yu Xiang. Is it like this again? The moment Yu Xiang's spiritual energy surged, his confidence increased a lot. With a cold smile, he stepped forward and raised Yu Wuhan in his hand to meet Su Yan. Chapter 178. That's it. When Su Yan saw the water pillar that was attacking him, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. In an instant, the ghost howl sword in his hand started to dance rapidly. Immediately, a sword cry resounded. The constantly moving sword light was so fast that it seemed to have transformed into countless long swords. Crackle, crackle. The water column was sliced off section by section until all of it slid down. You think that's it? Of course, Yu Xiang was a saint of 5 veins and his strength was not limited to that. The moment Su Yan blocked the water column, Yu Xiang suddenly leaped up and made a hand seal. A powerful water column burst out from Yu Wuhan. The moment the water pillars appeared, a series of loud booms rang out and fell down. Su Yan frowned, but he did not have time to block them. His entire body was enveloped by the water pillars. Humph, you still dare to think that's it? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yu Xiang's mouth when he saw that Su Yan was enveloped by the rain of water. If it was any other time, then Yu Xiang would have stopped because even a saint of the 5 bloodlines wouldn't be able to escape if they were struck by his rain of water. But today, it was probably Su Yan's arrogance that provoked Yu Xiang's anger. Yu Xiang did not stop because of this. The moment the water column burst out, Yu Xiang roared again and waved his Yu Wuhan. In an instant, countless water waves surged. Like 1,000 layers of huge waves, they pounced on Su Yan and covered Su Yan's entire body. The onlookers were all horrified when they saw this. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by the water column and the huge waves, and gloated. Now this kid is definitely dead. How dare he be so arrogant in front of our senior brother Yu Xiang? That's right. Even our senior brothers don't dare to fight senior brother Yu Xiang. With his strength of 3 veins, he's courting death. When he heard the surrounding crowd's words, the corners of Yu Xiang's mouth lifted into a pleased smile. He looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by water pillars, and coldly laughed. Brat, you are courting death. Don't blame my senior. Is that so? Before Yu Xiang could finish speaking, an evil voice came from within the rain of water pillars. Coincidentally, at that moment the water pillars and waves retreated. Su Yan's body slowly appeared. His entire body was emitting a powerful golden light. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dazzling. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he still stand under the water column attack of senior brother Yu Xiang? Impossible, this can't be real. When the surrounding people saw that Su Yan was still standing there, their faces were filled with horror. Most of them couldn't believe what they were seeing. They all thought that Su Yan was going to die. Even if Su Yan did not die, he should be lying in a pool of blood. However, Su Yan was still standing there unharmed. Even his clothes were not damaged. How could they believe this? Yu Xiang looked at Su Yan and was stunned. How? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Su Yan looked at Yu Xiang and smiled coldly. His body suddenly surged forward as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Yu Xiang. The ghost howl sword in his hand was pointed at Yu Xiang. The sword light flashed and was already at Yu Xiang's throat. Although Yu Xiang could still attack, He did not expect Su Yan to be able to stand under his ferocious attacks. Moreover, Su Yan was able to attack so quickly. The sword light flashed and the ghost howl sword was already in front of him. There was no time to dodge. Yu Xiang screamed in fear and fell to the ground. He watched as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through his body. Ah! When the people around saw this scene, they were so scared that they screamed. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Just as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through Yu Xiang's throat, Su Yan stopped and withdrew the sword. He said coldly, "Killing you will dirty my hands." Ah! Yu Xiang screamed in fear. Something flowed out from his crotch and wet his pants. The onlookers were also stunned. They looked at Su Yan as if they were looking at a monster. A 3-meridian saint. Su Yan was only a 3-meridian saint. How could he do that? Su Yan did not pay attention to their gazes. He withdrew the ghost howl sword and turned to walk away, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. They did not react until Su Yan was far away. They all ran to help Yu Xiang. At this moment, Su Yan, who had just left, suddenly turned around. The few of them were so scared that their bodies trembled. A trace of disdain flashed across Su Yan's face as he said word by word. "Remember, my name is Su Yan. I am not someone you can easily bully." Su Yan. Su Yan's name was forever engraved in their hearts. They did not dare to challenge Su Yan again. For Su Yan, this was just a small episode. Although he was only a 3-meridian saint, 2 levels lower than Yu Xiang, Su Yan had the invincible golden body, the blood dragon pupil and the flying sword in the red fire sword case. Su Yan was confident that he could even fight a 6-meridian saint. A saint was no longer Su Yan's target. Emperor Tianxiang was Su Yan's target. Su Yan's eyes glowed red when he thought of Nangong Xiangming's last look and Qin Luo's gloomy expression. His desire for strength reached its peak. Of course, Su Yan was still calm despite his desire. Su Yan's mind had passed through the endless corridors of the Buddha sword and comprehended it at Chobo's place. Ordinary people could not compare to him. The angrier Su Yan was, the calmer he became. Although Su Yan was angry at the humiliation Nangong Xiangming had brought him, his heart was still as clear as a mirror. If he wanted to move forward, he had to find the ghostly qi. He had no other choice. Only ghostly qi could help him recondense his 4th Saint Meridian. Su Yan believed that Nangong Xiangming had not lied to him about the dock. However, Su Yan also knew that Nangong Xiangming would not be so kind as to warn him. Since he was able to warn him, it meant that the dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan thought about the dock. He sat cross-legged and ran his cultivation method. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy to restore the spirit energy in his body and heal the injuries Nangong Xiangming had caused him. Because of the sword intent of the red fire sword case and the abundant spirit energy in the monster palace, Su Yan recovered to his peak state in less than an hour. Since he had recovered, Su Yan planned to go to the dock. Su Yan had a rough understanding of the monster palace with the memories given by the Princess of Chu. However, there was no memory of the dock in the memories. The island of the monster palace was so big that it would not be easy to find the dock. Su Yan did not know who to ask for help. Just as Su Yan was in trouble, there was a knock on the door. Su Yan frowned slightly, but he still got up to open the door. Seeing that it was Yu Xiang and his followers, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, "Are you still not convinced? Senior brother Su, it's a misunderstanding." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, his whole body suddenly trembled. He hurriedly said, "Senior brother Su, we are here to offer this month's offerings." As he spoke, Yu Xiang held the offerings he had received this month and presented them to Su Yan with both hands. Su Yan looked at the offerings in Yu Xiang's hands and frowned. He thought to himself, "I just entered the monster palace and am not familiar with many things. If I have these people running errands, it will save me some trouble in the future." Su Yan made up his mind and looked at the offering in Yu Xiang's hand. He waved his hand and said, "This offering is for you to keep by your side. As long as you listen to my orders in the future, it will be fine." When Yu Xiang and the others heard that Su Yan did not take the offerings, they were overjoyed. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior brother Su, from now on, all the disciples of this palace will obey your orders. From now on, you are the palace master of this palace." "Okay, Although Su Yan was not interested in being the palace master, he did not refuse and nodded slightly. Seeing that they were still afraid of him, Su Yan waved his hand and said, "Come in." Hearing that Su Yan wanted them to go in, the few of them tiptoed in. Su Yan looked at their fearful faces and said slowly, "Since you have chosen to obey my orders in the future, you don't have to be so afraid. As long as you don't disobey me in the future." "Yes, yes." Yu Xiang and the others hurriedly nodded, but their fear of Su Yan did not change. Su Yan looked at them and did not say anything. Instead he asked, "Do you know where the sea dock is?" "The sea dock?" When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words he was shocked. "Senior brother Su, why do you ask about the sea dock? I have my own plans." Naturally, Su Yan wouldn't tell them why he wanted to go to the sea dock. Looking at them, it was obvious that they weren't strangers to the sea dock. He opened his mouth and asked, "I asked about the sea dock. Tell me where it is." Su Yan paused and hesitated for a moment. He said, "And where is the sea dock?" "Okay." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he did not dare to ask more. Instead, he introduced the sea dock to Su Yan. "Senior brother Su, you have just entered the monster palace, so you don't know. The sea dock is a dangerous place. If the monster palace disciples are not forced to, no one is willing to go to the sea dock." "What do you mean?" Su Yan asked again. "The entrance to the sea dock is in the suburbs of the Western Monster Palace. The sea dock is said to lead to the East Sea. There are countless dangerous sea beasts there. Some of the Monster Palace disciples want to hunt sea beasts and enter the sea dock, but most of them do not return. And the sea dock is not only home to sea beasts. The East Sea often has tsunamis that will sweep through the sea dock. This makes the sea dock even more dangerous." Su Yan listened and understood. Obviously, the sea dock is like the Hengduan Mountain, but the Hengduan Mountain is densely covered with monsters, while the sea dock is filled with sea beasts. Chapter 179. After listening to Yu Xiang and the others, Su Yan fell into a moment of hesitation. After all, from Yu Xiang's words, Su Yan could feel that the sea dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan did not want to rush into such an unknown place. Unfortunately, when he asked Yu Xiang and the others, they all said that they did not know if there were any other places with many corpses and ghostly auras. This left Su Yan with no other choice. It seems that this trip to the sea dock is inevitable. Su Yan muttered to himself. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. His eyes flashed and a red light surged out. "Sea beasts. I wonder if my blood dragon eyes have any effect on sea beasts." Sea beasts only existed in the East Sea. There were no sea beasts in other places. Su Yan had only seen rumors of sea beasts in books. He had never seen a real sea beast. However, he had never seen one before. Su Yan was also clear that sea beasts were much stronger than demonic beasts. No matter what, I have to go to the sea dock. Su Yan thought about it and did not hesitate anymore. After all, he had no other choice. If he did not obtain a ghostly aura, he would not be able to form his fourth meridian. After making up his mind, Su Yan didn't plan on staying any longer. He resolutely stepped onto the path of the dock. The entrance to the sea dock was on the outskirts of the West Palace. Although they were all within the Monster Palace, because of the conflicts between the East, West, North and South Palaces, there were very few interactions between the palaces. Moreover, the two palaces were located at the east and west ends of the West. They were the furthest apart. If Su Yan were to travel with his current strength, he might not be able to reach the sea dock even if he walked for several months. Fortunately, there were teleportation portals between the palaces. These teleportation portals belonged to the Monster Palace and were not guarded. Everyone in the Monster Palace could use them. Su Yan entered the teleportation portal to the West Palace. No one noticed. However, after arriving at the West Palace, Su Yan became much more careful. If he was discovered by the people of the West Palace, he would get into some trouble. More importantly, the disciples of the West Palace were much stronger than the disciples of the East Palace. If Qin Luo and Nangong Xiangming were to come out, Su Yan did not think that he would have the strength to resist them. As such, Su Yan was extremely careful as he walked through the West Palace. Fortunately, Su Yan was quite lucky. Along the way, no one from the West Palace noticed Su Yan. It was probably because very few people were willing to go to the sea dock that Su Yan was not discovered. With Yu Xiang and the others' detailed descriptions, Su Yan quickly found the entrance to the dock. Just as he approached the entrance, Su Yan felt a majestic power surge out of the dock. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Su Yan could not help but frown. He became more cautious about this trip to the sea dock. Since I've already come this far, how can I retreat? Su Yan steadied his mind and no longer hesitated. He strode toward the entrance of the sea dock. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as Su Yan stepped into the entrance of the sea dock, a loud whistling sound suddenly entered his ears. That whistling sound was deafening. Su Yan could not help but be startled. He hurriedly used his qi to resist. The moment the qi protected his body, the ripples in his heart slowly calmed down. The sea dock really lives up to its name. Su Yan felt the power of the sea dock and could not help but nod. However, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His eyes shone with a firm gaze as he resolutely stepped forward. He had already learned from Yu Xiang that the sea dock was actually a huge passage that kept going forward. It was only at the deepest part of the sea dock. Yu Xiang meant that no one had ever reached the deepest part of the sea dock. Even the palace masters of the monster palace had never reached the end of the sea dock, so no one knew what the end of the sea dock was. Of course, Su Yan was not interested in the end of the sea dock. Now, Su Yan wanted to find a place where ghost qi existed. In fact, ghost qi was everywhere in the world. As long as someone died unjustly, ghost qi would be formed. However, just a little bit of ghost qi was useless to Su Yan. What Su Yan needed was a lot of ghost qi. Only ghost qi that was as rich as spirit qi could allow Su Yan to successfully condense his fourth holy meridian. After walking for almost an hour, Su Yan did not encounter any ghost qi except for the fact that he did not encounter any danger. This made Su Yan anxious. I've been walking for more than an hour now, and I haven't seen a corpse or a wisp of ghost qi. Is there really ghost qi in the sea dock? Su Yan's eyes fell into a daze. If there was no ghost qi in the sea dock, Su Yan really did not know where he could go to get ghost qi. He definitely could not return to the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, even if he entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave 10 times, he would die 10 times. Plop! Just as Su Yan was confused, there was a sudden loud noise. Suddenly a huge sea beast rushed over. This sea beast was like a water snake, but it had 4 legs. Its body was smooth and without any markings, and its entire body was dark black. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked, and hurriedly retreated. Sea beast. Although this was the first time Su Yan had seen a real sea beast, he was able to recognize it at first glance. However, he did not know the name of this sea beast, nor did he know the strength of this sea beast. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the Ghost Howl sword. At the same time, without giving the sea beast any chance to react, the blood dragon pupil turned and flashed forward. The Ghost Howl sword in its hand slashed down horizontally, emitting a mournful ghost howl. Plop! The water snake-like 4-legged sea beast was suddenly split into 2 and fell to the ground. Looking at the sea beast's body on the ground, Su Yan could not help but smile. It seems that sea beasts are only SOSO. However, before Su Yan could finish speaking, he looked at the sea beast's body on the ground and was stunned. The sea beast that looked like a water snake on the ground did not die because of the attack. Instead, it was split into 2. The 2 halves of its body wriggled again and grew 4 limbs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like that, one sea beast became 2. This! Su Yan's scalp tingled as he saw this. The solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and quickly slashed at the 2 sea beasts. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises were heard and the 2 sea beasts were split into 4. However, with the previous experience, Su Yan was not happy. Instead, he stared at the sea beast's body. As expected, the sea beast's body grew again from 2 to 4. With the previous experience, Su Yan was not as flustered as before. He only frowned slightly. The strength of sea beasts is indeed not something that demonic beasts can compare to. Su Yan thought as he rotated the blood dragon pupil. A red light surged out and shone on the sea beast's body. However, the sea beast was only stunned for a moment before it immediately recovered and went berserk. The four-legged sea beast pounced at Su Yan at the same time. The blood dragon pupil is indeed useless against these sea beasts, Su Yan murmured. Seeing the sea beasts pouncing at him, he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly jumped up and slashed out with the ghost howl sword in his hand. Once again he cut the four sea beasts in half. However, he still could not kill the sea beasts. Instead, more and more of them appeared, but their bodies were much smaller than before. Although this was the case, Su Yan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he looked at the increasing number of sea beasts. It seems that it is useless to cut them in half. Su Yan looked at the densely packed sea beasts and muttered. He put away the ghost howl sword in his hand. The blood dragon pupil rotated and his body quickly jumped up. At the same time, he waved his hand and a wisp of spiritual energy flowed out from his saint vein. This wisp of spiritual energy contained the heat of the molten green lotus fire. Su Yan slapped it away. Puff! Suddenly a loud explosion sounded. The molten green lotus fire burned on the sea beast's body and turned into ashes in an instant. It was no longer reborn. After a few consecutive attacks, Su Yan finally cleared all the sea beasts. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Let's see how you will be reborn now. After Su Yan finished speaking, he panted heavily and could not help but smile bitterly. Just one sea beast is already so difficult to deal with. It's no wonder that the world is so fearful of sea beasts. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yan picked up the demonic core of the water snake and without hesitation proceeded forward. No matter what, Su Yan had already decided that he would definitely condense his fourth Saint Meridian today. Su Yan walked forward again. Another sea beast appeared. This sea beast was different from the one Su Yan had seen previously. It looked like a cheetah, but unlike a cheetah, it had no fur on its body. Instead, there was a wave of water flowing around it. Su Yan could not help but frown. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Looking at the cheetah-like sea beast, he suddenly swung his sword. Bang! Because he did not know the strength of the sea beast, Su Yan did not use his full strength. The moment he swung his sword, the sea beast suddenly exploded and slapped its palm towards Su Yan's ghost howl sword. Su Yan's body trembled. He quickly retreated a few steps. Looking at the sea beast, there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. This sea beast is obviously much stronger than the previous one. Roar! The sea beast suddenly let out a low roar. In an instant it pounced towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but feel a burst of anger. He shouted, "Beast, how dare you take the initiative to attack?" While speaking, Su Yan's figure rushed out. Facing the attack of the sea beast, he did not have the slightest intention of dodging. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand struck out. The moment the sword light flashed, a loud sound was immediately heard. It directly stabbed towards the sea beast's abdomen. Su Yan could not help but smile. Let's see how you block it. Bang! But just as Su Yan's smile appeared, the moment the ghost howl sword struck the sea beast, Su Yan's smile suddenly froze. Originally, Su Yan wanted to cut open the sea beast's abdomen with one strike. However, the moment the ghost howl sword pierced through the sea beast's abdomen, a powerful wave of water appeared under the sea beast's abdomen, directly protecting it. Not only that, a powerful force spread out from the water wave. Su Yan, who was holding the ghost howl sword, suddenly felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. He almost lost his grip on the ghost howl sword. What a powerful beast. Chapter 180. The appearance of this cheetah-like sea beast also made Su Yan realize the true strength of sea beasts. Looking at this sea beast, Su Yan didn't attack rashly, but carefully observed its movements. Su Yan believed that even if this sea beast was powerful, it must have some flaws. Bang! While Su Yan was observing, the sea beast once again rushed towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Fortunately, Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, plus speed itself was something that Su Yan had always been proud of. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the attack of this cheetah-like sea beast. However, Su Yan knew that if he didn't quickly deal with this cheetah-like sea beast, if he let it continue to attack like this, then sooner or later, the spirit chi in his body would be exhausted by this sea beast. Let's test you again. Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast rushing towards him. His eyes moved quickly, and at the same time, The ghost howl sword in his hand once again attacked, and directly broke the body of the cheetah-like sea beast. Bang! Unfortunately, at the moment when Su Yan's attack was about to hit, the body of the cheetah-like sea beast fluctuated, and in an instant a water wave barrier appeared and blocked Su Yan's attack. At the same time, the water wave also attacked along with the ghost howl sword. At the same time, a huge and strange force surged up. Su Yan was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword, and quickly rushed back to avoid that force surging up. Is there really no way to break it? Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast and frowned. Although the attack of this sea beast wasn't very good, its defense was too abnormal. Moreover, the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, each attack was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, even if Su Yan could avoid the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast, but with the spirit chi in his body disappearing, if he couldn't kill this cheetah-like sea beast, then in less than half an hour, the spirit chi in Su Yan's body would be exhausted. At that time it would be the end of Su Yan. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast's defense was too strong. Su Yan tried a few more times but he still couldn't break it. Su Yan had raised his speed to the limit, while dodging the attacks of the cheetah sea beast. Therefore, he had consumed a huge amount of spirit energy. Therefore, Su Yan was gasping for breath after doing this several times. Is there really no way to deal with this beast? Su Yan took advantage of the gap between the attacks of the cheetah sea beast, and gasped for breath. At the same time, he also observed the body of the cheetah sea beast, and wanted to find a flaw. I've already tried attacking its body, feet, tail, and head. They're all useless. Su Yan looked at the cheetah sea beast and tried to figure out its weak points. But before Su Yan could figure it out, the cheetah once again pounced at them. In desperation, Su Yan could only use his spirit energy to dodge quickly. He didn't dare to attack rashly because every time he attacked the cheetah sea beast, it would only consume the spirit energy in his body faster. Is there really no other way? I'm a dignified peak sword sage. Am I going to die in the hands of this beast? Su Yan's dodging became more and more powerless. There was a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast didn't show any sympathy to Su Yan at all. Instead, it had failed to hit Su Yan dozens of times. This had aroused its ferocious nature. Roar! It didn't give Su Yan any chance to catch his breath. With a low roar, it instantly pounced at Su Yan. Its huge bell-like eyes suddenly burst out with an ominous glint. Su Yan was already exhausted. He was quite helpless when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He turned his blood dragon pupil and was about to dodge. However, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the ominous glint in the cheetah sea beast's eyes. Eyes, yes, eyes. Su Yan was overjoyed in his heart. The exhaustion in his body seemed to have dissipated at this moment. A bright light surged in his eyes. He patted his storage pouch and took out the ghost howl sword. Su Yan didn't dodge when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He tightly grasped the ghost howl sword and calmly looked at the cheetah sea beast. Now's the time. Su Yan twisted his hands the moment the cheetah sea beast pounced on him. His body rushed forward. The ghost howl sword stabbed towards the cheetah sea beast's eyes at the same time. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a loud sound echoed. This time there was no water wave defense. The ghost howl sword directly pierced through the cheetah sea beast's eyes. The cheetah sea beast roared violently. Its vigorous body suddenly fell to the ground and died with a mournful wail. It's finally over. Su Yan saw that the cheetah sea beast was finally dead. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, his body became soft and fell to the ground. However, Su Yan didn't dare to stop for a moment. He took out the green lotus core fire and the red parting sword box. He operated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture to quickly absorb the heat of the green lotus core fire, and the sword intent inside the red parting sword box. Coupled with the spirit chi of the world and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, he quickly recovered the spirit chi of his body. Although Su Yan recovered his spirit chi very quickly, but because he had been entangled with the cheetah sea beast for too long, Su Yan recovered for more than 2 hours. During this time, he also swallowed a lot of consecration pills that he had received in the monster palace. Only then did he recover his strength. The moment his spirit chi recovered, the exhaustion in his body also disappeared. His eyes regained the bright light. Just at the moment when he looked into the depths of the sea, Su Yan hesitated again. This sea dock is really extraordinary. It's as fierce as the legends say. But I didn't see any ghost aura. Was this trip worth it? Su Yan hesitated, but in just a moment, it was removed from his mind by Su Yan. No matter what, since I've already come here, how can I give up halfway? Su Yan said. He picked up the sea beast monster core dropped by the cheetah sea beast. His eyes regained the determination. He went all the way forward and encountered several sea beasts. The further they went, the more powerful the demonic beasts became. However, with the experience of killing the water snake demonic beast and the cheetah demonic beast, Su Yan also knew that these sea beasts were powerful because they had some special abilities. For example, the water snake sea beast could regenerate, and the cheetah sea beast had no effect on other parts of its body except for its eyes. Therefore, Su Yan was not in a hurry to attack the next few sea beasts he encountered. Instead, he first searched for their weak points or their strong points before launching an attack. The few times he encountered sea beasts, although there were some surprises, there were no real dangers. The moment Su Yan killed a sea beast, Su Yan finally felt a surge of ghost aura. Ghost aura. Feeling this ghost aura, Su Yan's tired posture suddenly swept away. His heart moved, and he immediately walked forward. However, just as he took a step, Su Yan stopped and sat down cross-legged. He began to absorb the spirit chi and soared intent to restore the spirit chi in his body. It wasn't until an hour later that Su Yan returned to his peak state. Only then did Su Yan take a step forward. The deeper he went, the thicker the ghost chi became. This ghost aura was an existence similar to spirit chi. It was an invisible existence. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to feel the ghost aura in such a place. They would only be able to feel the gloomy feeling. However, Su Yan was different. His fourth saint vein was condensed from the ghost aura. Now that he was close, Su Yan could clearly feel the dense ghost aura. Su Yan was overjoyed. However, amidst his joy, Su Yan quickly noticed the eerie white bones on the ground. His brows involuntarily knitted together. Since there are so many bones here, and the ghost aura is so dense, this is obviously a place of extreme evil. Su Yan thought to himself. His eyes became vigilant. He looked around and gripped the ghost howl sword tightly in his hand. Pudong, at this moment there was a loud sound. Suddenly, 3 sea beasts rushed out from the side. That's right, 3 sea beasts. This was different from the sea beasts Su Yan had encountered previously. No matter how strong the sea beasts were, there would only be one of them. Now that there were 3 of them, each of them different, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. One sea beast was already difficult to deal with, let alone 3. If Su Yan hadn't felt the ghost aura earlier, he would have definitely turned around and fled. However, now that he felt the ghost aura, this place was exactly what Su Yan needed. Su Yan wouldn't run away no matter what. Looking at the 3 roaring sea beasts, Su Yan's eyes lit up. At the same time, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly. Not only that, the moment Su Yan's blood dragon pupil turned, the dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly erupted. With the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan could control it freely. Because the dragon blood ice fire shield only had the ability to defend against the cold and heat of the world, it had no effect on other attacks. However, now that Su Yan had used it, it was obvious that Su Yan was going to go all out. Roar! The 3 demonic beasts let out a few low roars and attacked Su Yan in an instant. Its speed was so fast that it far surpassed the sea beasts that Su Yan had encountered earlier. Su Yan was shocked. The blood dragon pupil quickly turned. With a thought, the sword dragon flew out from the storage bag. Su Yan immediately jumped on it and quickly dodged the attack of one of the sea beasts. At the same time, Su Yan memorized the appearance of this sea monster in his mind, trying to find its weakness and its ability. Pudong. Just as Su Yan dodged one of the sea beasts, another one pounced at him. Su Yan was shocked. He circulated his cultivation method and quickly dodged. The sea beast narrowly passed by Su Yan. Bang! Unfortunately, this time there were not only 2 sea beasts but 3. When Su Yan dodged 2 of them, he was 1 step behind. In the end, he was still 1 step too slow and was hit by another sea beast. His entire body was sent flying backwards. The huge force suddenly shook Su Yan's body. Poochie. Su Yan only felt the blood in his body churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to stop for even a moment. He hurriedly jumped up and looked at the 3 sea beasts. His eyes suddenly narrowed. The spirit chi in his body quickly surged and rushed into the ghost howl sword. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Chapter 181. This was a sea beast that looked like a giant bear. Su Yan didn't know what kind of sea beast this was, nor did he know how much energy this sea beast had, and why it had the special characteristics of sea beasts. If it was only one sea beast, Su Yan could still take advantage of his speed to observe the characteristics of the sea beast. However, at this moment there were 3 sea beasts. Su Yan had nowhere to hide. He had no choice but to attack. A sword art whizzed out, and the huge ghost head instantly slammed into the sea beast that looked like a giant bear. This ghost head was the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan's ghost howl sword. This sword art was so powerful that Su Yan was confident that even a saint of the 5 veins wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, this giant bear-like sea beast didn't seem to care at all. However, it was as if he had completely disregarded it. He was completely unafraid of the huge attack that Su Yan had emitted. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery in its crimson eyes. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, this sea beast was far more powerful than the sea beast that Su Yan encountered just now. It even had some intelligence. Roar! The giant bear sea beast roared, and its body leaped up. Bang! In an instant there was a loud bang, and it instantly tore apart the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan, and directly approached Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, the other 2 sea beasts also didn't stop because of the attack of the giant bear sea beast. As for the other 2 sea beasts, one was like a wild horse, and its speed was extremely fast. The moment it moved, its huge body had already collided with Su Yan. The other sea beast was like a hound, but it was much bigger than a hound. Its body was faintly exuding a hot light, and when the light was emitted, it could make people feel a heat flow in their body. Not only that, the hound sea beast's speed was not slower than the wild horse sea beast. As its 4 limbs moved, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Su Yan. Su Yan had just evaded the giant bear sea beast when he saw the 2 wild horse sea beasts and the hound sea beast attacking him at the same time. The blood dragon pupil was once again alarmed. The attack speed of the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast slowed down a lot. However, they still attacked as fast as lightning. With Su Yan's current strength, there was no way he could avoid it. Invincible golden body. Seeing this, Su Yan reacted quickly. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from Su Yan's body and enveloped Su Yan. Bang! The 2 sea beasts collided at the same time, and under the trembling of the golden light, both of them let out a painful roar and retreated a few meters. Although it was only a few meters, it gave Su Yan a chance to catch his breath. Su Yan hurriedly leaped onto it. As he panted heavily, he floated in mid-air. His eyes stared at these few sea beasts as his mind quickly spun. These 3 sea beasts are clearly much stronger than the ones I have encountered before. If there was only one, perhaps I would have a chance. However, there are 3 now then. Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. In order to avoid the attacks of these 3 sea beasts, Su Yan not only used the sword technique, he also used the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was Su Yan's strongest defense. It was also a life-saving skill that Su Yan had always been proud of. However, with Su Yan's current strength, he could only use the invincible golden body twice. Now he had already used it once. Su Yan already felt that more than half of the spirit chi in his body had been consumed. If he were to use it again, Su Yan would definitely run out of spirit chi. In such a dangerous place, if I can't kill these 3 sea beasts, the invincible golden body obviously can't be used again. Su Yan's eyes turned slightly as he carefully observed the 3 sea beasts. He knew that he definitely couldn't use the invincible golden body to resist the attacks of these 3 sea beasts. Since that's the case, there is only one way left. Fight! Su Yan secretly shouted, and a bright light instantly emitted from his eyes. As the light overflowed, it projected a strong determination to kill. This wasn't because Su Yan wasn't afraid of the 3 sea beasts in front of him, but because Su Yan knew that since he was in such a predicament, the only way was to fight to the end to have a chance of survival. Bang! Without waiting for the three sea beasts to attack, Su Yan's body suddenly exploded. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and emitted a strong spiritual power. In an instant, sword light flashed. The ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand had turned into the pagoda sword. As the pagoda sword light flashed, Su Yan had already made his move. His body surged out like a flood dragon. His speed was so fast that it tore through the void and immediately stirred up a powerful airflow. Not only that, but the Buddha sword also slashed down. The sharp sword light burst out, and a loud whistling sound reverberated in the air. This was just a sword attack and there was nothing fancy about it. However, the power was not inferior to the wailing of thousands of ghosts that Su Yan had just used the ghost howl sword. Not only that, at the moment when Su Yan rushed out, bang, there was a crisp sound. Several flying swords had already circled around Su Yan and rushed up to Su Yan's body. Go to hell! Su Yan shouted and pointed his sword at the giant bear sea beast. In the attack just now, Su Yan had already seen that among the three sea beasts, the giant bear sea beast was the strongest. Since it was the strongest, what Su Yan had to do was to kill the strongest one first. When the giant bear saw Su Yan rushing over, its scarlet eyes once again showed a look of disdain. Similarly, its body did not retreat half an inch. Roar! There was a low roar. Its four limbs suddenly stood upright, and it was only supported by its two hind legs. Its forelimbs were like human hands, and they directly slapped towards Su Yan. What? When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! There was a loud sound as the giant bear's two palms directly slapped Su Yan's body. Su Yan's whole body was suddenly shaken and sent flying. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The flying swords that were revolving around Su Yan also fell. This giant bear sea beast is really strong. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately stood up and murmured. There was still no fear in his heart. Because Su Yan was very clear that if he was afraid, then only death would await him. Su Yan was not only not afraid, but also did not stop. As he waved his hands, the few flying swords that had just fallen instantly rose up again and attacked the giant sea beast. However, this time, before the flying swords flew out, the other two sea beasts had already moved. The hound sea beast and the wild horse sea beast were obviously speed attack sea beasts. The two sea beasts rushed towards Su Yan at the same time. Their speed was like lightning, and in an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the two sea beasts rushing towards him, but he did not panic at all. Instead, his face became calmer. Break! Just when the two sea beasts were about to collide with Su Yan waved his hands and shouted. The flying swords that flew out suddenly changed their direction, and directly attacked the two sea beasts. Obviously, sea beasts that had reached their level already had some intelligence. They never thought that Su Yan would use such a move. The two sea beasts were startled, and hurriedly retreated. Now, Su Yan saw the two sea beasts retreating, and coldly shouted. He clenched the Buddha sword in his hand, and his body rushed forward. Suddenly he attacked the wild horse sea beast. In this dangerous situation, Su Yan knew that he had to go all out to have a chance. At this time Su Yan also used all of his strength to the extreme. The moment his eyes surged, his speed reached an unprecedented speed. Like a dragon in the East Sea, he surged out. In an instant, the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand pierced towards the wild horse sea beast. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion. The Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand directly hit the wild horse sea beast. When Su Yan saw this, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He lightly shouted, and his body directly pierced through the wild horse sea beast's body. Roar! The wild horse sea beast burst out a miserable cry, and its body also went soft and fell to the ground. When Su Yan saw this, he wiped the sweat on his forehead and slightly smiled. One down. However, before Su Yan's smile fell, the wild horse sea beast that had just fallen stood up again. Its body that was pierced by Su Yan was actually slowly recovering. What? When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked and said in surprise, This wild horse sea beast has the ability to regenerate. While Su Yan was still in shock, the giant bear sea beast had already closed in on him. Its huge palm rushed towards Su Yan's body. Although the giant bear sea beast's speed was not as fast as the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast, its strength was much more powerful than the two sea beasts. Of course, its speed was only slightly inferior to the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast. Its real speed was not slow at all. The palm swept past like a hurricane. Su Yan was suddenly shocked, and his blood dragon pupil rotated trying to dodge. However, it was impossible to dodge between the two palms of the giant bear sea beast. When Su Yan saw this, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Since I can't dodge, I will fight with you." While speaking, Su Yan quickly circulated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, and a powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted, exuding a dazzling light. He held the Buddha sword in his hand and directly stabbed towards the palm. Bang! The sword and the palm collided in the void, and suddenly a loud sound erupted. Su Yan originally wanted to pierce through the palm of the giant bear sea beast, but Su Yan found that the giant bear sea beast was not injured at all. At the same time, Su Yan could also feel a huge force coming from the Buddha sword. Pucci, under this powerful force, Su Yan suddenly felt a surge in his body, and blood spurted out. Chapter 182. Su Yan had only received one palm attack from the giant bear. However, the enormous power behind that attack had made Su Yan feel as if his internal organs had been shattered. Cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He supported himself with the Buddha sword and stood up from the ground with difficulty. The giant bear, the wild horse, and the hound weren't in a hurry to attack Su Yan. The three sea beasts were fighting against each other. They were looking at Su Yan with a mocking expression in their eyes. From time to time they would issue low roars. It seemed as if they were discussing something. It also seemed as if they were looking down on Su Yan. Su Yan naturally didn't pay attention to the expressions of these three beasts at this moment. However, these three beasts weren't in a hurry to attack. This gave Su Yan a chance to rest. I can't continue like this. What should I do? Su Yan looked at the three beasts and frowned. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. Just one attack was enough to injure me severely. Su will definitely die here today if this happens again. Then I can't let them attack me again. I'll use my speed to entangle them. I'll also find out the weakness of these sea beasts. Speed, that's right, speed. Su Yan's eyes immediately condensed a burst of bright light as he thought about this. However, this bright light had just surged for a moment when Su Yan saw the restless wild horse and hound sea beasts. But it immediately dimmed down. There was a self-mocking smile on his face. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Even if I can use my speed to entangle them, the spirit energy in my body." The spirit energy in Su Yan's body wasn't enough to support his speed under several all-out attacks. He couldn't even release the invincible golden body now. The injuries he had suffered had also slowed down the speed he was so proud of. Obviously, it was impossible to use speed to control the sea beast. This caused Su Yan to once again fall into a state of confusion. Looking at the three restless sea beasts, Su Yan did not have a trace of fear, but he was unwilling. He was unwilling to lose to the three beasts like this. He was unwilling to lose his life because of this. Roar! Before Su Yan could think further, a loud roar was suddenly heard. It was as if the three sea beasts had discussed something. The wild horse sea beast took the lead and attacked Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It flashed in the void and arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and his pupil shrank. Unfortunately, it was too late. Speed was one of the abilities that Su Yan had always been proud of. However, when the wild horse launched its attack, Su Yan felt overwhelmed. In fact, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Even the blood dragon pupil couldn't catch it. Su Yan was shocked. At the same time, with a loud bang, Su Yan's body was sent flying again. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times and another mouthful of blood gushed out. The spirit chi in his body was almost exhausted. How can this wild horse's speed suddenly become so fast? Su Yan looked at the wild horse. He was puzzled, but more than that, he was astonished. Su Yan had encountered many experts. Even Sovereign Linghai could catch a glimpse of its shadow because of the blood dragon pupil. However, Su Yan found that he couldn't catch a glimpse of the wild horse sea beast. How could Su Yan not be astonished? While Su Yan was still in a state of shock, A loud bang was heard as the hound sea beast moved out once again. Although the hunting dog's attack speed wasn't as fast as the wild horse's, it wasn't slow at all. Moreover, at the moment when the hound sea beast attacked, Su Yan unexpectedly felt a burning sensation. Before the hound sea beast could attack Su Yan suddenly stopped. Su Yan felt a surge of energy in his body, as if it was burning. Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly urged the molten green lotus to resist. Unfortunately, because of the lack of spirit qi, Su Yan felt a burst of pain in his body before the molten green lotus could surge. At the same time, a huge force attacked him. Puchi. Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying back dozens of meters. This time, before Su Yan could stand up, the giant bear sea beast roared. Its forelimbs stood upright, and with a bang it smashed towards the ground. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds were heard, and the entire sea dock's passage trembled as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan was lying on the ground. Because of such an earthquake, his internal organs felt as if they were about to explode. Puji. Su Yan felt uncomfortable and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The condensed light in his eyes had already disappeared. There was only astonishment left in his eyes. He looked sideways at the 3 sea beasts. The wild horse sea beast's body was faintly surging with a dazzling power. The hunting dog sea beast's body was glowing with a fiery red light. The giant bear sea beast didn't have anything on its body, but at a glance it gave people a heavy feeling. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. He suddenly remembered a legend he had read in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peak. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble as he imagined the description in the book, and the power of the 3 sea beasts just now. Wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan's heart trembled as he thought about it. He looked at the 3 sea beasts, and there was unprecedented fear and surprise in his eyes. There had always been very little information about sea beasts. Before coming here, Su Yan had also never seen a sea beast before. However, Su Yan clearly saw the records of the legendary beasts in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peaks, Immortal Sword Peaks, Immortal Sword Peak. Although there was no description of the appearance of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts in the records. However, there was a description of the characteristics of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Wind, just like the wild horse sea beast just now, was as fast as the wind, and couldn't be captured at all. Fire in the attack had the fire attribute which could make people's internal organs burn because of it. Strength was infinite strength. The power contained in it was not clearly recorded in the book, but it was written that if the sea beasts were to show their power, they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. They could overturn the East Sea and cause tsunamis. A sea beast could set off the sea and cause tsunamis. How much power did it have? Su Yan didn't dare to imagine. And now, looking at the characteristics of the 3 sea beasts, they were the legendary beasts of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Especially when Su Yan's sword pierced through the wild horse sea beast just now, the wild horse sea beast was able to recover quickly. This made Su Yan even more convinced that these were the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly as he thought, I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky as to encounter the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Before Su Yan knew about these 3 sea beasts, he still wanted to try his best to kill his way out. But if these 3 were really the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts, then there would be no chance at all. Although Su Yan was arrogant, it didn't mean that he didn't know his own limits. Even if a spiritual sea or square circle realm expert came here, they wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan was only a saint with 3 meridians. In addition, he lacked spiritual energy in his body. It was simply impossible for him to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. Looking at the light surging in the red eyes of the 3 sea beasts and their playful expressions, Su Yan was even more certain that they were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. It seems that I'm going to fail miserably here today. Su Yan looked at the 3 sea beasts and smiled bitterly. The light condensed in his eyes just now also dimmed. After all, the wind, fire, and other sea beasts were legendary existences. Since he had encountered them today, it would be a blessing to die in their hands. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Sigh. Su Yan sighed. The fear he had when he first learned that the 3 sea beasts were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts was gone. There was only unwillingness. He was unwilling to lose his life like this. I'm not willing. Su Yan held his breath and raised his head to shout. Looking at the 3 sea beasts that were glaring at him, his eyes suddenly lit up. If these 3 sea beasts are really the wind, fire, and other sea beasts, then wouldn't it be as recorded in the book? These 3 sea beasts are playful by nature, not bloodthirsty, and have no enmity towards humans. They would even promote some experts that they like. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he thought about it. Although he didn't know the personalities of the 3 sea beasts, Su Yan already had an idea in his mind. I'll give it a try today. Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the Virokana-colored glaze sword in his body. Of course, he didn't attack the 3 sea beasts, but quickly absorbed the ghostly aura around him. Not only did he absorb the ghostly aura around him, but Su Yan also took out the red parting sword case. The Virokana-colored glaze sword quickly circulated, healing his injuries and condensing his 4th Saint Meridian. Su Yan was betting that these 3 sea beasts were the legendary wind, fire, and other sea beasts. He was also betting that these 3 sea beasts would spare him after seeing his performance. Su Yan was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to escape from the 3 sea beasts. Therefore, Su Yan could only gamble. OAO. As Su Yan sat down cross-legged and absorbed the ghostly aura around him to condense his 4th Saint Meridian, the 3 sea beasts looked at each other as if they were discussing something. Su Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly closed his eyes and ignored the 3 sea beasts. He focused on absorbing the spiritual and ghostly aura around him to recover his strength and condense his 4th Saint Meridian. Oh, seeing Su Yan like this, the 3 sea beasts kept growling as if they were discussing something. Suddenly, the giant bear sea beast turned abruptly. Pung, another giant palm slammed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan sat on top of it and felt all the meridians in his body explode. Puchi. Chapter 183. Puchi. Su Yan spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. The blood and chi in his body tumbled. His entire body felt like it was about to explode. The stinging pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. The pain exceeded any pain Su Yan had ever endured. Every meridian, every inch of skin, every piece of flesh felt like it was about to be torn apart at this moment. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. His eyes suddenly opened, but his gaze was like a torch. Because Su Yan knew that if he admitted defeat like this, he would really lose today. Then, he would become a trace of ghost energy in the dense ghost energy here. Master 3 Seas I Su came here today to absorb the ghost energy here. I hope you can help me. Su Yan said to the 3 sea beasts with difficulty. Then he closed his eyes again and quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy and ghost energy. He endured the great pleasure and kept absorbing the ghost energy. The converted spirit energy passed through the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture to all parts of his body. Slowly, a stream of spirit energy surged. However, when the 3 sea beasts saw it, they were obviously stunned. They looked at each other and kept roaring. But this time they didn't disturb Su Yan anymore. Instead, they looked at Su Yan with interest and watched quietly from the side. After about half an hour, it seemed as if the 3 sea beasts had sensed something. Suddenly, the giant bear slapped the ground again. And the earth started to shake violently once again. The spirit energy that Su Yan had just absorbed dissipated again in this earthquake. Puchi, at the same time, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be torn apart again. Su Yan roared and gritted his teeth. He endured the great pain in his body and urged the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture to absorb the ghost energy and spirit energy around him. This moment, bang, 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 the giant bear sea beast showed its power again and shook the ground a few times. The constant tremors caused Su Yan to feel dizzy. He felt like his entire body was about to explode. However, Su Yan's eyes were still as bright as a torch. He didn't ask, nor did he say another word. The spirit chi in his body was scattered, but it condensed once again. Once, twice, countless times. Su Yan's entire body was close to numbness, but his eyes were still like torches. He did not show any signs of wavering as he continued to absorb the surrounding ghost chi. Unfortunately, the 3 sea beasts did not let Su Yan go. While the giant bear was constantly harassing Su Yan, The other two sea beasts were simultaneously attacking Su Yan. In this endless torment, Su Yan's entire body was about to explode. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. I refused to accept this. Su Yan let out a low roar as he fell to the ground and fainted. Looking at the three sea beasts, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The Monster Palace was one of the three major sects in the 5 counties. Because of the Monster Palace's special reasons, the Monster Palace lived on the outskirts of the East Sea of the Monster Palace all year round. On the Great Monster Island, other than managing the matters of the Hidden Demon region, it could be said that they did not care about anything in the world. This also caused the Monster Palace to have many civil wars. After all, every cultivator had the blood of battle flowing in their veins. In addition, the Monster Palace had 4 major palaces. This made the Monster Palace's civil war atmosphere more serious than any other sect in the world. It could even be said that although the Monster Palace was only a sect, it was also one of the 4 major sections. It was divided into 4 major palaces: East, West, North, and South. Each palace master was a sect master. It was precisely because of such an existence that the civil war in the Monster Palace became more and more serious. The Monster Palace would often reveal which palace's disciples were beaten by which palace's disciples. On this day, the East Palace revealed that an East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangong disciple. That's right, he was not beaten but killed. Although fights between palaces were a common occurrence here, the palaces fought against each other. After all, they all belonged to the same sect, so it was relatively rare for them to be killed. The East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangong disciple, which immediately caused a huge uproar in the East Palace. All the disciples of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. The Princess of Chu sat on the throne in the center. There was no trace of expression on her peerless face. Only her eyes emitted a cold gaze, which was enough to see the anger in her heart. All the disciples of the Monster Palace were not as strict as other sects, nor were there other sects where the disciples on each level had different uniforms. In the Monster Palace, there was no exclusive uniform. Even so, it could not be said that the Monster Palace did not have any level rules. At this moment, all the disciples and elders of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. From the position they were standing, it was enough to see that the Monster Palace was also a dignified sect. First, the elders of the East Palace stood at the front, followed by the senior brothers of the East Palace. At this time they were gathered together. All of them had their heads lowered, and did not dare to breathe loudly. They quietly waited for the Princess of Chu to speak. The Princess of Chu looked at the crowd, swept a circle and slowly said, "This time, the Nangong Palace disciple killed my East Palace disciple. Who can explain to me clearly?" Although the Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, it projected an irresistible majesty. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. In the crowd, suddenly, a trembling person knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, reporting to the palace master, "This matter was provoked by the people of the Nangong Palace. This disciple attacked first." The people of the Nangong Palace attacked? The Princess of Chu still said coldly, but the aura emitted from her face made people feel a deep sense of fear. When the person heard the Princess of Chu's words, he suddenly trembled again and hurriedly kowtowed. "Palace master, spare me, spare me. This disciple provoked first, but it was the people of the Nangong Palace who said that there was no one in the East Palace, so this disciple attacked." When the Princess of Chu heard this person's words, she was still expressionless, but the light emitted from her eyes became colder and colder. After a while, suddenly a snort came out from her nose. "You were not wrong to attack, but I heard that there were only 2 people on the Nangong Palace side. Could it be? Palace master, spare me, spare me." The person did not wait for the Princess of Chu to finish speaking, and his whole body trembled as he begged for mercy. The Princess of Chu could not help but frown. Originally she wanted to interrogate this matter, but now it seemed that the Princess of Chu already knew, so there was no need to interrogate this matter. Especially when she saw the person begging for mercy, she could not help but sigh in her heart. Although the East Palace is the ruler of the Monster Palace, the disciples of the East Palace are not comparable to the North, South, and West Palaces. They have tarnished the prestige of the East Palace. If this continues, the East Palace will be suppressed sooner or later, sigh. When the Princess of Chu thought about the disciples of the East Palace, she could only sigh and sigh. Especially when she thought about the competition between the disciples of the four great palaces, she felt even more melancholy. Is there really no one in the East Palace? As the Princess of Chu lamented in her heart, she suddenly thought of a person, Su Yan. As the Princess of Chu thought about it, she looked down and did not see Su Yan's figure. She frowned and coldly shouted, "Su Yan, where are you?" "Palace Master, Su Yan went to the sea dock this morning." Someone who knew where Su Yan went came forward and reported. The sea dock. When the Princess of Chu heard this, she could not help but frown. Her heart was even more startled. She did not ask about the matter of the disciple being killed, and waved her hand to leave the main hall, leaving behind a group of astonished East Palace disciples. After the Princess of Chu left the main hall, she went to her own place of seclusion. She walked straight to a desk and looked at a crystal bead on the desk. With a wave of her hand, an image appeared on the crystal bead. The figure that appeared in the image was Su Yan. When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan lying motionless on the ground, she frowned again. At the same time, she could not help but feel a surge of anger. This boy really overestimated himself. How dare he barge into the sea dock with the strength of a mere saint of 3 bloodlines? The Princess of Chu was furious and was about to go out. However, on second thought she turned back. This boy is courting death. Why should I save him? Anyway, his origin is unknown, and there are many secrets hidden in his body. It's better to let him stay in the sea dock. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not intend to save Su Yan. She just glanced at the image on the crystal bead and was about to turn it off. But just as she was about to turn it off, the Princess of Chu suddenly saw Su Yan move in the image. She could not help but be stunned. When she looked again, she saw Su Yan slowly getting up from the ground. The Princess of Chu could not help but smile. This boy is strong. Looking at the fierce battle in the image, coupled with the blood on the ground, it's obvious that he's heavily injured. I can't believe he's still alive. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not turn off the image. Instead, she watched with interest. In the sea dock, Su Yan naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was watching him. He slowly got up from the ground and touched his body with a look of horror on his face. "I'm actually not dead." Su Yan was surprised. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly operated his cultivation method. An excited smile immediately appeared on his face. "For bloodlines, Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. I've condensed the Ghost Chi Saint bloodline." Ha ha ha. Su Yan could not help but laugh. While feeling happy, Su Yan could not help but feel puzzled at the same time. "I clearly felt that I was killed by the 3 sea beasts. What's going on?" Just as Su Yan was puzzled, a divine thought suddenly appeared in his mind. "Boy, your perseverance has affected the 3 venerables. Today I'll spare your life. I'll also bestow upon you a special ability of the 3 venerables, the illusion technique." When Su Yan heard this voice, he suddenly trembled. At the same time, he immediately felt a memory flowing into his mind. It was the illusion technique. This illusion technique was a kind of secret technique. Through the bloodline, one could temporarily enter the illusion and transform into various forms. Of course, the form of this transformation was determined by one's cultivation. The form that one transformed into for the first time would be that form. Chapter 184. Illusionary Skill. Su Yan could not help but lick his lips as he combed through the memories left behind by the sea beasts. His eyes shone brightly, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Su Yan had never expected that his efforts would not only not cause him to die in the hands of the wind, fire and fire beasts, but also bring him such benefits. Furthermore, he had successfully condensed his 4th Saint Meridian. How could Su Yan not be happy and excited? Anyone would be happy and excited. After all, it was already a blessing to be able to survive. Furthermore, he had obtained a secret skill that was definitely above the Xian level. Could this be the legendary saying that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future? Su Yan grinned. Thinking about it, even someone as strict as him couldn't help but mock himself. Right at this moment, another memory appeared in his mind. "Lad, of course, the illusionary skill that you obtained was not given to you for free. After 10 years, you must return to this sea dock and accept my orders." "What? Hearing the memories of the Three Seas giant beast, Su-Yen could not help but be startled. That aura from just now was also covered up. Su-Yen was truly grateful to the Three Seas giant beast for this matter. After all, if the Three Sea beasts had not shown mercy, Su-Yen would have definitely died here and turned into a wisp of ghostly aura. Not to mention, the Three Sea beasts had given him the illusionary skill. One must know that the illusionary skill was something that Su-Yen had only heard of in legends. Although Su-Yen had not verified the strength of the illusionary skill, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary skill based on the complexity of the cultivation of the illusionary skill. However, no matter what, if it was a gift from the Three Seas giant beast, Su-Yen would definitely accept this favor. However, if Su-Yen were to return to the sea dock and accept the orders of the Three Seas giant beast after 10 years, Su-Yen could never agree to this. It was not that Su-Yen looked down on the Three Seas giant beast. As the saying goes, the strong are respected. The fact that the Three Seas giant beast was able to leave behind memories in his mind meant that it had gained sentience and was no different from a human. Instead, it was the unique arrogance that belonged to Su-Yen. That was the arrogance of a man. Therefore, Su-Yen definitely could not obey the Three Seas giant beast's orders. Not to mention Su-Yen's current identity as the sect leader of the Buddha Sword sect. Even if Su-Yen was just a man, Su-Yen would definitely not listen to the orders of others. I, Su-Yen, have always been a lone wolf. I have never been tied down by anything. How can I be ordered around by others? Su-Yen gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with unswerving determination. He wanted to refuse. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the Three Seas giant beast in the vicinity. Su-Yen did not even have the chance to refuse. 10 years. Su-Yen gritted his teeth. It was not that he did not think about not coming back after 10 years. However, Su-Yen knew that the Three Seas giant beast was not afraid that he would not come back after 10 years. Su-Yen even suspected that the Three Seas giant beast had placed some kind of seal in his body. Unfortunately, Su-Yen did not find any seal in his body after checking his body several times. However, Su-Yen's actions stunned the Princess of Chu, who was observing him in the East Palace. Did he find out that I planted a seal in his body? The Princess of Chu thought about it, but quickly shook her head and rejected this idea. If Su-Yen had reached her level, the Princess of Chu would believe it. However, Su-Yen was only a 3-bloodline saint. The Princess of Chu did not believe that Su-Yen could find out that she had planted a seal in his body. Of course, Su-Yen really did not find out. After checking his body, Su-Yen did not find anything strange, so he could only give up. Of course, not finding anything did not mean that Su-Yen believed that the Three Seas giant beast had not planted any seal in his body. After all, Su-Yen knew himself very well. Su-Yen knew that he was only a newborn calf in the eyes of many experts with his current strength. 10 years, 10 years. Su-Yen murmured a few more times before finally thinking of something. His eyes immediately shone with resplendent light as he raised his head and said loudly, "Sovereign of the Three Seas, I, Su-Yen, am indebted to you today. I, Su-Yen, will definitely repay you in the future. However, I, Su-Yen, have always been a lone wolf. If you want me to return 10 years later and listen to your orders, I, Su-Yen, will definitely not agree to it. Right now, regardless of whether the three of you can hear me or not, I, Su-Yen, will definitely return to this place after 10 years and settle this matter today." After Su-Yen finished speaking, he bowed to the air and stood up. His eyes shone with a never-before-seen determination. He thought to himself, regardless of whether there is a seal in my body or not, I will return to this place in 10 years. It wasn't that Su-Yen wanted to come back and listen to the Three Seas giant beast's orders. It was just that Su-Yen was a person who valued friendship. He wanted to return this favor. Of course, these were all matters for the future. Su-Yen did not dwell on it. After all, 10 years was still a long time. Right now, Su-Yen was more concerned about the illusion technique. After reading the illusion technique again, Su-Yen could not wait to sit down cross-legged and begin to cultivate. Although this transmogrification secret technique did not have a clear classification, Su-Yen knew that if he cultivated this transmogrification secret technique, it would definitely become a great trump card for him in the future. The cultivation method in his body circulated, leading to the major meridians and condensing, constantly spreading to all parts of his body. According to the cultivation method of this illusion technique, it stimulated all of his skin. However, after just the first time, Suyen felt that the spirit in his body was lacking. He had to stop, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This illusion technique is really mysterious, Suyen said with a smile, no longer in a hurry to cultivate. After just cultivating, Suyen knew that it was definitely not a day's work to successfully cultivate this illusion technique. At this moment, he was still in the sea dock. There were hidden dangers everywhere, so it was obviously not suitable for cultivation. After stopping his cultivation, Suyen stood up and looked into the depths of the sea dock. He could not help but frown. I came here today for the ghost chi. Now that the fourth Saint Meridian has been condensed, this sea dock. Suyen looked in front of him in a daze. Suyen had seen how dangerous this sea dock was. However, looking into the depths, Suyen felt that he would definitely regret it if he left today. This was an indescribable and mysterious feeling. Suyen also did not know what was going on. Just by looking at each other, he felt that if he left today, he would definitely regret it in the future. Suyen stood there and looked at each other for a while. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a sharp light shot out. I, Suyen, have never done anything that I regret. Since I have this feeling today, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will take a look. After saying that, Suyen did not hesitate in the slightest and resolutely stepped forward. In the Eastern Palace, Empress Chu, who was standing in front of the crystal ball, flew into a rage. You overconfident brat. You're already lucky to be able to come this far without dying. Yet you still have the guts to continue forward. You really don't know your place. In her anger, the Princess of Chu wanted to summon Suyen to return. However, just as she turned around, she thought, this person has just entered the monster palace. I don't know anything about him. Why should I care so much about him? In fact, the Princess of Chu had been paying attention to Suyen since the first time she saw the secrets hidden in Suyen's body. Now that Suyen had entered the sea dock, it naturally attracted the Princess of Chu's attention. This was because the Princess of Chu had gone deep into the sea dock before. At that time, the Princess of Chu was already a spirit sea knight. At that time, the Princess of Chu had not encountered the wind, fire, or the three sea beasts. She had almost died in the sea dock, so the Princess of Chu was very clear about the dangers of the sea dock. As for how Suyen was able to reach this place, he was well aware of it. It was already a miracle that Suyen could reach this place with his strength. However, Suyen still wanted to go forward. How could the Princess of Chu not be angry? However, when she thought about how Suyen had chosen this path, the anger in the Princess of Chu's heart lessened a lot. She did not leave, but quietly observed Suyen in the crystal. Boy, since you want to go forward, it's good. Let me see how good you are. Let me see how good you are for Linger to think so highly of you. The Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, the Princess of Chu did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Suyen. In the past few days, Chu Linger's evaluation of Suyen had become higher and higher. Moreover, when the Princess of Chu had checked Suyen's body that day, the Princess of Chu had unknowingly become more and more interested in Suyen. Of course, Suyen did not know that the Princess of Chu was still looking at him in the Eastern Palace. If he knew, Suyen would not go forward. After all, he had too many secrets. Suyen knew that he did not have the strength to protect them, so Suyen did not want to expose them to others. Unfortunately, Suyen did not know that a pair of eyes were staring at him, and he walked forward resolutely. The moment he walked forward, the pulling force from before became stronger. Suyen could not help but frown. What is in this dock? Why is there a force pulling me? Suyen frowned and his footsteps quickened. Of course, his whole body was in a state of alert. Suyen did not dare to underestimate the dangers of the dock. After all, there could be sea beasts that were difficult to deal with here at any time. However, the more Suyen was on guard against the appearance of sea beasts, the more he did not encounter any. Based on his previous experience, he was certain that there would be sea beasts within half a kilometer of the dock. However, Suyen had already walked for half an hour, and he still did not see a single sea beast. This made Suyen puzzled. What is going on? Could it be that there are no more sea beasts along the way? Hoo. Just as Suyen was thinking, a whistling sound suddenly came, accompanied by a strong hurricane. Chapter 185. Rumble. Although the hurricane was not strong, the entire dock shook like an earthquake after a while. A loud noise followed, and as it got closer, one could vaguely feel the smell of the sea in the hurricane. Su Yan could not help but frown. This is not only Su Yan but Princess Chu, who had been using the crystal bead to observe in the East Palace, also frowned when she felt the tremors in the dock. However, as the tremors in the dock became more and more intense, Su Yan and Princess Chu seemed to have thought of something, and both of them could not help but tremble. Hurricane and tsunami. Princess Chu could not help but exclaim in her practice room, her beautiful face full of shock. Su Yan, on the other hand, let out a low growl from within the dock. On this handsome face, in addition to shock, there was more fear. Tsunami. Although Su Yan had never seen one before, he had read about tsunamis in a book. Tsunamis were the wrath of the Bohai Sea. This dock was located in the East Sea, and the eruption of hurricanes and tsunamis was the wrath of the East Sea. Not to mention the strong hurricane, the waves that were accompanied by were enough to shatter all living things, which was the most terrifying. It was said that even if the Supreme Spirit Sea encountered a tsunami, there was only one choice, and that was to run. And Su Yan was only a Formeridian saint. Then rumble. At the moment when the powerful noise came again, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. The solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and he stepped on the sword dragon and rushed out. As for the force just now, Su Yan had long forgotten about it. Because Su Yan knew very well that no matter what kind of force was pulling him, he had to save his life. Su Yan rushed forward with all his strength, and his speed was like a bolt of lightning, and he was suddenly 100 meters away. Unfortunately, the loud noise behind him was getting louder and louder. Even though Su Yan was extremely fast, he still couldn't escape. The moment Su Yan turned his head around, a wave rolled over. As it rolled, the trees and rocks around the dock were instantly destroyed. Suddenly, the entire dock looked like it was doomsday. Su Yan stared blankly at the powerful explosive force of the hurricane and tsunami. However, while he was in a daze, the waves had already surged over, accompanied by a hurricane. This time, the hurricanes were no longer as weak as before. Every time a hurricane passed by, it would instantly cause a series of explosions. They were like sharp blades that directly cut through the skin. In just a moment, Su Yan felt as though his entire body was being torn apart by the powerful hurricane. His body could not help but churn and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan was shocked. What a strong wind! Su Yan was shocked, but his reaction was also very fast. He hurriedly operated his cultivation method, and the powerful spiritual energy in his body quickly surged out to protect his body. Unfortunately, even so, Su Yan still felt as though his entire body was being cut by countless sharp blades. And this was only a hurricane and there were no waves. The speed of the stormy waves was also astonishing. In an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan wanted to escape, but unfortunately, he could not keep up with the speed. Fight! Seeing that there was no way to escape, Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly operated the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body. The powerful spiritual energy suddenly burst out, and a bright golden light was emitted from Su Yan's body. Invincible golden body. That's right, Su Yan was using the invincible golden body. Bang! Just as Su Yan used the invincible golden body, the stormy wave suddenly hit Su Yan's body, setting off a huge wave. All the surrounding vegetation and rocks were destroyed, and Su Yan was also enduring the attack of the stormy waves. That powerful force, even with the support of the invincible golden body, still caused Su Yan to feel as though countless sharp blades were cutting his body, and he felt a great pain. Bang! 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 The stormy waves hit Su Yan's body one after another. Su Yan's eyes were like torches, and there was no trace of struggle. Su Yan knew that only by persevering through these stormy waves could he survive. While Su Yan was enduring the onslaught of the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu, who was in the Eastern Palace, could see everything clearly. Seeing the countless stormy waves hitting Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yan would not be able to withstand it, but Su Yan was still able to withstand it. This boy really has some ability. Although her daughter kept talking about Su Yan's merits in her ears, the Princess of Chu still did not believe that Su Yan was outstanding. Now that she saw Su Yan being washed by the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu finally had a whole new level of respect for Su Yan. This new level of respect was not only because of the secrets Su Yan had, but also because of the recognition of Su Yan's strength. The Princess of Chu watched as Su Yan, who was inside the crystal ball, became more and more difficult to withstand. The Princess of Chu could not help but feel compassion for him. There were thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. Even if it was the eldest disciple of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu still did not put them in her eyes. She treated them equally. But for some reason, when she found out about Su Yan's secrets, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yan was not simple. Now that she saw Su Yan in the sea dock, she felt that Su Yan was not a simple person. His admiration for Su Yan deepened. At the same time, he had a vague feeling that Su Yan would become a dazzling new star in the Eastern Palace. Looking at Su Yan's expression that was becoming more and more difficult to hold on, Chu Wangfei's heart was moved and she wanted to save him. But in the end she steeled her heart and said, "Su Yan, if you really have the ability, come out of the sea dock. When you come out, you will become the prince consort of the Eastern Palace." Although the Princess of Chu said this to Su Yan, in fact it was also said to herself. The so-called pitiful hearts of parents in the world. No matter how high the Princess of Chu stood, she was just an ordinary mother in front of Chu Linger. The Princess of Chu knew very well that although the Monster Palace had not been involved in the affairs of the world for so long, because of the Monster Palace, one day it would go to the point where the world would kill it. She, the Princess of Chu, was not afraid. But she was not afraid. She was afraid. She was worried about her daughter. Although her daughter was talented and intelligent, she did not know the dangers of the world. A long time ago, the Princess of Chu wanted to find a good husband for Chu Linger. Unfortunately, there were many capable people in the Eastern Palace. There was still no one who could catch the eye of the Princess of Chu. It was not until Su Yan's appearance that the plan that Chu Wangfei had been plotting for a long time was born again. "Su Yan, I hope you can come out of here." The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's ugly expression in the crystal bead. She gritted her teeth and did not choose to go to the sea dock to help Su Yan. Instead, she stared straight at the crystal bead. She wanted to see if Su Yan was qualified to be the prince consort of the Eastern Palace. Of course, Su Yan did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking in her heart. He did not even know that the Princess of Chu was looking at him. Facing these huge waves, Su Yan only had one thought, and that was to survive. Under the attack of the huge waves, Su Yan's clothes had long been tattered, and his body was also covered with wounds. The spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted under the attack of the waves. However, the stormy waves did not stop because of this. "I have already used the invincible golden body twice, and now I am completely relying on the last trace of spiritual energy to support myself. If this spiritual energy is exhausted, I, Su, will definitely die in these waves." Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the attack of the stormy waves. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to deal with it. Even if I can withstand the attack of these waves, the entire sea dock will be submerged. I can't breathe and I can't escape the fate of death. Su Yan frowned and his mind was constantly thinking of a way. Su Yan was very clear that even if he could barely withstand the attack of the stormy waves, he would not be able to withstand it. However, even if he could withstand such a powerful hurricane and tsunami attack, the entire dock would be submerged. At that time, even if Su Yan could withstand it, he would not be able to breathe and would still die here. "What should I do? What should I do?" Su Yan growled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The illusion skill, yes, if I can master the illusion skill now and turn into a dragon, can't I get out of here? Su Yan thought, and a bright light suddenly gushed out of his eyes. When the last wave attacked, Su Yan held his breath, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly operated. At the same time, he silently recited the illusion skill's formula. His whole body quickly began to cultivate according to the transformation method in the illusion skill, because the entire sea dock was submerged by the sea. At this moment, Su Yan's whole body was immersed in the water, and he could not breathe at all. No matter how strong a warrior was, if he lost air and breath, it meant that only death was left. Gulp. Gulp. Moreover, Su Yan's spiritual energy was scarce at this moment. In just a few breaths, Su Yan felt a surge in his body. He could not help but open his mouth, spitting out countless bubbles and swallowing a few mouthfuls of sea water. This made Su Yan, who was already uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from the sea water. Su Yan's mind shook. Looking at the submerged sea dock, he saw a few sea beasts approaching him. Damn it! Su Yan, who was already uncomfortable, could not help but curse when he saw these sea beasts coming in. He watched as these sea beasts slowly approached him. Su Yan wanted to resist them, but unfortunately, he did not have the strength to do so. At this moment, Su Yan, who was lacking spiritual energy in his body, was submerged in the sea water. He could not use any strength at all. He could only watch as these sea beasts approached him. If I don't transform today, I will definitely die. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he could not stop these sea beasts. The only way now was to successfully transform. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, Su Yan would have a chance. Chapter 186. Illusion Technique. When Su Yan had just obtained this technique, he had already determined the form he wanted to transform into. That was the world's greatest divine beast, the dragon. In his previous life, Su Yan was a descendant of the dragon. In this life, Su Yan was even more deeply indebted to the dragon. The blood dragon pupil had 2 dragons in it, which was why it had such a miraculous effect. And Su Yan's body had also been forged by the bone dragon. If Su Yan's body had not been modified by the bone dragon, Su Yan's body would have been destroyed by the powerful attack, even if he had an invincible golden body. Therefore, it could be said that Su Yan was deeply indebted to the dragon. In the first moment, the form Su Yan chose to transform into was already confirmed to be a dragon. However, the illusion technique was actually so easy to cultivate. This was a secret technique. Regardless of a warrior's knowledge of secret techniques, it was also a test of a warrior's talent in secret techniques. Su Yan had already cultivated it once just now, and knew that this secret technique could not be cultivated in a day or two. Su Yan chose to give up. However, Su Yan had no choice now. At this moment, Su Yan's body was lacking in spirit qi, and only by completing the illusion could he survive. This was the only way. Although Su Yan was seriously injured at this moment, his eyes were like torches. He knew very well that completing the illusion was his last chance. Submerged in the sea, Su Yan endured the immense pain of not being able to breathe. However, Su Yan's face did not have a trace of emotion, and the great sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body quickly circulated. In his mind, he constantly recited the incantation of the illusion technique. Perhaps Su Yan still had some understanding of the illusion technique the first time, but this was the second time, and Su Yan had confirmed the form he wanted to transform into, and Su Yan himself had the bone dragon to refine his body. Coupled with the 2 dragons in his eyes, it was naturally much easier for him to cultivate the illusion technique compared to ordinary people. As he recited the chant, Su Yan's body slowly began to change. Su Yan could not help but feel overjoyed. Is it going to transform? The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was about to complete his transformation, but unfortunately at the last moment. Pfft. Su Yan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood scattered in the sea like a bloody mist. What's going on? Su Yan was shocked and quickly realized the crux of the problem. Because the illusion technique also required the support of spiritual energy. Su Yan's spirit qi had long been depleted while he was enduring those terrifying waves. Now that he had to resist the invasion of the seawater, the spirit qi in his body was depleted. How could he withstand the transformation? Illusion technique, dragon form, activate. Su Yan let out an unwilling roar and once again attacked the blood vessels in his body. Unfortunately, due to the lack of spiritual energy, not only did the attack fail to complete the transformation, it was instead attacked by a devouring force. Pfft. Su Yan could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times and swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater, causing his already uncomfortable body to fall into a state of near death. However, Su Yan did not think about this. No matter how uncomfortable his body was, Su Yan could hold on. What Su Yan cared about now was how to get out of here and how to resist the incoming sea beasts. Could it be that I can't escape the fate of death today? Su Yan recalled that when he entered the sea dock today, He had been on the brink of death several times. At this moment, as he looked at the sea monster that was continuously approaching him, and his chest that was becoming more and more uncomfortable, Su Yan could not help but reveal a bitter smile. At the same time, a look of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. In the East Palace, the Princess of Chu looked at this scene and frowned slightly, but her face was still as cold as ice. She had no intention of rescuing him. She just looked at the sea beasts that were about to pounce on Su Yan and said to herself regretfully, "Su Yan, I have to admit that you are tenacious and indomitable. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant. You can only blame yourself for dying in this tsunami today." As the Princess of Chu spoke, she closed her eyes. There was regret and compassion in her eyes. Of course, her compassion was not for Su Yan's imminent death, but for her daughter. Su Yan was the only son-in-law that the Princess of Chu liked, but at this moment, everything was about to come to an end. "Su Yan, your origin is unknown. If you die in the dock today, I won't have to worry about you," the Princess of Chu muttered to herself. As she spoke, she waved her hand to close the image of the crystal bead. Because she had already seen the several sea beasts wandering in the sea have already pounced on Su Yan. In this situation, even if the Princess of Chu wanted to save Su Yan still could not escape death. For someone who was already dead, the Princess of Chu did not have the mood to pay attention to him. Bang! The moment the Princess of Chu waved her hand, the Princess of Chu was stunned. "What is this?" The Princess of Chu looked at the image in the crystal bead in astonishment. Her face was full of surprise and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Princess of Chu's face was full of disbelief, but the image transmitted from the crystal bead was real. She saw that Su Yan, who was about to fall into the sea beasts' mouths, suddenly surged with golden light and burst out with a powerful force. Su Yan's entire body exploded and turned into a giant dragon. Transformation technique this. How can this Su Yan know the long-lost secret technique of my monster palace? How is this possible? When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan transform into a dragon, her entire face was distorted. Her entire head was about to stick to the crystal bead. Her eyes were full of surprise. Could it be that this Su Yan stole the monster palace's transformation technique? As the Princess of Chu thought, she immediately shook her head and rejected the idea. The transformation technique had been lost for hundreds of years, and Su Yan was only in his early 20s. How could Su Yan have stolen the Monster Palace's transformation technique? Could it be that Su Yan encountered a fortuitous encounter? As the Princess of Chu thought, she was even more certain of this idea. Her eyes flashed, and she looked at Su Yan's eyes with a hint of charm, as if she had made up her mind. Naturally, Su Yan didn't know that he was being watched. At the last moment when the sea beasts rushed over, Su Yan continuously completed the transformation. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in his body was insufficient. Even if Su Yan had mastered the essentials of transformation, he still couldn't complete it. He watched the sea beasts open their bloody mouths to swallow him. Su Yan almost fell into despair. And it was in this despair that Su Yan suddenly felt a warmth in his dantian, and a wisp of spiritual energy surged up. Although this wisp of spiritual energy wasn't much, it was Su Yan's last ray of hope. Su Yan didn't have time to be surprised. Why did this spiritual energy suddenly appear in his dantian? He rushed up and completed the first transformation. Su Yan ignored the great pain in his body that felt like it was being torn apart, and ignored the fact that his whole body was about to explode. Only a burst of light surged in his red eyes, a burst of light of excitement. Under this light, all the pain seemed so insignificant. This was because Su Yan knew that he was about to complete the transformation. He was going to leave this place and he didn't have to die here today. Roar golden light flickered, and a tremendous force spread out like a tidal wave. The entire submerged dock was immediately shaken by Su Yan's low roar. The sea beasts that were swarming over were forced to retreat one after another under the pressure of this tremendous force. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth. He let out another low roar and his dragon body, which had already completely transformed, swiftly moved out. Dragon, it was the ruler of all things. It could adapt to the sky, the earth, and the sea. At this moment, Su Yan, who had transformed into his dragon form, was like a fish in water within the sea. His speed had also increased by dozens of times. As he swam forward, his enormous front claws opened and directly tore two sea beasts into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the sea beasts that were chasing after Su Yan fled. However, Su Yan didn't intend to let them go. He swam, his speed was like lightning, and those sea beasts couldn't escape at all. In a few breaths they were all torn into pieces. The transformation technique is indeed powerful. After tearing all the sea beasts into pieces, Su Yan couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Of course, this smile didn't blossom on his face at this moment, because Su Yan was no longer in human form. Instead, he was in dragon form. The huge dragon head cracked a smile, and only a roar could be heard. I don't know how long this transformation technique can last. It's better for me to go out first. After Su Yan dealt with the sea beasts, he also knew that the transmogrification technique would definitely have a time limit. Once it disappeared, it would be troublesome if he wanted to go out again. He didn't care too much and swam towards the dock's exit. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a pulling force surging towards him. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud sound, and a ray of light burst out from his storage bag. The powerful sword essence surged out, and the sound of the sword was loud. The heaven-destroying sword actually came out by itself. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. After obtaining the heaven-destroying sword in the sword collection tomb, Su Yan had never used the heaven-destroying sword. It wasn't just because the heaven-destroying sword had lost its sword spirit, blade and sword tassel. It was because Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he still couldn't control the heaven-destroying sword. After all, the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon. Now that he wasn't powerful enough, and the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon, it would attract too much attention and attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when Su Yan obtained the heaven-destroying sword, he had never used it. Now that he saw the heaven-destroying sword surging out by itself, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Why did the heaven-destroying sword come out by itself? Su Yan frowned. Suddenly he thought of something and his eyes lit up. Could it be? At this moment Su Yan saw a ray of light in the sea. The heaven-destroying sword swam up by itself, and directly merged with the ray of light. As it merged, a powerful ray of light burst out. The ray of light overflowed, and countless sword essences surged out. Chapter 187. Roar. In the face of such a powerful sword essence attack, Su Yan still felt a tremor in his body even though he had the sword essence holy meridian. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. The roar spread out in the sea. It immediately formed a huge wave that attacked the surroundings. However, the moment it got close to the Zhutian sword, it was absorbed and exploded. Countless waves surged. Even though Su Yan was in a transformed state, the moment the waves surged, the huge power still made Su Yan feel that his whole body was about to be unstable. He kept retreating. What a powerful power! Su Yan was dumbfounded. In the East Palace of the Monster Palace, there was a person who had the same expression as Su Yan. Godly sword weapon. The Princess of Chu looked at the Zhutian sword with a surprised expression. Of course, while she was surprised by the Zhutian sword, the Princess of Chu was more surprised by Su Yan. Su Yan was highly praised by her daughter. Let's not talk about this for now. Su Yan's secrets were enough to make the Princess of Chu worried. In addition, Su Yan had entered the sea dock. Not only could he reach the sea dock, but he could also survive the hurricane and tsunami. This was already a miracle. Not only that, but Su Yan also mastered the Monster Palace's lost transmogrification secret skill. If the Princess of Chu hadn't been so smart, it would have been difficult for her to accept. Now Su Yan had taken out another godly weapon. How could Chu Wangfei believe it? But between disbelief and disbelief, she had no choice but to believe it, because the scene in the crystal pearl was real. Who is this Su Yan? Originally, the Princess of Chu had a look of approval for Su Yan. After all these years, she had never looked at the younger generation in a different light. Now she saw Su Yan in a new light. This was also the reason why the Princess of Chu had made Su Yan the prince consort of the Monster Palace. At that time, although the Princess of Chu had doubts about Su Yan's identity, the Princess of Chu was confident that she had placed a seal on Su Yan's body. No matter what Su Yan did in the future, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, the moment she saw the heaven-destroying sword, The Princess of Chu could not help but doubt. Would her prohibition really work on her? Thinking of this, the Princess of Chu became even more wary of Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan was still unaware of this matter. He just stared blankly at the heaven-destroying sword. After 10 breaths, Su Yan felt a wave of spiritual energy leaving his body. Is this a sign that the illusion technique is about to disappear? Su Yan frowned slightly. If the illusion technique disappeared, Su Yan would definitely not be able to get out. Why did the heaven-destroying sword suddenly release such a strange phenomenon? How long will this phenomenon last? Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the heaven-destroying sword. The loss of spiritual energy in his body became more and more obvious. The heaven-destroying sword did not have any intention of stopping. It continued to spin in the water, releasing a strong force that prevented Su Yan from getting close. No, I have to get out. If I don't, I won't have another chance. Su Yan felt the rapid loss of spiritual energy in his body. He knew that this was a sign that the illusion technique was about to disappear. Looking at the heaven-destroying sword that was continuously releasing a strong force, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Roar with a low roar, it opened its huge claws and grabbed at the heaven-destroying sword. At the moment when the claws grabbed at the sword, a strong force suddenly surged. Su Yan felt as if his hands were being burned by a raging fire. That strong force was very intimidating. It caused the blood in Su Yan's body to circulate in reverse. The heaven-destroying sword seemed to want to break free from Su Yan's hands. Countless waves of force were spreading and destroying Su Yan's claws. Is the heaven-destroying sword trying to break free? Su Yan frowned. With a low roar, he grabbed the heaven-destroying sword with more force. The moment the force increased, the pain in his claws became more and more intense. However, Su Yan's eyes were still like torches and his face was expressionless. Let's go. Su Yan gritted his teeth and grabbed the heaven-destroying sword and stuffed it into his storage bag. Only then did the strong force stop. At the same time, Su Yan also felt that the spiritual energy in his body was being drained more and more rapidly. His entire body could not support it anymore. I have to get out quickly. Su Yan was very clear that this was an illusion technique and was about to disappear. He did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly swam out. His speed was as fast as lightning and he was already a few hundred meters away in an instant. However, because Su Yan walked too far in, even if Su Yan was moving at a very fast speed, he still could not catch up with the loss of spiritual energy in his body. Bang! With the sound of water splashing, Su Yan immediately returned to his original state. The feeling of chest tightness came again, and at the same time Su Yan felt weak all over his body. Countless waves were like invisible pressure that directly pressed down on him. Su Yan suddenly felt dizzy. No, I have to get out. Su Yan almost fainted. At the last moment, Su Yan exploded with a loud sound. Su Yan let out a low roar as he used the last bit of strength he had to swim out. Bang! His whole body directly hit out and flew out of the dock and finally reached the ground. At the same time, Su Yan also fainted. It was not until half an hour later that Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Because this was the entrance to the dock and the dock was recognized as a dangerous place in the Monster Palace, there were very few people coming and going here. Su Yan fainted again for half an hour and no one disturbed him. Su Yan opened his eyes and wanted to stand up, but he felt that his limbs were weak. Just as he stood up, he fell to the ground again. It seems that this illusion technique is not without side effects. Su Yan quickly understood that this was the side effect of using the illusion technique. At that time, Su Yan originally thought that the illusion technique he learned would become a weapon for his attack in the future. But now it seemed that the illusion technique could only be used as his last trump card. Even so, Su Yan was still very happy. Especially lying on the ground and looking at the white clouds in the blue sky, Su Yan could not help but smile. It's good to be alive. In this enlightenment, Su Yan also learned about the dangers of the dock. If there is nothing in the future, I really should not go to dangerous places. This time, if it was not for a coincidence, I really would not have been able to come out. Su Yan looked at the dock and sighed. Then he thought of the sky-destroying sword. He patted his storage bag and the sky-destroying sword suddenly appeared. When it appeared, countless rays of light jumped up and a strong sword cry burst out. It was very different from before. Su Yan looked carefully and saw that there was an additional sword tassel on the hilt of the sky-destroying sword. Su Yan could not help but laugh. Haha, I did not expect the sword tassel of the sky-destroying sword to be in the dock. Ha ha ha, it was really easy to get it. When Su Yan obtained the sky-destroying sword, he already knew that the sky-destroying sword was missing a sword tassel, a sword blade, and a sword spirit. At that time, Su Yan was still thinking about where to find these three things. He did not expect to find the sword tassel when he came to the dock. Su Yan was wild with joy. He kept fiddling with the sky-destroying sword for a while before putting it back into the storage bag. After all, the sky-destroying sword was too eye-catching. But the moment the sky-destroying sword came out of the storage bag, there was already a strange movement. The sword light flashed and attracted the attention of the disciples of the West Palace of the Monster Palace. There were disciples rushing over. Of course, Su Yan did not know. At that moment, Su Yan was still immersed in the excitement of obtaining the sky-destroying sword tassel, leaping into the fourth line of saints, and obtaining the illusion technique. After being excited for a full hour, Su Yan finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. When I return to the East Palace, I have to enter the West Palace boundary. I have to quickly recover my spiritual power. As Su Yan muttered to himself, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to use the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual to recover the spiritual power in his body. The moment Su Yan recovered his strength, he did not notice that not far away, there were a few eyes staring at him. The disciple of the West Palace, Wu Yang, was one of the recognized geniuses of the West Palace. At the age of 15, he was already a 7-line saint. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was difficult to find in the entire Monster Palace. Wu Yang was a suspicious person and never did anything he was not sure of. Looking at Su Yan sitting cross-legged, Wu Yang did not rush forward. Instead, he watched carefully. Beside him, a disciple of the West Palace, Zhou Chan, a 5-line saint, saw Wu Yang hesitate and reminded him in a low voice, "Senior brother Wu, look at this kid's spiritual power fluctuations. He is only a 4-line saint. What is there to be afraid of?" A disciple of the Western Palace who was also a saint of the 5 bloodlines also chimed in. "That's right, senior brother Wu. The phenomenon just now clearly came from here. It must be from this person. Senior brother Wu, let's go. What do you two know? Didn't you see the speed at which this kid is absorbing spiritual power?" Wu Yang heard their words and reprimanded them in a low voice. Only then did Zhou Chan and Zhou Chun notice the speed at which Su Yan was absorbing spiritual power. Spiritual power was originally an invisible thing. However, at this moment, they watched as Su Yan absorbed the surrounding spiritual power like a whirlpool, constantly surging into Su Yan's body. Zhou Chun and Lei Jun were shocked. Their jaws dropped, not daring to utter a single word as they waited for Wu Yang to speak. This person's cultivation speed is so shocking. But why is he only a 4-line saint? Wu Yang looked at Su Yan and could not help but frown. He naturally did not know that Su Yan had stepped into the legendary realm, and the difficulty of cultivation was dozens of times more difficult than ordinary people. It was not strange that he was only a 4-line saint. This person looks unfamiliar. He is obviously not from the West Palace. Wu Yang muttered in a low voice. After observing for a while and confirming that Su Yan was only a 4-line saint, he thought of the vision that had just happened here and stepped forward. Su Yan was recovering the spiritual power in his body. With the sword will in the red parting sword case and the rich spiritual power around him, he recovered quickly. In just a short while, he had recovered most of his spiritual power. Chapter 188. Who are you? Tell me your name. Wu Yang, who was dressed in white, asked as he looked at Su Yan with a cold expression. There was disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan. This was the arrogance that belonged to a genius. Especially when he saw Su Yan's age. His disdain was even stronger. This was because to him he was a genius and Su Yan was just an ant. Not only him, but even the ordinary Zhou Chun and the graduate beside him looked at Su Yan with disdain because they were beside Wu Yang. "I am Su Yan, a disciple of the East Palace of Monster Palace." Su Yan did not care much about Wu Yang's attitude. Instead, he cupped his hands respectfully. "A disciple of the East Palace?" When Wu Yang heard Su Yan say his name, his eyes darkened as if he thought of something. His eyes moved again as he looked at Su Yan. He could not help but sneer. Disciple of the East Palace, Su Yan? You and I, the East and West Palaces, have never been on good terms. Why are you here? I'm just passing by. Although Su Yan's face was humble, his words were extremely casual. Wu Yang had his pride and so did Su Yan. When Wu Yang and the other two came over, Su Yan had already seen their strength clearly. A 7 bloodline saint and 2 5 bloodline saints. Obviously, Su Yan's strength was pressuring him to face the 3 of them. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, the bloodthirsty blood in his heart was boiling. If it were not for the fact that Wu Yang was still young, Su Yan would not be so polite to him. Of course, being polite was just being polite. Su Yan would not let him off easily. Moreover, he was a 7 bloodline saint. This was a very rare opponent. At least for Su Yan's current strength, Su Yan really longed for an opponent who could match him, who could make his blood boil, who could let him fight to his heart's content. Therefore, Su Yan's attitude towards him was also filled with his own arrogance. If Wu Yang did not look for trouble, then he would let it go. If he wanted to make things difficult for himself, then Su Yan would not condone it. It was obvious that Wu Yang, who had always been a genius, had always thought highly of himself. Hearing Su Yan's tone, he immediately snorted and shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant when you set foot in my West Palace?" When Su Yan heard Wu Yang's words, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Why do arrogant people always say that others are arrogant? Of course, Su Yan didn't say this to Wu Yang. He just smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm really just passing by. How can I be so arrogant? Who's your senior brother?" Without waiting for Wu Yang to speak, Zhou Chun and Graduate, who had been eyeing Su Yan covetously for a long time, shouted, "Aren't you?" Su Yan was not angry at their words. However, Su Yan knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. Originally, Su Yan did not want to cause a commotion in the West Palace. After all, this was the West Palace's territory. If he fought here, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Su Yan longed for a strong opponent, but Su Yan did not have the tendency to torture himself. At the moment, as a 4 bloodline saint, Su Yan was confident that he could fight Wu Yang, who was a 7 bloodline saint. However, there were some experts of a higher level. That would be another matter. After all, the difference in strength was too great. If he encountered them, he would be courting death. Since you're not my senior brother, how should I address the 3 of you? Su Yan still maintained his indifferent expression. Cut the crap. Su Yan, hand over the treasure just now and we'll spare your life today. Zhou Chun was obviously impatient. He did not continue to deal with Su Yan, but directly stated his intention of coming here. Treasure. Su Yan frowned slightly. Then he recalled the light that the sky-crushing sword had burst out again and understood in his heart. Originally, Su Yan thought that this was the West Palace's territory, and that the 3 of them had come here unintentionally to meet him. Since this was the West Palace's territory, Su Yan did not want to cause too much trouble. However, Su Yan now knew that if he could not take out a treasure that the 3 of them were interested in today, it would be difficult for him to avoid a fight. A fight that would be difficult to avoid. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but lick his lips. He did not waste any more time talking nonsense. Instead, he channeled the Virokana-colored glaze swordplay in his body, and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to return to his peak state. When Zhou Chun and Graduate saw Su Yan's behavior, they were instantly enraged. However, the 2 of them knew that Wu Yang was their boss. They turned around and pointed at Su Yan and said to Wu Yang, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is extremely arrogant. You see." "Yes." Graduate also glared at Su Yan angrily and shouted, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is so arrogant. You see." Compared to the 2 of them, Wu Yang's face still maintained the same indifferent expression. However, the moment his eyes moved, there was a surge of murderous intent. He looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "Su Yan, I don't know what treasure you took from the West Palace, but I advise you to hand it over obediently." "I took a treasure from the West Palace?" Su Yan could not stop himself from bursting into laughter. However, he did not explain himself. He knew that no matter how much he tried to explain himself, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his breath, he might as well use this time to recover some of his strength. A 7 Meridian Saint was definitely a strong opponent. Although Su Yan was confident that he was invincible, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, this was a 7 Meridian Saint which was 3 levels higher than him. Moreover, there were 2 5 Meridian Saints standing beside him. Su Yan, what are you trying to do? When Wu Yang saw that Su Yan actually ignored him, a fierce glint finally appeared on his calm face. Nothing. Su Yan smiled faintly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the 3 of them. Senior brothers, I, Su Yan, have already said that I am merely passing by this place. If you insist that I am here to take the Western Palace's treasure, what else can I do? Su Yan, stop pretending. We clearly saw the light of the treasure just now. How dare you deny it? Zhou Chun pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Su Yan could not be bothered to explain. He shook his head and sighed. Sigh, what a joke. What a joke. Zhou Chun became even more furious when he saw Su Yan's attitude. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Su Yan, you, a disciple of the East Palace, trespassed on the territory of the West Palace and took our treasure. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know what's good for you. Zhou Chun said and looked back at Wu Yang. Wu Yang nodded. Zhou Chun's lips curled into an evil smile. He waved his hand and a powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly appeared. Su Yan, we originally wanted to let you go after you hand over the treasure because we are all disciples of the Monster Palace. However, since you're courting death, don't blame me for what happens next. As he spoke, the spiritual energy emitted from Zhou Chun's body suddenly became like a straight line and quickly attacked Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled slightly. At the same time, the sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body was activated. With a wave of his hand, the saint veins in his body were activated and a powerful force surged out. Bang! It collided with the spiritual energy emitted by Zhou Chun, and a loud explosion sounded in the void. What? Wu Yang, Zhou Chun, and Lei Jun were stunned by this simple clash of spiritual energy. In particular, Zhou Chun's face was full of surprise. This kid is only a saint with 4 veins. How can his spiritual energy be denser than mine? Senior brothers, I'm really just passing by. Su Yan looked at the surprised expressions of the 3 and smiled slightly. You are courting death. Zhou Chun's attack had failed, and he had even failed at the hands of someone lower than him. This was already a great humiliation, and when he heard Su Yan's words, he felt like Su Yan was mocking him. He was enraged. He slapped his bag of holding and took out his magic treasure. It was an iron chain. It was completely black, and every section of the iron chain faintly emitted a deep aura. Clearly, it was an extraordinary item. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Although he was a sword cultivator, he was also clear about the quality of magic treasures. When Zhou Chun saw Su Yan's expression, the confident smile immediately returned to his face. Su Yan, this magic treasure of mine is called the Heaven Shackling Chain. Even a saint with 5 veins would find it difficult to resist. If you are afraid, kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Then, hand over the treasures you obtained in the Western Palace and I may spare your life. Su Yan was stunned when he heard Zhou Chun's words. He then shook his head and smiled. How ridiculous. I already said that I was just passing by. Why don't you believe me? Good, good. Zhou Chun nodded at Su Yan's words. He looked at Su Yan and sneered. Su Yan, since you are courting death, don't blame me. As he spoke, Zhou Chun waved the Heaven Shackling Chain in his hand. The Heaven Shackling Chain was an extraordinary item. In addition, Zhou Chun was a saint with 5 veins. If he was in other sects, he would be considered a genius of the generation. The moment the Heaven Shackling Chain was waved, there was a loud explosion in the void. It was so fast that it was faintly discernible. It attacked Su Yan directly like a long snake. Not bad, not bad. When Su Yan saw Zhou Chun's move, he couldn't help but praise him. You know it's not bad. Hurry up and die. When Zhou Chun saw Su Yan's expression, he thought that Su Yan was afraid. A complacent smile immediately appeared on his face. Unfortunately, before he could fully smile, he heard Su Yan say, Not bad, but it's a pity that your speed is a bit slow. What? When Zhou Chun heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. Suddenly, he felt as if his chest was about to explode. An intense rage surged within him. He waved the heaven-binding chain and shouted, Su Yan, go to hell. I already said that it's too slow. Su Yan looked at Zhou Chen's heaven-shackling chain and did not panic. His eyes narrowed as he jumped up and dodged Zhou Chen's attack. Plop! Zhou Chen's heaven-shackling chain missed and exploded on the ground with a loud explosion. Chapter 189. Speed and strength were relative. The stronger one was, the faster one's speed would be. However, every single one of Zhou Chen's attacks was dodged by Su Yan. Zhou Chen's attacks missed several times. If his opponent was stronger than him, he would have given up. However, his strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's by one level, but Su Yan dodged his attacks every time. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in his life. Zhou Chen's entire chest was about to explode. Su Yan, I must kill you today. Zhou Chen growled and suddenly jumped up. His hands moved, and at the same time, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the heaven-shackling chain. The moment the spiritual energy fluctuated, it faintly emitted gusts of cold wind. Su Yan frowned slightly, and the corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. Are you going to fight for real? Zhou Chen's hands moved, and the heaven-shackling chain in his hand suddenly spun rapidly under the circulation of his spiritual energy. It formed a powerful hurricane that rushed towards Su Yan. Heaven-shackling chain, everlasting storm. Zhou Chen shouted out loudly. His entire body immediately emitted a powerful radiance. The heaven-shackling chain started to revolve, forming a hurricane. In an instant, it erupted like a mountain flood and rapidly surged towards Su Yan. Its speed was simply not something that Zhou Chen's previous ordinary attack could compare with. Ha ha ha! Su Yan, die. After exploding with his proud move, Zhou Chen immediately revealed a sinister smile. However, Su Yan looked at the everlasting storm without any change in his expression. If there was anything, it was only the red light that was emitted from his eyes. Everlasting storm is indeed powerful, but it's still useless against me. Su Yan sneered, and his body suddenly exploded. At the same time, the ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. In an instant, Su Yan waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. It spun like a whirlwind in Su Yan's hand, emitting a mournful ghost howl. The black sword light emitted under the scorching sun. Bang! With a loud bang, the boundless storm collided and was actually blocked by Su Yan's ghost howl. What? Zhou Chen was stunned. His proud move was blocked by Su Yan just like that. How is this possible? How did he block it? He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Graduate, who was beside him, was also surprised. Only Wu Yang was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Yan block Zhou Chen's attack, but he quickly regained his composure. What other moves do you have? Su Yan actually managed to block the everlasting storm that Zhou Chen had unleashed. He asked with a devilish smile. Zhou Chen was almost driven crazy by Su Yan. This Su Yan was clearly weaker than him. However, why was it that Su Yan was able to dodge all of his attacks? Zhou Chen was confident that even those at the same level as him would not be able to take the everlasting storm head-on. How could Su Yan possibly do that? Arrogant fool, have a taste of my phantom gold lock. After hearing Zhou Chen's angry roar, Graduate instantly came to his senses. With a roar, he took out his magic treasure and attacked Su Yan. Obviously, Graduate was slightly stronger than Zhou Chen. The phantom gold lock was a huge golden lock. The moment it was taken out, it exploded with a dazzling light. Not only that, but Graduate was also much faster than Zhou Chen. With a leap, the spirit energy in his body surged. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. The phantom gold lock in his hand slammed down, directly smashing down on Su Yan's head. Die! Graduate had already recognized Su Yan's terrifying speed when he watched the battle between Su Yan and Zhou Chen. Originally, he didn't plan to hit Su Yan with this move. However, when he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he sneered. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For cultivators of Dharma treasures, every Dharma treasure had its own characteristics. The sky shackling chain could bind people. Graduate's phantom gold lock was above strength. When it smashed down, it would be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even if Su Yan were to receive his phantasmal golden lock head-on, he was confident that he would be able to teach him a lesson. Just now, he was still worried that Su Yan would dodge with his terrifying speed. Now that he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he was naturally happy. Seeing that the phantom gold lock was about to hit Su Yan, A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Graduate's mouth. Bang! However, at this moment, Su Yan slowly raised his hand. The ghost howl sword in his hand blocked the phantom gold lock. The collision of the phantom gold lock and the ghost howl sword caused a huge energy fluctuation. How is this possible? Graduate was stunned when he saw that Su Yan had blocked his phantom gold lock attack. However, he quickly reacted. The spirit energy in his body surged, and the phantom gold lock suddenly flowed out. It suppressed Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not move at all. With a faint smile on his face, he raised his hand and waved. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy burst out. Graduate had always been proud of the power of the phantom gold lock. However, under Su Yan's majestic spirit energy, he suddenly felt a huge pain in his arm. Bang! With another loud sound, his entire body suddenly flew backward. He staggered a few steps on the ground before coming to a stop. How is this possible? How is your strength greater than mine? Graduate looked at Su Yan with shock in his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhou Qin's figure suddenly rushed out. He waved the heavenly chain in his hand and pounced on Su Yan. The heavenly chain exuded an awe-inspiring aura. In a short period of time it wrapped around Su Yan like a snake. Graduate, let's attack together. If we don't kill this kid today, we won't be able to resolve the hatred in our hearts. Zhou Qin seemed to have admitted that he was not a match for Su Yan. The moment he attacked Su Yan, he shouted to Graduate. When Graduate heard Zhou Qin's words, he suddenly understood. He was not a match for Su Yan alone. If the two of them joined forces, let's see if Su Yan still dared to be so arrogant. Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. Graduate growled. Suddenly, he waved the phantom gold lock and pounced on Su Yan. The two of them attacked together. Their attacks were much stronger than before. Moreover, it was obviously not the first time that the two of them worked together. One retreated while the other advanced. There were no flaws. The heavenly chain wrapped around Su Yan, and the phantom gold lock followed closely behind. Die Su Yan! Zhou Qin and Graduate shouted at the same time. Su Yan looked at their ferocious expressions and smiled. He clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy surged out. The ghost howl sword immediately emitted a roar. At the same time, a black gas condensed from the ghost howl sword. Seeing Zhou Qin and Graduate approaching, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Rumble! A powerful explosion burst out. Ghost howl sword, wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan shouted and immediately slashed the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, the ghost howl sounded again and again. Black gas filled the air. In an instant, it condensed into a huge ghost head. Roar! With a low roar, the huge ghost head attacked Zhou Qin and Graduate. Not good. When Zhou Qin and Li Jun saw such a powerful move, they were shocked and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the ghost head was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. The two of them could not dodge at all. The two of them could only hurriedly withdraw their magic treasures to protect their bodies. Bang! The huge ghost head suddenly collided with the two of them. The two of them howled at the same time. Their bodies flew backward at the same time and fell to the ground with a bang. Although this move caused them to be seriously injured, it made them extremely embarrassed. Their faces were covered in dust and their clothes were tattered. Su Yan! The two of them looked at each other with anger in their eyes. They raised their magic treasures and were about to attack Su Yan again. At this moment, Wu Yang, who had been standing on the side and had not made a move or said anything, suddenly flashed and blocked in front of the two of them. Senior brother Wu. The two of them could not help but be stunned when they saw Wu Yang blocking in front of them. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Two saints of the 5 bloodlines were forced to this point by a saint of the 4 bloodlines. How can you still have the face to fight? Wu Yang raised his eyebrows and said coldly without even looking at the two of them. When the two of them heard Wu Yang's words, they immediately blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wu Yang did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he turned to look at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan, I have to admire you. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, you actually forced Zhou Qin and Wen Li to this point. It's finally the real thing. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. He only looked at the dazzling light condensing in Wu Yang's eyes and thought to himself. Wu Yang did not get angry when he saw that Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead he continued. Su Yan, you are very strong. Unfortunately, you are only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. As he spoke, a burst of powerful spirit qi suddenly surged from Wu Yang's body, emitting a dazzling light. The moment the spirit qi surged, it quickly revolved around Wu Yang's body and headed straight for Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but frown slightly. Wu Yang's spirit qi was much stronger than Zhou Chun and Wen Li's spirit qi. It must be known that in the Saint bloodline realm, the difference between each bloodline was a chasm that was difficult to cross. Wu Yang's spiritual energy was at least dozens of times greater than Zhou Chen's and Li Jun's. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual energy, Wu Yang couldn't help but take a few steps back. He quickly circulated his cultivation method, and his spiritual energy erupted. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. A saint of the 7 bloodlines is indeed not something a saint of the 5 bloodlines can compare to. Su Yan looked at Wu Yang and licked his lips. Feeling the powerful force, he was not afraid at all. Instead, the blood in his heart began to boil. Su Yan, I admire you. It's because I admire you that you must die today. Chapter 190. Su Yan, it's time for you to die. Wu Yang bellowed coldly. Suddenly his figure surged forward at a speed far faster than both Zhou Chun and Li Jun. Like a bolt of lightning he slapped his palm towards Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be slightly careless. After all, Wu Yang was a 7 meridian saint, a full 3 meridian more than Su Yan. Whether it was in terms of speed, density of spirit qi or strength, Wu Yang far surpassed Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Wu Yang's attack coming, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and Wu Yang's speed immediately slowed down. Taking advantage of this slow speed, Su Yan hurriedly controlled the sword dragon and quickly swept backwards, avoiding Wu Yang's attack. Not bad. Having seen Su Yan's speed that did not match his strength, Wu Yang was not surprised that Su Yan could avoid this move. He only smiled coldly and moved his body in midair, slapping his palm towards Su Yan's chest. Su Yan saw that the blood dragon pupil shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. Xiao! Wu Yang's palm swept past Su Yan's side. Su Yan was secretly shocked. This 7 meridian saint is really strong. If I only rely on the blood dragon pupil to dodge, I will definitely not be his match. Su Yan was well aware of the strength of a 7 meridian saint. If he only relied on speed to dodge, he would definitely be at a disadvantage within 3 rounds. Of course Su Yan was shocked, but there was not a trace of fear. Instead his eyes were like torches. When Wu Yang attacked again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. At that moment, Xiao? Several flying swords suddenly surged out from Su Yan's body. The flying swords were like lightning. After attacking, they suddenly flashed and directly attacked Wu Yang. This is... Wu Yang never expected that Su Yan would burst out with so many flying swords. He was shocked and hurriedly rushed back. Unfortunately, Su Yan's flying swords caught him off guard. Although Wu Yang's speed was amazing, he was still a bit slower. Whoosh! A flying sword directly cut through the clothes on Wu Yang's shoulder. Wu Yang looked at the torn pieces of his clothes, and killing intent surged in his eyes. What a Su Yan! What a Su Yan! Be careful! Just as Wu Yang was still angry about his clothes being torn, Zhou Chun and the other 2 hurriedly reminded him. Su Yan clenched the ghost howl sword tightly in his hand and leaped down from the sky. His body was like a great rock as the ghost howl sword in his hand emitted countless rumbling sounds and instantly pierced towards Wu Yang's head. Wu Yang was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly. He slapped his storage bag and hurriedly summoned his sword, waving it to block Su Yan's attack. Clang! The 2 swords collided, and suddenly there was a burst of energy fluctuation. Zhou Chun and the other 2 standing at the side couldn't help but retreat a little. The 2 collided and immediately separated. Wu Yang raised the sword in his hand and looked at Su Yan, his eyes becoming colder and colder. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to force me to use the spirit crossing sword. Very good, very good. Obviously, Wu Yang was the same as Su Yan, a sword cultivator. Su Yan's face was expressionless. Only his eyes were still filled with a resplendent light. Die! Wu Yang roared. and the majestic spirit chi in his body surged. The next moment, he held the spirit crossing sword in his hand and attacked Su Yan. The speed of the 7 Meridians Saint was fully displayed here. The spirit crossing sword was like a long snake as it surged out. The surrounding air immediately filled with a series of rumbling sounds. Su Yan frowned, but his speed wasn't slow. The spirit chi in his body surged, and his body suddenly met Wu Yang's attack. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand was waved out, and countless black sword shadows burst out. Bang! The two swords collided, and once again there was a terrifying explosion. Both of them were sword cultivators. Wu Yang relied on his strength, and the spirit crossing sword in his hand flashed out, as fast as lightning. Although Su Yan's strength was a little weaker than Wu Yang's, Su Yan relied on the special effect of the blood dragon pupil, and the speed that Su Yan was proud of, so he wasn't slower than Wu Yang. The ghost howl sword constantly blocked Wu Yang's attacks. After a few rounds, although Su Yan was at a disadvantage, he was still able to stand in an invincible position. Su Yan, you must die today. At this time, Wu Yang's attack had erupted to the extreme. The spirit chi in his body burst out and swept up Su Yan. The powerful spirit chi pressure and the majestic spirit chi that was 3 meridians higher than Su Yan's instantly surged onto Su Yan's body. Under the powerful spirit chi pressure, Su Yan suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned, and Su Yan also slowed down a little. And it was because of this delay. Wu Yang's spirit crossing sword had already closed in and directly stabbed towards Su Yan's chest. A 7 Meridians Saint is indeed powerful. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword to protect his chest. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several meters away. Not only that, Wu Yang's attack didn't stop. Wu Yang's body suddenly leaped up, waving the spirit crossing sword in his hand. In an instant there was a sound, and the surrounding air seemed to condense together. Dai Su Yan Sword King Chop. Wu Yang roared, and the spirit crossing sword in his hand instantly slashed horizontally. Rumble! At the moment when the spirit crossing sword slashed horizontally, there was suddenly a burst of roars, and the whole sky seemed to have darkened. A powerful chi energy erupted from the spirit crossing sword. It formed a huge wave of spirit chi that directly hit Su Yan. The speed was swift and violent, and was not the slightest bit weaker than the tsunami that Su Yan encountered in the dock. The moment the chi energy surged, there was suddenly a burst of sand and stones like a tornado. Sword King Chop. Su Yan frowned slightly and didn't have time to think, and quickly operated the great sun-colored glass sword manual. With a bang, a golden light flashed, and fell from head to toe, wrapping Su Yan in it. Bang! At the moment when Su Yan's invincible golden body leaped up, Wu Yang's attack had already exploded on Su Yan's body, and suddenly there was a surge of fog, wrapping Su Yan in it. Looking at the surging fog, the corners of Wu Yang's mouth rose slightly. You overestimate yourself, so what if you're strong after all? You're a saint with 4 bloodlines. When Zhou Chun and Li Jun saw the mist, they laughed happily. Ha ha ha, brat, you're arrogant, you're arrogant. And just when they all thought that Su Yan would definitely be injured or killed by this move, a bright light flashed. Suddenly there was a burst of bright light in the fog, and suddenly a scarlet light surged out, attacking Wu Yang like a bolt of lightning. Wu Yang was shocked and wanted to dodge, but the speed of the red light was too fast, and there was no way to avoid it. Bang! The red light directly exploded on Wu Yang's body. Although it didn't kill Wu Yang, it pierced a huge hole in Wu Yang's white clothes. The fog gradually fell, and Su Yan's figure slowly appeared. What? How is this possible? How is he not dead? When Zhou Chun and graduate saw Su Yan's figure, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Although Wu Yang's face didn't change, from the murderous intent surging in his eyes, he was obviously surprised that Su Yan could dodge his Sword King Chop. Su Yan, you're really something, Wu Yang said coldly, and suddenly he raised the spirit crossing sword in his hand to attack Su Yan. Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this. As he spoke, the sword flashed and arrived in front of Su Yan. Ghost howl sword wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Seeing Wu Yang's attack, Su Yan's eyes turned, and he quickly circulated his cultivation method. Countless amounts of spirit power surged out and passed into the ghost howl sword. Suddenly, ghost howls sounded and a black fog surged, forming a huge ghost head that attacked Wu Yang. Su Yan, do you think this will work? Wu Yang had just seen Su Yan use the wailing of 10,000 ghost sword technique, so he wasn't surprised at all. He didn't panic either, and he sneered and waved the spirit crossing sword in his hand. His whole body rotated, forming a hurricane that directly hit the wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan was expressionless as he looked at Wu Yang. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and his body suddenly rushed out. The spirit power in his body suddenly surged out, and a green flame suddenly attacked and burned Wu Yang's body. Wu Yang didn't expect Su Yan to emit such a flame, and the high temperature immediately roasted Wu Yang. Fortunately, Wu Yang was a saint of the 7 bloodlines. When the flame burned on his body, Wu Yang instantly dispersed the spirit power in his body and extinguished the flame. However, his clothes were burned black and white, which made him look very ugly and extremely embarrassed. The scorching heat from earlier had caused Wu Yang to endure quite a bit of pain, causing Wu Yang's previously unmoving face to appear slightly exhausted. Su Yan, you actually have the heavenly fire. Wu Yang stared at Su Yan with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang's words, but carefully observed Wu Yang. After using the sword technique twice and the invincible golden body once, the spirit power in Su Yan's body also fell into a state of exhaustion. This saint of the 7 bloodlines is really capable. If I continue like this, I will definitely lose, Su Yan thought to himself. Without waiting for Wu Yang to make the first move, he held the ghost howl sword in his hand and attacked Wu Yang first. Seeing this, Wu Yang shouted coldly, "You're courting death." He raised the spirit crossing sword in his hand and followed Su Yan. Suddenly, the sword light flashed in the void above. "Go to hell." Wu Yang swept his sword and slashed towards Su Yan. It was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan wasn't slow either, and quickly raised his sword to block. Su Yan, you think this is it?" When Wu Yang saw Su Yan raise his sword to block, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a sneer. The spirit crossing sword that was chopping down on Su Yan suddenly changed direction and swept towards the other side of Su Yan's body. Chapter 191. You want to compete with me in swordsmanship? You are courting death. Seeing that Su Yan was hit by his sword, Wu Yang smiled coldly and leaped forward at an even faster speed. Bang! He directly kicked Su Yan's shoulder. Su Yan, who was already injured, couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Wu Yang's kick. Immediately, a huge pain came from his shoulder. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual power, the blood in his body surged. Fuji! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was also sent flying backwards. Die! Seeing this scene, Wu Yang coldly shouted. He didn't stop his attack and leaped towards Su Yan again. The spirit crossing sword in his hand directly chopped towards Su Yan's head. Seeing this scene, Su Yan was suddenly shocked. The Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. He tightly grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and swept it horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power surged out. Ghost howl sword, 10,000 ghosts out of the cage. Suddenly, a gust of wind and clouds filled the air, forming a huge black curtain in front of Su Yan. The black curtain directly rushed toward Wu Yang at a speed as fast as the tide of the East Sea. What? Seeing this move, Wu Yang was shocked. He quickly retreated and looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise. You don't have enough spiritual power. How can you still burst out the sword skill? Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang. Taking advantage of the second move of the ghost howl sword skill, and the 10,000 ghosts out of the cage attack, the blood dragon pupil instantly rotated and the Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. Su Yan instantly stepped forward and rushed toward Wu Yang. As the ghost howl sword moved, the sword light flashed and the sound of the sword shook. The long sword rushed forward like an arrow leaving the bow, extremely fast and fierce. I only have this one chance, only one chance. Su Yan stared at Wu Yang with narrowed eyes. He knew that this was his only chance to attack. Su Yan had used the invincible golden body once, used the sword art twice, and fought against Wu Yang for a long time. The spirit chi in Su Yan's body had long been exhausted, so this move was Su Yan's last resort. One sword to decide the universe. Su Yan shouted. Suddenly, the surrounding air condensed, and the majestic spiritual energy erupted from the ghost howl sword. This sword technique was not a sword technique. It was merely a single move, but the explosive power of this move was extremely shocking. As the sword descended, a series of loud noises immediately erupted. What's going on? Wu Yang was stunned to see that Su Yan could unleash such a powerful attack with just one move of his swordsmanship. Then he reacted and smirked. Humph, Su Yan, you're only a four-pulse saint, but you can unleash such a terrifying power. You've really impressed me. But do you think it's useful? Today let me Wu Yang show you what absolute strength is. Wu Yang looked at Su Yan's sword and a murderous look immediately surged in his eyes. With a roar, he suddenly stepped forward and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand leaped out like a long dragon. For a moment, the sword radiance overflowed and the sword hummed. Its power was equally amazing. Zhou Chun and Li Jun were stunned to see this, but when they saw Su Yan, a wicked smile immediately appeared on their faces. Su Yan will definitely die today. Bang! As the two of them spoke, Wu Yang's and Su Yan's swords collided in midair. A strong spiritual energy fluctuation erupted and invaded the surroundings. The surrounding vegetation was destroyed in an instant. The muddy water on the ground also rose, and a burst of bright light burst out from both of them at the same time. Su Yan, you're very strong, but it's useless. Wu Yang looked at Su Yan's increasingly pale face and laughed. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from Wu Yang's body. Die! Wu Yang laughed ferociously. Bang! Su Yan's entire body was suddenly hit. Fuji! Another mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. Su Yan, you're very strong, but it's a pity that you're too weak. Wu Yang looked at Su Yan and laughed. Suddenly, he saw that the pair of eyes on Su Yan's pale face no longer emitted a bright light, but a deep evil meaning. Wu Yang was stunned. Whoosh! A dazzling light spread out, and Wu Yang was suddenly startled. Unfortunately, it was too late. Pudong, with a loud sound, a flying sword cut through the void and directly pierced through Wu Yang's shoulder. The huge force attacked and Wu Yang's entire body was suddenly sent flying. Bang! Bang! Wu Yang and Su Yan fell to the ground almost at the same time, and there was a loud explosion. Senior brother Wu. Zhou Chun and the other two looked at each other and hurriedly came to their senses and ran in Wu Yang's direction. Puchi! Puchi! At the same time, Wu Yang and Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Senior brother Wu, how are you? Zhou Chun asked Wu Yang with concern. Get out of my way. Wu Yang waved away Zhou Chun's arm and slowly stood up. He looked at Su Yan with killing intent in his eyes and smiled ferociously. Su Yan, I didn't expect that I, a 7-meridian saint, would be injured by a 4-meridian saint like you. Su Yan, you must die today. Wu Yang roared and almost fainted. He was a proud son, and even the Emperor Tianxiang of the Western Palace dared not offend him easily. However, he had been defeated by Su Yan, a 4-meridian saint. Humiliation. To Wu Yang, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. Unfortunately, the sword had injured him quite badly. As he roared, Wu Yang suddenly felt his qi and blood surging in his body. Fuji! He spat out another mouthful of blood. He lost his balance and fell to the ground unconscious. When Su Yan saw that Wu Yang had fainted, his qi and blood also surged in his body. Fuji! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. He was about to pass out. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was amazing. He forced himself not to pass out. This was because Su Yan knew that if he passed out, he would definitely die today. After all, this was the Western Palace's territory. When Zhou Chun and the graduate saw that Wu Yang had passed out, they were shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger surged in their chests. They waved the artifacts in their hands and pointed at Su Yan, shouting, Su Yan, how dare you injure our senior brother Wu? Let's see if I don't kill you today. Kill me? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. The two of you have already lost to me. This time you're only injured because of me. Don't tell me that the Western Palace has such scoundrels? Su Yan had always been unwilling to waste his breath with others. However, now that he was injured, Su Yan had to use words to stall for time. After all, if he were to fight Zhou Chun and the graduate now, he would definitely not be able to escape death. As expected, when Zhou Chun and the graduate heard Su Yan's words, their faces immediately flushed. They stood there not knowing whether to move or not. Su Yan saw the two's attitude and smiled slightly. However, Su Yan knew that the two of them were definitely not chivalrous people if they could join forces to deal with him. His words were definitely useless against the two of them. He had to threaten them. As Su Yan thought about it, he suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and pointed at the two of them. Although I, Su Yan, am injured today, if the two of you want to die, I, Su, don't mind sending the two of you to heaven. Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, a domineering aura was faintly emitted from his eyes. The dragon might within his blood-red dragon eyes caused Zhou Chen and Wen Li to be involuntarily stunned. Originally, the two of them really wanted to disregard their status and directly kill Su Yan. However, now that they saw Su Yan like this, they were really afraid and did not dare to move. Although they did not dare to move, their mouths were unforgiving. They looked at Su Yan and roared angrily. Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. Do you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you? So what if there's no one in the Western Palace? Su Yan said contemptuously. He did not put Zhou Chen and the graduate in his eyes at all. Although Su Yan knew that he was not a match for the two of them due to his injuries, he was still arrogant. However, with Su Yan's arrogance, he definitely wouldn't submit to people like Zhou Chen and Wen Chen. This wasn't because he was struggling, but because he was Su Yan. Well, Su Yan. Zhou Chen looked at Su Yan. He was so angry that his whole chest was about to explode. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, since you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you today, I'll let you see the strength of the Western Palace disciples. As he spoke, Zhou Chen suddenly made a hand seal. The moment the spiritual qi surged, a red light suddenly spread out from his palm and spread in the sky. As the red light spread out in less than a few breaths, there was a sudden noise in the surroundings. Dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around. Zhou Chen, why are you in such a hurry to use the Western Palace assembly token? When dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around, a young man in a black robe walked faintly. Obviously, he had reached the strength of an emperor Tianxiang. He was also the leader of the group of disciples. He stepped forward and asked Zhou Chen, Senior Guan, this boy is a disciple of the Eastern Palace. He stole the treasure of the Western Palace and injured Senior Wu. Zhou Chen first greeted Guan Xiaojie, then pointed at Su Yan and said angrily. When Guan Xiaojie heard Zhou Chen's words, he first checked on Wu Yang's injuries. When he saw that he was only injured, he turned to look at Su Yan. Originally, there was a surging murderous intent in his eyes. After all, the major sects in the Monster Palace had always been at odds with each other. Usually there was a lot of open and covert fighting. The disciples of the major palaces usually saw each other as enemies. Moreover, now that he heard that the treasure of his palace had been stolen and that one of his disciples had been injured, he was furious. Chapter 192. It would have been fine if they were anywhere else, but they were still in the territory of the West Palace. Guan Xiaojie listened to Zhou Chen's words, and a murderous look appeared on his gentle face. At the same time, he looked at Su Yan with murderous intent. However, when the murderous intent fell on Su Yan, it immediately turned into astonishment. A saint of 4 bloodlines, how is this possible? Guan Xiaojie and Wu Yang were both disciples of the West Palace, and they were both well-known figures in the West Palace. Although they didn't have much of a relationship, they were no strangers to each other. Wu Yang was a saint of 7 bloodlines. Not only Wu Yang, but even Zhou Chen and the graduate were both saints of 5 bloodlines. Su Yan was only a saint of 4 bloodlines, so how could he hurt Wu Yang, Zhou Chen, and the graduate? Zhou Chen, do you think junior brother Wu was really hurt by this kid? Guan Xiaojie didn't believe that Su Yan, a saint of 4 bloodlines, could defeat Wu Yang, a saint of 7 bloodlines, not to mention that there were 2 other saints of 5 bloodlines present. When he looked at Zhou Chen and graduate, his face couldn't help but be filled with anger. Zhou Chen and the graduate trembled when they saw Guan Xiaojie's expression. They hurriedly said, Senior brother Guan, I'm telling the truth. Senior brother Wu was really hurt by this kid. Yes, senior brother Guan, I don't know how this kid cultivates, but his speed is very fast. The graduate also quickly chimed in, afraid that Guan Xiaojie wouldn't believe them. I don't think you two would dare to lie to me. Guan Xiaojie looked at their cowardice and snorted. He immediately looked back at Su Yan and checked Su Yan again to confirm that Su Yan was only a saint of 4 bloodlines. He was even more surprised. How could a saint of 4 bloodlines defeat Wu Yang? A saint of 7 bloodlines. Of course, Guan Xiaojie knew that with Zhou Chun and the graduate status in the West Palace, they wouldn't dare to lie to him. It was precisely because Guan Xiaojie knew that the two of them wouldn't dare to lie to him that he was even more surprised and puzzled. He originally thought that Su Yan knew some secret technique, but after looking at Su Yan and seeing that Su Yan didn't have any abnormalities, he dispelled the doubts in his heart. Kid, you're only a 4 Meridian saint, but you can defeat a 7 Meridian saint. You're really something. Guan Xiaojie looked at Su Yan in disdain. He was very surprised that Su Yan, who was only a 4 Meridian saint, could defeat a 7 Meridian saint. However, he was the emperor of Tianxiang. With the arrogance of an emperor, he looked at Su Yan with disdain. Su Yan looked at Guan Xiaojie's disdainful look and couldn't help but smile coldly. The emperor of Tianxiang and so many saints. The West Palace is really full of talents. Guan Xiaojie didn't understand the meaning in Su Yan's words. Instead, he thought that Su Yan was afraid of him. He couldn't help but smile. Of course the West Palace is full of talents. You dare to come to the West Palace and make trouble. This time I advise you to obediently surrender. Maybe I'll spare your life because we're both disciples of the Monster Palace. Surrender? Su Yan heard Guan Xiaojie's words and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, what a joke. The Emperor of Tianxiang and so many saints are bullying me, and you still have the nerve to ask me to surrender. Is this the quality of a disciple of the West Palace? What? Guan Xiaojie heard Su Yan's words and suddenly became furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Kid, you're about to die and you still dare to be stubborn. I'm stubborn? Su Yan smiled coldly. If I wasn't a disciple of the Monster Palace, then it wouldn't matter. Since I am a disciple of the Monster Palace, then all of you are also disciples of the Monster Palace. This time, you West Palace disciples are bullying the weak. I don't have many, but you're bullying me with numbers. You've really humiliated the Monster Palace. As a disciple of the Monster Palace, I feel ashamed for you. Su Yan's voice became louder and louder. He was not afraid of Guan Xiaojie and the other disciples of the West Palace at all. His tone was sonorous and powerful. Guan Xiaojie and the other disciples of the West Palace couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Guan Xiaojie was even more furious, but he had to admit that Su Yan's words made sense. Okay. Guan Xiaojie flew into a rage, but he couldn't do anything to Su Yan. He could only point at Su Yan and shout, Kid, I can spare you today. As long as you leave behind the treasures of the Western Palace, you can leave on your own. Your treasure of the West Palace. Su Yan couldn't help but sneer. I, Su, have already said that I didn't take anything from the West Palace. How can I stay? You're lying. I clearly saw a bright light coming from here. It was bright and beautiful. It must be a treasure. Zhou Chun heard Su Yan's words and immediately shouted from the side. What a joke, what a joke. Su Yan heard Zhou Chun's words and didn't even bother to argue. He smiled coldly and said, I, Su, am here today. I'm alone. You people of the West Palace rely on your numbers. Naturally, you can say whatever you want. If that's the case, I, Su Yan, have nothing to say. Su is here today. You can do whatever you want to me. Su Yan said with an indifferent attitude. Not to mention that Su Yan hadn't recovered from the lack of spiritual qi in his body. Even in his subverted state, Su Yan knew that he still had no power to fight back against an Emperor Tianxiang. Since that was the case, Su Yan simply put on an indifferent attitude and let you do whatever you want to him. In any case, Su Yan relied on reason. Guan Xiaojie really didn't know what to do when he saw Su Yan like this. Not to mention that Su Yan was a disciple of the Monster Palace. Even if Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the Monster Palace, it was disgraceful for an Emperor Tianxiang to bully a saint. Zhou Chun had suffered unprecedented humiliation at the hands of Su Yan. He didn't care whether it was honorable or not. Seeing that Guan Xiaojie had no intention of attacking, Zhou Chun raised the magic weapon in his hand and pointed at Su Yan. He shouted, Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. You set foot in the West Palace today and took our treasure. You are a disciple of the West Palace, and everyone has the right to punish you. You say that the West Palace bullies you. Why don't you call your East Palace disciples over, and let the disciples of the two palaces compete and see who's stronger? Even though Guan Xiaojie was the strongest among these disciples, he was still able to defeat the strongest of them all. However, he wasn't the smartest. He didn't know how to get out of this situation, but when he heard Zhou Chen's words, he immediately smiled. That's right. Su Yan, you say that the West Palace disciples bully you because they're stronger. Why don't you call your East Palace disciples over and compete with them? Otherwise, people will say that the West Palace is bullying you. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard Guan Xiaojie's words. Su Yan had always been a loner and didn't have many friends. Even in the East Palace, Su Yan had only been here for a few days. Apart from Chu Linger and a few of his subordinates, he didn't know anyone else. Moreover, because of Chu Linger's matter, all the disciples of the East Palace viewed him as an enemy. It was obviously impossible for them to help him out. Moreover, Su Yan was in the West Palace's territory and didn't have the signal to contact the East Palace disciples. Even if he wanted to contact them, it was impossible. Seeing Su Yan's troubled expression, Guan Xiaojie immediately sneered. Su Yan, why can't you call your East Palace disciples over? Seeing that Su Yan didn't answer, Guan Xiaojie smiled even more happily. Su Yan, since you can't call your East Palace disciples over, don't blame the West Palace for bullying you. While speaking, Guan Xiaojie's spirit qi suddenly burst out. The majestic spirit qi of the Emperor Tianxiang immediately threatened Su Yan. Su Yan, who was already seriously injured, suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression invade him. His body turned over and over. Poochie! Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Guan Xiaojie was already ready to make a move. He really wanted to see how Su Yan, who was only a 4-meridian saint, could defeat a 7-meridian saint. However, because of Su Yan's words at that time, he felt that he was in the wrong and didn't make a move. Now that he had a reason to make a move, Guan Xiaojie naturally wouldn't be polite. With a wave of his hand, another burst of powerful spirit qi burst out. Su Yan's entire body suddenly shook and he flew out in an instant. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. A 4-meridian saint can defeat a 7-meridian saint. I think it's just a so-so. Guan Xiaojie couldn't help but sneer. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Boy, if you don't want to die, hand over the treasure of the West Palace obediently and apologize to the disciples of the West Palace. I'll spare your life." Spare my life? Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were like torches. There was no trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Guan Xiaojie. Instead, there was a bright light. There was a burst of unswerving determination in that light. "Guan Xiaojie, the West Palace, is it? I am here today. I'm not as strong as you, so I can accept this humiliation. But if you want me, Su Yan, to surrender, that's simply a fantasy. You're courting death." When Guan Xiaojie saw that Su Yan was still so stubborn even though he was about to die, a wave of anger immediately surged in his chest. With a cold shout, his body suddenly surged out violently. He was as fast as lightning. In an instant he was in front of Su Yan. He waved one hand and his palm formed the shape of an eagle's claw. He went straight for Su Yan's throat. "Boy, since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for being rude. You can only blame the people of the East Palace for not being able to save you. Die." As Guan Xiaojie spoke, a burst of powerful spirit qi burst out from his body. His palm also went directly for Su Yan's throat. Although Su Yan wanted to resist, he didn't have enough strength. The spirit qi in his body was deficient, and he was seriously injured. There was no way he could dodge Guan Xiaojie's attack. He could only watch helplessly as Guan Xiaojie closed in on his throat. What an arrogant disciple of the West Palace. Do you really think there's no one in the East Palace? Suddenly, a threatening voice came from the horizon. Chapter 193. Then, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Her white robes fluttered in the wind like a fairy descending to the mortal world. All the disciples of the Western Palace were taken aback. Even Su Yan was stunned. Of course, Guan Xiaojie was no exception. Looking at the sudden appearance of the white-robed figure, he was also stunned. All of a sudden, he let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body immediately flew out. The person who came was none other than the Princess of Chu, the palace master of the East Palace, who had been observing Su Yan. What an arrogant West Palace disciple. Do you really think there's no one in the East Palace? In the dock, Su Yan had been in danger several times, but the Princess of Chu had not saved him. That was because the Princess of Chu thought that Su Yan asked for it. But now that Su Yan was being bullied by other disciples, it was not something that the Princess of Chu could tolerate. What's more, the Princess of Chu had just seen Su Yan use the strength of a saint of the 4 bloodlines to defeat the 2 saints of the 5 bloodlines, Zhou Qian and Li Feng. He even fought to a draw with the saint of the 7 bloodlines, Wu Yang. This made her, who already admired Su Yan, have a good impression of Su Yan. How could she allow Su Yan to die in the hands of a West Palace disciple? Palace master? All the disciples of the West Palace were stunned when they saw the Princess of Chu. Then, all of them trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully, "Who dares to secretly hurt me?" Although Guan Xiaojie saw the figure of the Princess of Chu fluttering in the wind, he did not see the face of the Princess of Chu. As one of the best disciples of the West Palace, he was humiliated. But before he could finish speaking, he saw Princess of Chu's frosty face. His entire body suddenly trembled and with a bang, he immediately fell to his knees. Palace Master Chu. The Princess of Chu didn't even look at Guan Xiaojie. Instead, she looked into the distance and snorted coldly. Western Palace, what arrogance! My Eastern Palace's disciples were just passing by, but your Western Palace's disciples tried to kill them. Do you really think that my Western Palace doesn't have anyone capable? Ha ha! Just as the Princess of Chu finished speaking, a laugh sounded from the horizon. Then a black figure appeared in front of everyone. This person's face was filled with wrinkles. Adding on his mottled white hair, it was obvious that he was old. His skinny body gave off the feeling that he would collapse at any moment. But it was this kind of old man. His eyes faintly emitted an oppressive aura, and there was an irresistible force between his brows. Palace Master Chu of the Eastern Palace has graced us with your presence. Forgive me for not coming out to meet you. The old man came out and said to the Princess of Chu. Although he was polite, his words were filled with disdain and mockery. Palace Master. When the disciples of the Western Palace saw the old man, the fear they felt in front of the Princess of Chu immediately lessened. They all greeted him with joyful smiles on their faces. That's right. This person was none other than the Palace Master of the Western Palace of the Monster Palace, the Celestial Pig Monster King. The Celestial Pig Monster King nodded slightly in response to the greetings of the disciples of the Western Palace. His eyes focused on the Princess of Chu again. He maintained his mysterious smile and said, "Palace Master Chu, it's normal for disciples to fight. There's no need to be so calculative." The Princess of Chu looked at the Celestial Pig Monster King. Her expression became colder, and her eyes were filled with disdain. She said coldly, "Celestial Pig, if there was only one disciple of the Western Palace, I wouldn't care about a fight between disciples of the same level. But you have so many disciples of the Western Palace, including Emperor Tianxiang, bullying a saint disciple of the Eastern Palace. Isn't this bullying?" Haha. The Celestial Pig Monster King chuckled again and said slowly, "Palace Master Chu, you're wrong. Your disciples of the Eastern Palace trespassed into the territory of the Western Palace and took our treasures. Of course, our disciples of the Western Palace had to stop them. Moreover, Guan Xiaojie, a disciple of the Western Palace, gave your disciples a chance to ask your disciples to come. It was your disciples who didn't come." The Celestial Pig Monster King smiled mysteriously again. "Palace Master Chu, if you really think that my disciples of the Western Palace are bullying your disciples of the Eastern Palace, our 2 palaces can hold a competition. What do you think?" The Princess of Chu couldn't help but feel angry when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. She yelled, "Celestial Pig, don't think that you can talk to me like this just because you have a few talented disciples in the Western Palace." The Celestial Pig Monster King saw the Princess of Chu's anger and smiled proudly. "Haha, Palace Master Chu, you're wrong. We both belong to the Monster Palace. Isn't it a blessing for the Monster Palace that we have such talented disciples?" Humph. The Princess of Chu snorted and didn't answer the celestial pig monster king. After all, although the Eastern Palace was the leader of the 4 major palaces in the Monster Palace, the disciples of the Eastern Palace were the weakest. This had always been a sore point for the Princess of Chu. However, this was an indisputable fact. The Princess of Chu didn't know how to respond to the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. The Celestial Pig Monster King was even more proud when he saw the Princess of Chu's deflated expression. He said, "Palace Master Chu, it just so happens that the Eastern and Western palaces don't have any major events. Why don't we hold a competition between the disciples? What do you think?" The Celestial Pig Monster King knew that the disciples of the Eastern Palace were weaker than the disciples of the Western Palace. That was why he said this to the Princess of Chu. He wanted to make fun of the Princess of Chu. The disciples of the Western Palace were all in high spirits when they saw the Princess of Chu's deflated expression. They stood behind the Celestial Pig Monster King in high spirits. Guan Xiaojie, who had just been pushed back by the Princess of Chu, was especially proud. "Celestial Pig Monster King, are you trying to bully the Eastern Palace?" The Princess of Chu was furious when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. This old fellow clearly knew that the disciples of the Eastern Palace were weaker than the disciples of the Western Palace. Yet, he still made such a suggestion. The Celestial Pig Monster King looked at the Princess of Chu and smiled proudly. "Palace Master Chu, look at what you're saying. How could I, the Celestial Pig Monster King, dare to bully the Eastern Palace? With you around, who would dare to say that there is no one in the Eastern Palace? It's good that you know." The Princess of Chu immediately shouted when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. A powerful spiritual energy surged from her body and exploded. All the disciples of the Western Palace could not help but tremble. "Celestial Pig Monster King, let me tell you this. No matter what happens in the Eastern Palace, I, the Princess of Chu, am here. Don't even think about shaking the Eastern Palace's position in the Monster Palace." The Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, but it contained spiritual energy. It was majestic and domineering. When the Heavenly Pig Demon King saw the majestic spiritual energy emitted from Chu Wangfei's body, he couldn't help but be stunned. His smug expression froze at this moment. "Humph." After the Princess of Chu finished speaking, she snorted coldly. Ignoring the ugly expressions of the Celestial Pig Monster King and the others, she waved her hand and carried the unconscious Su Yan into the clouds and disappeared from the Western Palace. She left behind the stunned disciples of the Western Palace and the furious Celestial Pig Monster King. "Princess of Chu, as long as the Princess of Chu is here, don't even think about shaking the Eastern Palace's position. Good. After the Princess of Chu left, the Celestial Pig Monster King roared angrily. "Princess of Chu, just you wait. Just you wait. I, the Celestial Pig Monster King, will make you submit to me one day." Although the Princess of Chu already had a daughter, her face had not changed for 100 years. Her beautiful face still retained the skin of a young girl, which did not diminish her beauty at all. She was favored by countless powerful figures in the Monster Palace. If it were not for the Princess of Chu's amazing strength, there would be countless people in the Monster Palace who would want to make the Princess of Chu submit to them. The Celestial Pig Monster King was even more so. He had been lusting after the Princess of Chu's beauty for a long time. He had been suppressing it in his heart. Su Yan was brought back to the Eastern Palace by the Princess of Chu. Although Wu Yang had fainted in the end, Su Yan himself had not fared much better when a 4-bloodline saint fought a 7-bloodline saint. Rather than saying that Su Yan had defeated Wu Yang, it was more accurate to say that the two of them had only fought to a draw. If it were not for Su Yan's strong will, Su Yan would have fainted long ago. When Su Yan saw the Princess of Chu arrive, he knew that he was safe. His will that had been holding on finally relaxed and he fainted. Consort Chu saw all of this with her own eyes. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan, the Princess of Chu could not help but mutter to herself, "Not only is this child's strength amazing, but even his will is not something that ordinary people can endure." The Princess of Chu had checked Su Yan's injuries and knew that Su Yan had not only exhausted his spirit qi, but he was also seriously injured. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have fainted long ago. But this person was able to hold on until I arrived and only fainted when he knew that it was safe. This will. The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan with more and more admiration. However, when she thought of the secret contained in Su Yan's body, she fell into a melancholy. To think that in the hundreds of years that I have been in charge of the Monster Palace, there has never been such a talented person. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, he was able to fight a saint of the 7 bloodlines to a draw. If this child is allowed to grow, his future will be immeasurable. I'm afraid that he will be able to enter that legendary realm. If Linger were to be handed over to this person, it would obviously be the best choice. However, this person has too many secrets. I don't know if he is truly loyal to the Monster Palace. Thinking about it, the 100-year agreement is getting closer and closer. Sigh. Thinking about the agreement, the Princess of Chu could not help but frown and sigh. At this time, Su Yan opened his eyes and saw the Princess of Chu's melancholy appearance and the 100-year agreement that the Princess of Chu had mentioned. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. A 100-year agreement? What kind of agreement does this Princess of Chu have? Looking at her helpless appearance, it seems that she is very reluctant. Looking at this Princess of Chu's spirit chi, although I am not sure what realm it has reached, it is still the Boundary Realm. Boundary Realm. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but tremble. He really could not think of anything that could make the Boundary Realm feel helpless. Chapter 194. This is. Although Su Yan did not open his eyes in order not to let the Princess of Chu know that he had woken up, Su Yan could feel a wave of power spreading throughout his body. Although there was no pain, Su Yan could clearly feel that his meridians had been shackled. However, this shackle disappeared very quickly. Secret technique, restriction secret technique. Su Yan quickly thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. Although Su Yan did not know what kind of restriction the Princess of Chu had placed on him, Su Yan was no stranger to this restriction secret technique. If a person was placed with a restriction secret technique, then the person who placed the restriction would be able to control the person at will in the future. When Su Yan thought of being controlled by the Princess of Chu in the future, his whole body could not help but tremble. Immediately, a wave of anger surged in his chest. However, when he thought of the Princess of Chu's strength, Su Yan still endured it. The Princess of Chu did not know that Su Yan had already understood. She just looked at Su Yan and smiled with satisfaction. Although this child has many secrets with these 2 restrictions, even if he wants to go against my wishes in the future, I'm afraid that it is not his choice. What? 2 restrictions? When Su Yan heard the Princess of Chu's words, he was even more shocked. He had not expected that the Princess of Chu had not only placed 1 restriction on him, but 2. What is the Princess of Chu afraid of? Su Yan was shocked and even more puzzled. I am only a 4 meridian saint, while the Princess of Chu is at the square boundary. Not only that, but she is also a disciple of the Monster Palace. Why is she afraid of me? While Su Yan was puzzled, he didn't dare to make a sound because of how powerful the Princess of Chu was. He could only hide all his anger in the bottom of his heart. The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan again. She didn't know that Su Yan had already woken up. She thought that Su Yan hadn't woken up yet, so she didn't bother with Su Yan and turned to leave. Su Yan was left alone on the bed, unable to figure out what had happened. Why is the Princess of Chu so afraid of me? Why did she place 2 layers of restrictions on me? Could it be that she wants to use me to do something? Su Yan kept thinking about it. Unfortunately, Su Yan was left to his own devices. He couldn't figure out the Princess of Chu's true motive. No, I can't let this restriction exist. I, Su Yan, have never been threatened by anyone, not even the Princess of Chu. Su Yan said in his heart. His unopened eyes suddenly flashed with a determined light. Of course, Su Yan knew that the restriction placed on him by the Princess of Chu's strength couldn't be broken so easily. Now Su Yan could only endure it. Only when he reached a certain height could he break it. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan felt that he had pretended enough. He coughed a few times and woke up. Although the Princess of Chu had left the room, she had been watching over here. When Su Yan woke up, the Princess of Chu walked in. She looked at Su Yan and said expressionlessly, "Awake." Su Yan nodded and hurriedly got up. He cupped his hands to the Princess of Chu and said, "Thank you, Palace Master, for saving my life. It's fine. You are a disciple of the East Palace. How can I allow you to be bullied by the people of the West Palace? The Princess of Chu waved her hand and said casually, as if she was talking about something unrelated. If Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him, Su Yan would definitely be grateful to the Princess of Chu. But now that Su Yan knew that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him, how could he be grateful to her? He only felt anger. The trip to the Monster Palace. This wasn't Su Yan's purpose. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace only for the secret of the Tai Yao ancient seal. Su Yan, you can fight a saint of the 7 bloodlines to a draw with the strength of a saint of the 4 bloodlines. I didn't misjudge you. Of course, the Princess of Chu didn't know that Su Yan had already known that she had placed a restriction on him. She still maintained her coldness. Although Su Yan was angry, he still restrained himself. He didn't show the slightest trace of anger on his face. Instead he smiled and said, "Palace Master, I'm sorry. If you hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would have died in the West Palace." "That's just because you're too weak." As the Princess of Chu spoke, she waved her hand and a pill with a delicate fragrance fell on the palm of the Princess of Chu. "Su Yan, this is the energy gathering pill. It's very helpful for the cultivation of a saint. I'll give it to you now." "Give it to me." Su Yan looked at the fragrant pill in the Princess of Chu's hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Energy gathering pill. Su Yan naturally wasn't unfamiliar with it. This pill was a level 5 pill that was refined by gathering all the rare herbs in the world. When a saint bloodline expert swallowed the energy gathering pill, he could gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth and forcefully open a saint bloodline to condense. Level 1. Although it was only level 1, this level of the saint realm was difficult for many people to cross in their lifetime. Now it could be done with just one pill. From this, one could see the importance of the energy gathering pill. If Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on his body, Su Yan would definitely take the energy gathering pill without hesitation and would be very grateful to the Princess of Chu. However, Su Yan now knew that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him. Now she had rewarded him with such a precious pill. How could Su Yan not be puzzled? The Princess of Chu placed a restriction on me and rewarded me with such a precious pill. Clearly, she isn't trying to suppress my cultivation. Then why is she doing this? While Su Yan was puzzled, his expression didn't change. He said with a slightly agitated tone, Palatial Lord Chu, how can I accept such a precious pill without doing anything?" "Accept it." The Princess of Chu maintained her cold demeanor. As she spoke slowly, she handed the pill to Su Yan. "Thank you, Palatial Lord." Although Su Yan was puzzled, he couldn't bear to reject such a precious pill like the energy-gathering pill. Thinking of the effects of the energy-gathering pill, his hands trembled as he took the pill from the Princess of Chu. Seeing Su Yan take the pill, the Princess of Chu said, "Su Yan, I naturally didn't give you this energy-gathering pill for no reason. It's to give you the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate." The right to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan could not help but be taken aback. Clearly, there was nothing in the Princess of Chu's memories regarding the cultivation of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Okay. The Princess of Chu was not surprised by Su Yan's puzzlement. Instead, she nodded and said, "Su Yan, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda is a secret cultivation pagoda that the 4 great palaces have. The pagoda is divided into 10 levels, and each level has its own special effect. Cultivating in the pagoda is 100 times faster than cultivating outside. 100 times faster." Su Yan could not help but be surprised. His eyes immediately surged with a glint as he yearned for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Compared to Su Yan's surprise, the Princess of Chu was still as cold as ice. She did not even look at Su Yan as she continued. Of course, due to the limited resources in the pagoda, not all disciples can enter to cultivate. Only the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace have the right. So what I want you to do now is to obtain the right," the Princess of Chu said to Su Yan. Finally, her frosty face immediately turned serious. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's body trembled, but he quickly recovered. Thinking of the cultivation speed of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, his eyes surged with a glint. "Palace Lord, I will definitely not disappoint and obtain the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda." Okay. The princess of Chu nodded. With a wave of her hand, a domino landed in Su Yan's hand. Su Yan, this domino contains the information of all the disciples of the Eastern Palace. It also records how you obtained the right to enter the top 10. I will give you a month's time. You must obtain the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Yes. Su Yan nodded seriously. At the same time, he vaguely felt the blood in his body begin to boil. The right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. 100 times faster cultivation speed. Su Yan will definitely obtain it. After the Princess of Chu explained these matters, she let Su Yan leave. Su Yan did not stay for long. He left the Eastern Palace main hall and returned to his younger brother Hall. The younger brother Hall did not have a real name. However, he had heard from Yu Xiong that because he was the ruler of this hall, it was named after him. Now Yu Xiong had lost to Su Yan. The hall naturally had to change its name. Of course, Su Yan could not be bothered with such trivial matters. When he returned to the palace and thought about how he was a palace master, he felt that it was a wonderful thing. At least when he was cultivating here, he would not be disturbed by others. Su Yan returned to the hall, but he did not see Yu Xiong and the others. Clearly they were busy with some missions. There were all kinds of missions in the Monster Palace. For example, going out of the East Sea to train, going to some of the Great Fei's martial arts halls to do missions could be exchanged for benefits in the Monster Palace. Su Yan did not care about them. He went back to his room and took out the domino that the Princess of Chu had given him. The Princess of Chu gave me the energy recovery pill and this domino. Clearly, she wants me to become stronger quickly. But why did she put restrictions in my body? Su Yan thought about the 2 restrictions in his body and felt uncomfortable. Su Yan activated the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword manual and searched his body. Unfortunately, he could not find the location of the restriction. He helplessly shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Forget it, forget it. Obviously, Chu Wangfei does not have any ill intentions towards me now. After all, with her strength, she does not need to place any restriction in my body." Thinking about it, Su Yan stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at the bone tablet in his hand, and a bright light surged in his eyes. The top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, the ancient Fei Tower. Su Yan bit his lip and crushed the domino in his hand. When the domino broke, a memory suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. The domino clearly recorded how to obtain the right to cultivate in the ancient Fei Tower. There was also a list of all the Eastern Palace disciples. Of course, it was a list of all the disciples, but it was only a list of the stronger disciples. Chapter 195. Of course, Su Yan didn't need to know all the disciples of the East Palace. Su Yan had always been a loner. Ever since he stepped into the world of martial artists, although he had many senior and junior brothers, there were only a few of them whom he could really talk to. Therefore, Su Yan didn't care about how many disciples there were in the East Palace. In the memory of the bone tablet that Princess Chu had given him, it was enough to have some important disciples. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda didn't exist in the memories given by Princess Chu the first time. This time it was clearly recorded in the memories of the domino. Su Yan combed through the memories of the domino and immediately understood the existence of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace didn't have a distinction between inner and outer sect disciples. However, that didn't mean that Monster Palace didn't separate the disciples' identities. Not only were the disciples of Monster Palace divided, but it was also clearer than the sect Su Yan used to be in, the Sword Collection Tomb. It could be seen from the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace was divided into 4 great palaces, and the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was also divided into 4. Each palace occupied a Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Only the top 10 disciples of the 4 great palaces were qualified to enter each ancient pagoda to cultivate. From the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda's cultivation speed that was 100 times faster than normal, it was enough to see that Monster Palace's division of disciples was stricter than any other sect. Of course, Su Yan didn't care about the disciples' so-called identities. Su Yan only cared about the cultivation of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. 100 times faster cultivation speed was definitely enough to drive every warrior crazy. Su Yan was no exception. Through the bone tablet's memory given to him by Chu Wangfei, Su Yan knew that it was not an easy task to enter the top 10. To become a top 10 disciple of a palace, Not only did one have to be strong enough to suppress others, but more importantly, one had to complete the missions given by Monster Palace. Of course, this mission had nothing to do with Su Yan. It was not that Su Yan did not want to complete the mission. Instead, it was the Princess of Chu who opened the back door for Su Yan. Therefore, what Su Yan needed to do now was to quickly increase his strength. The disciples in the top 10 were all emperors of the celestial phenomenon realm, while Su Yan was only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. Even if she could fight against a saint of the 7 bloodlines, she would still be in an invincible position. However, Su Yan knew very well that with his current strength, he would not be able to fight back at all if he were to face the Emperor of Tianxiang. Emperor Tianxiang. After Su Yan sorted through the memories in the bone tablet, his eyes immediately surged with a bright light, especially when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Guan Xiaojie in the Western Palace. His desire for strength had reached an unprecedented level. The spirit channeling realm cultivates the path of life and the path of soul. Once you reach the pinnacle, you will break through the path and form a saint vein. Each meridian has 1 level. Only when the 9 meridians stand at the peak can the 9 meridians allow them to observe the heavens and form the heavens. This was the most basic technique of cultivation. However, Su Yan knew that he could not be compared to ordinary people. He did not cultivate the path of life and the path of soul, but the path of the human heart. When one formed a saint vein, every saint vein would be different from that of ordinary people. Every saint vein that Su Yan had was a kind of comprehension. He had to create a new element in order to form a saint vein. Therefore, according to ordinary people, Su Yan's cultivation would definitely be twice as hard as ordinary people. This was because every time Su Yan formed a saint vein, it was equivalent to forming a new saint vein. It was different from ordinary people. When the path of life and the path of soul turned into saint veins, it was destined that every saint vein would be formed. As long as he cultivated more, when his spiritual qi or some of the elements he cultivated reached the peak, he would naturally be able to form a second saint vein. However, Su Yan could not. Now, Su Yan was a saint of the 4 bloodlines. Every saint vein was a different kind of power. The first saint vein was the power of sword intent. The second saint vein was the power of heavenly fire. The third saint vein was the qi of 100 poisons. The fourth saint vein was the soul of 10,000 ghosts. These 4 saint veins were new comprehensions for Su Yan every time. And it was this new comprehension that made Su Yan fall into a state of confusion. Now, each of my saint veins is different. What is my 5th saint vein? Su Yan frowned and fell into a state of confusion. Thinking of his 4 different saint veins, he smiled bitterly. Although the 4 saint veins are different, the power that they can erupt seems to be the same as an ordinary saint. Only the heavenly fire saint vein is useful. I can use the power of the molten green lotus fire. The other saint veins, the soul of 10,000 ghosts, the qi of 100 poisons, and the power of sword intent don't seem to be of much use. If there are no benefits, why did I choose to cultivate so many saint veins? When Su Yan first comprehended the power of sword intent and condensed a saint vein, Su Yan did not think much and thought that sword intent would become his main saint vein from then on. Su Yan, who was originally a sword cultivator, did not think much about it. Unfortunately, when he entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave, he happened to encounter the heavenly fire. At that time, Su Yan did not intend to condense a saint vein. He only wanted to devour the molten green lotus fire. How could he know that the moment he absorbed the molten green lotus fire, he would automatically condense a saint vein? At that time, Su Yan was only immersed in joy. He did not pay much attention to it. Not to mention later, Su Yan had comprehended the poison qi in his body. He did not hesitate to condense his 3rd saint vein. The 4th saint vein was even more so. Because he had absorbed the ghost qi in the 10,000 Ghosts cave, Su Yan did not have a choice. He could only go all the way and even set foot in the dangerous sea dock to condense the 4th saint vein. Now that the 4th saint vein had been formed, he did not know what element the 5th saint vein was. This made Su Yan puzzled. In particular, he did not discover that the 4 saint veins in his body were stronger than ordinary people. This was because the power of the 4 saint veins was still the same as the saint veins of ordinary people. If that's the case, why did I cultivate so many saint veins? Su Yan sank into a melancholy. When he circulated the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra in his body, He was even more puzzled. When the Su family first cultivated, Su Yan chose the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra. At that time, Su Yan thought that the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra was suitable for him, and did not think much about it. Su Yan knew that the world was vast, and there were all kinds of cultivation techniques. Some high-level cultivation techniques were even heaven-defying, and could absorb everything in the world. However, after choosing the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra, Su Yan did not think about other cultivation techniques. It was not that Su Yan did not want to obtain those heaven-defying cultivation techniques, but that Su Yan knew that these heaven-defying cultivation techniques were not things of legend. Even if he obtained them, since he had already cultivated the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra. With Su Yan's character, he would not casually change his cultivation technique. This was also why Su Yan did not think much about the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra for so long. However, as his strength grew, Su Yan also discovered the differences of the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra, even though he did not have the guidance of the ancestors. Although Su Yan had chosen the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra from the start, and did not know much about other cultivation techniques, there were some books that recorded the mysteries of cultivation techniques. Comparing them, he naturally knew the differences of the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra. When an ordinary person reaches the 9th level of the spirit realm, they have already cultivated the Life Tao and the Soul Tao. I have also stepped into this realm before, but I broke through the Life Tao and the Soul Tao. Originally, one could only stay in the spirit realm for life, but I stepped into the 10th level of the spirit realm and recultivated the Tao of the human heart. Although there was some luck involved, I have to admit that it is related to my Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra. Now, an ordinary person can cultivate one main meridian and condense 9 meridians, but I am able to cultivate all 9 meridians and comprehend one meridian at a time. It is most likely because of the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra. Su Yan's eyes flickered. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and went through everything that had happened since he stepped into the world of martial artists. He immediately discovered this problem. The Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra is definitely not so simple. After thinking for a while, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes and said with certainty, it was a pity that he had been alone all this time, and did not have any seniors to explain it to him. Even though he knew that the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra was not so simple, Su Yan still could not figure out why. He was even more confused about the matter of condensing a Saint Meridian. After sitting in the room for a few hours, he still couldn't think of a reason why this was happening. Forget it. I have already cultivated 4 meridians, and it is impossible for me to give up. Instead of worrying about this, I might as well think about the 5th meridian. Su Yan shook his head and threw away all the confusion that had just surged in his mind. That originally confused pair of eyes once again condensed into a resplendent light. Since I have embarked on a different path from ordinary people, I will open up a new path. So what if I comprehend 1 meridian at a time? There are only 9 meridians in this world. How can I, Su Yan, stop at 4 meridians? As Su Yan thought about it, all the confusion disappeared. All that was left was the light of unswerving determination and the desire for strength. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Thinking about the strength and the heaven-defying cultivation of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan's eyes could not help but surge with greed. He was filled with anticipation for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Of course, anticipation was just anticipation. Su Yan knew that it was not easy to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The Monster Palace mission was waived by Su Yan because of the Princess of Chu. This saved Su Yan a lot of trouble, but it also made Su Yan even more confused. The Princess of Chu planted 2 restrictions in my body and gave me so much help. Clearly, it was not to control my cultivation. Then what was the reason? Su Yan was confused again. After thinking for a while, he still could not figure it out. He sighed and said, forget it. Regardless, what I need to do now is to increase my strength as soon as possible. And if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was clearly a shortcut. Although Su Yan wanted to step into the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda now, from the memories of the bone token that the Princess of Chu had given him, she had the intention of letting Su Yan enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda directly. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu was the mistress of a palace. Even if she favored Su Yan, she could not break the rules of the Monster Palace. Waiving Su Yan's mission was already a backdoor. Chapter 196. Top 10 Eastern Palace Disciples. As Su Yan thought of this, his eyes immediately emitted a ray of unswerving determination. A surge of hot blood also surged in his heart. Of course, while his blood boiled, Su Yan did not lose himself. This was because from the memory in the bone tablet, Su Yan already knew that the last disciple in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace was also a celestial emperor. With Su Yan's current strength, if he encountered an Emperor Tianxiang, he would be able to sense the Emperor Tianxiang's aura and know that it was an Emperor Tianxiang. However, he wouldn't be able to tell how many stars the Emperor Tianxiang had reached. Heaven was divided into the 3 celestial forms of sun, moon, and star. Sun-ranked emperors of Tianxiang were legends, and there were only a few moon-ranked emperors of Tianxiang. Most people formed celestial forms mainly based on the celestial form. This was why when one reached Emperor of Heaven, they were called Emperors of Heaven. As for the 2 celestial forms of sun and moon, very few people could form them. Even if someone could, they would only be divided by the number of stars they had. At the peak of 9 stars, one could transform one's Dantian into a sea and enter the spirit sea realm, becoming a supremacy. Of course, it was still too early for Su Yan to enter the world of supremacy spirit sea. At this moment, Su Yan only needed to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. And to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, one had to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace had a pagoda in each of the 4 main palaces. To enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, one had to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Not only that, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was a mysterious existence in the Monster Palace. If one did not contribute greatly to the Monster Palace, many Monster Palace disciples would not know of the existence of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda in the Monster Palace. After all, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was 100 times faster than the outside world. It was enough to make any warrior envious. Therefore, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda had always been considered a forbidden area in the Monster Palace. Disciples who did not have the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda were forbidden from taking half a step inside. Therefore, the only way to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Top 10. Su Yan narrowed his eyes as he thought. Although he could say that it was because the Princess of Chu had pulled strings for him this time, it was still not easy to get into the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. The disciples of the Eastern Palace were the weakest of the 4 palaces. However, among the top 10 disciples, even the weakest was a 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Of course, the reason why Su Yan knew all this was because of the memory of the domino that the Princess of Chu had given him. 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Although he is only 1 star, he is not someone I can fight against right now. Although Su Yan was very confident in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he had no chance of beating a 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Furthermore, there were many Emperor Tianxiang in the Monster Palace. For a mere 1-star emperor to be able to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples meant that he was naturally stronger than ordinary Emperor Tianxiang. Unknowingly, if Su Yan wanted to challenge this top 10 qualification, the difficulty would naturally be much higher. Strength. Everything depends on strength. I can only keep improving my strength. There is no other choice. Su Yan muttered to himself as his eyes lit up. Originally, Su Yan was still feeling melancholy about his sacred bloodline. However, Su Yan had already thought it through. So what if he had different sacred bloodlines? Since he wanted to walk this path, he would persevere. 5 bloodlines. Thinking about the different powers of his 4 bloodlines, Su Yan also began to think about his 5th bloodline. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no need to do so. They could just start absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. However, Su Yan was different. He needed to have an epiphany for each bloodline. He needed to have the elements needed to form a sacred bloodline. Although the power of each bloodline is different, I can form a sacred bloodline as long as I find the power that the cultivation method in my body can sense. This saves me some cultivation methods. Of course, Su Yan was just comforting himself. After all, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven for a warrior to comprehend a sacred bloodline once, let alone Su Yan wanting to comprehend it 9 times. If it were an ordinary person, they would have gone crazy long ago. Only Su Yan's strong will was enough to withstand it. Since absorbing spiritual energy is useless, it is useless for me to sit here. Only by going out to experience will I have a chance to obtain the power of a sacred bloodline. Su Yan muttered to himself. He stood up from the bed and walked straight out of the door. Although Su Yan was full of confidence, Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he walked out of the door. One bloodline, one enlightenment. It was easy to say, but how could it be so easy to do? Now that Su Yan was standing at the door, he didn't know where to go. The best way to comprehend the power of the world was to travel the rivers and the 9 continents. However, could Su Yan leave the monster palace now? Although Su Yan had been avoiding the Guyu sect's pursuit for some time, the humiliation that the Guyu sect brought him had always been engraved in his heart. The moment he fell off the cliff of the Hengduan mountain, Su Yan had already sworn that when he returned to the hidden demon region one day, he would set foot on the Guyu sect. The Guyu sect was a large sect with thousands of disciples. It was obvious that Su Yan's current strength was not enough to contend against them. Since that was the case, now was not the time for Su Yan to leave the monster palace. After all, the monster palace was the way to the hidden demon region. Not being able to leave the monster palace is a troublesome matter. Su Yan frowned again as he thought about it. However, his frown quickly relaxed as a faint smile appeared on his lips. The Supreme Demon Palace is so big. I don't believe that I, Su Yan, can't condense my 9 meridians here. As he said that, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He quickly determined his goal. Monster Palace, East Palace Martial Arts Training Hall. The Martial Arts Training Hall was a hall that every palace must have. As the name suggested, the Martial Arts Training Hall was a place for the disciples to practice martial arts. In fact, Su Yan had only been in the Monster Palace for a few days. First, he was unconscious for 3 days. Then, he entered the sea dock and stayed in the Monster Palace for less than a day. Su Yan had never set foot in the Martial Arts Training Hall. The reason why Su Yan knew about the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall was because of the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu for the first time. It made Su Yan aware of the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall in the Monster Palace. After all, the Martial Arts Training Hall was an ordinary place in the Monster Palace. All disciples could set foot in it. As soon as Su Yan left the palace he lived in, he went straight to the Martial Arts Training Hall. Nothing happened along the way, but Su Yan found that many disciples around him were looking at him with eyes full of hatred. This made Su Yan very confused. Originally, there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Monster Palace. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the East Palace alone. Not all disciples in the palace knew each other. Su Yan had not been in the East Palace for long, so there should be very few people who knew Su Yan. However, Su Yan found that all the disciples were looking at him with strange eyes. Of course, Su Yan did not know that on the first day he entered the Monster Palace, Chu Linger's intimate attitude made many disciples engrave Su Yan's appearance in their minds. One had to know that Chu Linger was the goddess of all the disciples in the East Palace. Su Yan, a new disciple, was so intimate with Chu Linger. Naturally, the disciples thought that Su Yan had blasphemed their goddess. As Su Yan walked down, naturally, many disciples looked at Su Yan with hatred. Fortunately, the strength of these disciples was only in the Saint bloodline realm. Some were even weaker than Su Yan, so nothing happened along the way. Su Yan, who had always been alone, ignored these hateful gazes. As the saying goes, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. As long as these people did not come to find trouble with me, Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He did not want to waste his cultivation time. Soon, Su Yan arrived at the Martial Arts Training Hall. The Martial Arts Training Hall was the place where the disciples usually cultivated. There was no one guarding it, so all the disciples could enter and leave freely. However, although this was the case, there were different levels in the Martial Arts Training Hall. Where the Spirit Realm was to cultivate, where the Life Soul Realm was to cultivate, where the Saint Bloodline Realm was to cultivate, and where the Emperor Tianxiang Realm was to cultivate. They were all divided into different levels. Su Yan only knew of the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall, but he did not know of the divisions in the Martial Arts Training Hall. As soon as he walked into the Martial Arts Training Hall, Su Yan did not look at the plaque hanging outside the door. He walked directly into the Emperor Tianxiang Realm's Martial Arts Training Hall. Walking into the martial arts training hall, Suyin was once again shocked by the power of the monster palace. This martial arts training hall was like a small world. At a glance, there was no end to it. Compared to the sword collection tomb, it was probably half the size of the sword collection tomb. Suyin was surprised, but at the same time he felt a little relieved. Suyin had always regarded the monster palace as a place to pass by. However, Suyin knew that during this period of time, he still had to stay in the monster palace to cultivate. The more powerful the monster palace was, the more beneficial it would be for him. After all, Suyin had never had any feelings for the monster palace, but he also did not have any hatred for it. No matter how powerful the monster palace was, it would not hinder him. On the contrary, the strength of the monster palace would allow him to obtain more resources. This is the first time I've set foot in this martial arts training hall. I still don't know how to cultivate. While Suyin was surprised by the strength of the monster palace, he fell into a state of confusion. Suyin had always been a loner since he stepped into the world of martial artists. Even after entering the sword collection tomb, he was still running around for the sword well. After coming out of the sword well, Suyin became a true disciple of the sword collection tomb. However, before Suyin could enjoy the identity of a true disciple, he had been expelled from the sword collection tomb. After leaving the sword collection tomb, Suyin was like a rogue cultivator. He had no fixed residence and walked all the way to the monster palace. He really had not been to any martial arts training hall to cultivate. Suyin looked around and muttered, "Although this place is rich in spirit energy, what I need more is to comprehend the fifth holy vein. Since this place is so big, I might as well try my luck." Suyin said and walked forward. Chapter 197. This martial arts palace was so huge that it was unimaginable. Although it was only a palace, there were many large and small rooms in it. Just now, Suyin saw many rooms along the way. Those rooms should have provided some kind of training. However, as Suyin walked, he merely glanced over and didn't look carefully. At this time, Suyin didn't know whether it was the noise coming from inside the Xianbing Cold Pond or the words Xianbing Cold Pond that were shocking enough. But he immediately stopped when he saw it. Xianbing Cold Pond. Suyin muttered. Before he could think much, his footsteps couldn't help but walk inside. "Disciple of the four lineages, Saint, what are you doing here? Leave quickly." As soon as Suyin walked in, he was noticed by a person in the room. That person first glanced at Suyin and then shouted at Suyin. His eyes were full of disdain. When Suyin heard this, he suddenly woke up from his astonishment and looked at the person who had shouted at him. This person had an ordinary square face and belonged to the kind of face that was common. If one only looked at him, they would not remember him. Suyin had always held the principle of not offending people if they didn't offend him. Looking at the disdainful look in those eyes, he couldn't help but sneer. If this person was a Tianxiang emperor, Suyin would give up. After all, a Tianxiang emperor was stronger than him and had the capital to be arrogant. However, this person was only a saint of the 6 lineages, although he was 2 levels higher than him. However, Suyin could fight a saint of the 7 lineages to a draw. Would he be afraid of a saint of the 6 lineages? However, Suyin, who never liked to cause trouble, was too lazy to care about it. After all, Suyin had seen too many of these people's arrogant faces and defeated too many of them. As long as this person didn't provoke him, Suyin was too lazy to cause trouble. Moreover, Suyin was more concerned about the mystery of this room called the Xianbing Cold Pond. The young man was called Xu Sang. Seeing that Suyin, a saint of the 4 lineages, dared to ignore him, a surge of anger immediately surged in his body. He stepped forward to stop Suyin and shouted, "Boy, I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me?" "Why should I leave?" Suyin said slowly. Looking at his eyes that were filled with the smell of gunpowder, there was not the slightest change in his expression. "Why should I leave?" When Xu Sang heard Suyin's words, he tilted his head and looked at Suyin with extreme arrogance. He mocked. "Kid, is this your first time in the martial arts training hall? Don't you know that the martial arts training hall is the place where Emperor Tianxiang trains?" Emperor Tianxiang. Suyin was taken aback. He really didn't know about this. However, Suyin didn't think too much about it. Instead, he glanced at Xu Sang and couldn't help but smile. He asked in return. Since this is where the Emperor Tianxiang cultivates, why are you here? Are you also one? How am I the same as you? Xu Sang's face darkened when he heard Su Yan's words. What's the difference? Su Yan smiled coldly. Can you defeat the Emperor Tianxiang with the strength of a saint of the 6 lineages? What nonsense are you talking about? Xu Sang was shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. Strength represented one's identity and status. Moreover, among the countless disciples in the Eastern Palace, although there was no clear division of identity, there was definitely a strict division of strength. If a saint of the 6 lineages dared to say that he could match the Emperor Tianxiang, it would be a blasphemy against him. So after hearing Su Yan's words, Xu Sang couldn't help but tremble. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. Then he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, I don't care who you are. In short, you shouldn't be here. Hurry up and scram before I kick you out." Oh, if no one cared about this, Su Yan would have just glanced around. If he did not find anything, he would have left. At any rate, Su Yan did not want to cause any trouble. However, Xu Sang's words had aroused the arrogance in Su Yan's heart. If you want me to leave, then I won't leave today. Su Yan looked around and happened to see a stone stool in the room, so he went up and sat down. Xu Sang was furious when he saw Su Yan's appearance. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't casually attack in the martial training hall, he would have already attacked Su Yan. Now he looked at Su Yan and could only clench his teeth and shout, "Brat, I'll ask you one last time, are you really not leaving? I can leave, but you have to come with me," Su Yan slowly said. Compared to Xu Sang's face that was filled with anger, his face still maintained its indifference. Xu Sang shouted, "Brat, what status do you have to compare to me? Can't I?" Su Yan smiled faintly. Originally, he wanted to kill Xu Sang's spirit. However, when he thought about the division of the martial arts training halls that Xu Sang had mentioned, it piqued Su Yan's interest. Su Yan did not continue to attack him. Instead, he said, "I can leave, but give me a reason." Reason? Xu Sang heard Su Yan's question and looked at Su Yan with even more disdain. He coldly snorted and said, "Looking at you, it seems you've just joined the monster palace. In that case, I'll tell you today." Xu Sang glanced at Su Yan with disdain. "Brat, listen carefully. The place you're standing is the exclusive place for Tianxiang Emperor to practice martial arts. You're only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. You don't have the right to come in, do you understand? If you want to come in here, you have to look at your own strength." When Su Yan heard Xu Sang's words, he ignored him. Instead, he furrowed his brows and thought about the different entrances he saw at the entrance. Su Yan suddenly realized something and smiled. So this martial arts training hall is also divided into different levels. Xu Sang saw Su Yan's expression and thought Su Yan understood, so he shouted again, "Brat, now that you know you shouldn't be here, why don't you scram?" Scram. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He glanced at Xu Sang and said, "Senior, I see that you haven't reached the Tianxiang Emperor level yet. If you want me to scram, won't you have to scram yourself? What do you know? How can I compare to you?" Xu Sang immediately became anxious when he heard Su Yan's words. "How can you not compare? I know you haven't reached the Tianxiang Emperor level yet." Su Yan looked at Xu Sang with a sharp glint in his eyes, making Xu Sang feel uneasy. Who is this brat? How can a saint of the 4 bloodlines make me feel this pressure? Xu Sang was stunned when he saw Su Yan's sharp eyes, but he quickly reacted and said coldly, "All right, kid, since you say so, I'll tell you the truth and convince you wholeheartedly." Su Yan smiled and didn't care about Xu Sang's words. He looked at Xu Sang with interest, wanting to see how Xu Sang would convince him. Xu Sang saw Su Yan's expression and smiled. His eyes immediately surged with confidence. He glanced at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Brat, do you know Ratli?" Ratli. Su Yan was stunned after hearing this name. It wasn't because of how powerful this person was, but because Su Yan knew that this was the 1-star Tianxiang Emperor among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. If it was before, Su Yan really wouldn't know, but with the memory of the Princess of Chu's bone tablet, Su Yan had a deep impression of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, whether it was their appearance or name. Xu Sang saw Su Yan's shocked expression and thought that Su Yan was afraid. He arrogantly smiled and said, "Brat, I'm Xu Sang, Rat Li's younger brother. Now tell me, do I have the qualifications to enter? Su Yan didn't expect to meet Shu Li's younger brother here, but when he heard Shu Sang's words he quickly recovered. He looked at Shu Sang's arrogant expression and smiled indifferently. You mean to say that you can come here because of your brother's relationship? Shu Sang clearly didn't hear the mockery in Su Yan's words. Instead he proudly smiled and said, That's right. Brat, if you have the ability, find a big brother and find a Tianxiang emperor to protect you. Then you can naturally come here. Oh. Su Yan just wanted to figure out what was going on and was about to leave. After all, if only Tianxiang emperors could enter the martial arts palace to cultivate, Su Yan wouldn't break the rules. However, after hearing Shu Sang's words, Su Yan immediately understood. Although the martial arts palace was a place for Tianxiang emperors to cultivate, it wasn't that strict. As long as someone brought you in, you could enter. Since it wasn't breaking the rules of the monster palace, Su Yan had nothing to worry about. He smiled and said, Shu Sang, if I don't leave today, what will you do? What? Shu Sang was shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. He immediately came to his senses and pointed at Su Yan. Brat, are you playing with me? Su Yan didn't answer and only smiled meaningfully. Shu Sang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He pointed at Su Yan, his eyes trembling with anger. Brat, it seems that you really don't know what's good for you. While speaking, Shu Sang was about to attack Su Yan. Just as Shu Sang was about to attack, a shout suddenly came from the side. Shu Sang, don't fight in the martial arts palace. While speaking, a figure appeared in front of Shu Sang and Su Yan. This person's appearance was quite similar to Shu Sang's. They both had ordinary square faces, but compared to Shu Sang, this person had a bit more dignity between his eyebrows. When Su Yan saw this person, he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, he confirmed this person's identity. Eastern Palace's top 10 disciples, Rat Li. Big brother. When Shu Sang saw Shu Li arrive, his angry expression towards Su Yan also calmed down. What replaced it was a look of schadenfreude, especially when he looked at Su Yan with disdain. It was as if he was saying, My big brother is here. Brat, you're dead. Chapter 198. Rat Li didn't care about Su Yan's stare. He looked at Su Yan and asked, Kid, are you Su Yan? Yes. How do you know my name? When Su Yan heard Shu Li's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't been in the Supreme Demon Palace for a long time. It was reasonable to say that this Shu Li shouldn't have recognized him since this was his first time meeting Shu Li. How did Rat Li know his name? Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you have earned the right to enter the top 10. Rat Li still had that mysterious smile on his face. After he said that, Su Yan's expression didn't change much. On the other hand, Shu Sang's entire body shook. He looked at Su Yan with a strange expression. He turned his head and looked at Shu Li with a questioning expression. Brother, what did you say? This little brat obtained the qualifications to fight for the top 10 positions? How is this possible? If you wanted to enter the top 10, you didn't just need to be strong. You also needed to complete the missions given by Monster Palace. Only by completing the missions could you enter the top 10. In other words, only the disciples who completed the missions could enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda only existed for the geniuses of Monster Palace. Some normal disciples or some higher-ups in Monster Palace didn't think they had the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. That meant they didn't know about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. They also didn't know that the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace had such benefits. That was because those missions were all hidden missions. Only when they were completed would the disciples be notified that they had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples and the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, the disciples in the East Palace of Monster Palace didn't know much about the top 10 disciples. Although Rat Sang wasn't as qualified as Rat Li, he knew about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda because of his relationship with Rat Li. Rat Sang had been working hard to earn the right to enter the top 10. Unfortunately, even though Rat Sang knew the inside story and worked hard for a few years, he still couldn't earn the right to enter the top 10. Now that he heard that Su Yan, who was only a 4 Meridian Saint, had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10, how could Shu Sang not be surprised? After all, there were too many missions that needed to be completed in order to compete for the top 10 spots. Some missions were even difficult for Emperor Tianxiang to complete. He couldn't believe that Su Yan had earned the right to enter the top 10. Of course, he still didn't know. Su Yan had only been in the Supreme Demon Palace for a few days. If he knew, he would definitely be even more astonished. Of course, if he knew again. The reason why Su Yan was able to obtain the right to enter the top 10 so quickly was because Monster Palace's East Palace Palace Master, Princess Chu, had given Su Yan a huge back door. The East Palace Palace Master. Although the disciples of the East Palace were the weakest among the 4 palaces, everyone knew that the East Palace Palace Master, Princess Chu, was the palace master in charge of Monster Palace. She was the #1 person in Monster Palace. Moreover, Princess Chu had always been cold to her disciples. She had never given any pointers to anyone. In everyone's hearts, Princess Chu was like a god. Many people hoped to get some pointers from Princess Chu, but they could only feel regret in their hearts. If people knew that Su Yan was so valued by Princess Chu, the entire Monster Palace would probably be in turmoil. Su Yan naturally knew the ins and outs of the entire Great Fei Ancient Tower battle, because he had obtained the dominoes memories from Princess Chu. At that time, Su Yan didn't feel much when Princess Chu exempted him from the mission. Now he saw Rat Mulberry's surprised expression. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seems that being exempted from the mission has saved me a lot of trouble. That's right, Su Yan only felt that it was less troublesome to do something that others would go crazy over. As for why Ratley knew his identity, Su Yan also knew a thing or two. When Ratley first said his name, Su Yan might have been a little puzzled. However, when Ratley said that he had won the battle for the top 10 disciples, Su Yan understood. This was clearly Monster Palace's preferential treatment for the top 10 disciples. Since Ratley knows that he has obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples, the other top 10 disciples should know as well. This matter has become much more interesting. Su Yan couldn't help but smile as he thought about it. His eyes were still shining with a determined light. He didn't have a trace of fear towards the top 10 disciples, knowing that he had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. Instead, the warlike blood flowing in his bones faintly surged and boiled. Compared to Rat Mulberry's face full of surprise, Ratley still maintained that mysterious smile. He didn't pay attention to Rat Mulberry's face just now. Instead, he looked at Su Yan with a trace of disdain in his eyes. It's surprising that a mere 4-vein saint can obtain the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. But so what? Your strength is still too weak to take the top 10 disciples. Facing Ratley's naked ridicule, Su Yan still didn't have the slightest change in expression. Moreover, he didn't care about Ratley's words and only smiled coldly. It wasn't that Su Yan was arrogant. It was because he was called Su Yan. All along, Su Yan didn't want to argue. So what if others ridiculed him? So what if they underestimated his strength? So what if he was only a 4-vein saint? As long as he was given some time, he would definitely stand at the peak. Therefore, Su Yan didn't want to waste time arguing with Ratley about these things. What he wanted to do was to defeat Ratley in the martial arts arena. Only then would it be the most powerful debate. What an arrogant brat. Rat Mulberry saw Su Yan's attitude and immediately became angry. Especially when he thought about how he couldn't obtain the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples as a 6-vein saint. Su Yan was only a 4-vein saint, yet he already had the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. This made Rat Mulberry feel even more unbalanced. Seeing Su Yan ignore his brother's words, he became even angrier. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, since you can obtain the qualifications to compete as a 4-vein saint, then let me see what you're capable of today." As he spoke, Rat Mulberry was about to attack Su Yan, but before he could do anything, he was pulled back by Ratley. "Brother." Rat Mulberry saw Ratley pull him back and looked at Ratley in confusion. "Brother, this brat is so arrogant. Why don't you let me teach him a lesson?" "You're not his match." Ratley looked at Rat Mulberry's agitated expression and said indifferently, "What?" Rat Mulberry trembled and pointed at Su Yan in surprise. "Brother, what did you say?" "He's only a 4-vein saint. How am I not his match?" Shu Li's expression couldn't help but sink when he saw his own agitated appearance. He shouted, "I said no, it's not." Rat Mulberry still wanted to say something, but seeing Ratley's serious expression, he could only shut up. However, killing intent surged in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. Su Yan didn't care about Rat Mulberry's expression. Instead, he was interested in Rat Li's words. 6-vein saint, 4-vein saint, 2 levels apart. Logically speaking, a 4-vein saint shouldn't be able to defeat a 6-vein saint. However, this Rat Li can see that Rat Mulberry isn't his match. He has some skills. It seems that this Rat Li is only a 1-star Rat Li, yet he's ranked in the top 10. He does have some skills. Through the domino's memories, Su Yan knew that there were more than 10 kings of Tianxiang in the Eastern Palace. Some disciples were even stronger than Rat Li, but they weren't ranked in the top 10. Clearly, Rat Li had some extraordinary abilities. Su Yan didn't pay much attention at the time, but now that he heard Rat Li's words, he couldn't help but admire Rat Li. At the same time, he felt that the battle for the top 10 was getting more and more interesting. Previously, Su Yan wanted to get into the top 10, only to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Now that he saw Rat Li, Su Yan yearned to fight with Rat Li. Of course, Su Yan still knew that with his current strength, he would definitely be humiliating himself if he fought with an emperor of Tianxiang. Moreover, he had no chance against Rat Li, who was ranked in the top 10. Therefore, Su Yan didn't provoke him. Instead, he looked around and said, "Emperor of Tianxiang's cultivation ground? Not bad. Although I'm only a 4-vein saint, I'll be able to set foot in this cultivation ground one day." With that, Su Yan was about to leave. However, just as Su Yan was about to leave, Rat Li suddenly called out to Su Yan, "Su Yan, although you're only a 4-vein saint, you've obtained the qualifications to compete. You have the right to cultivate here." Oh. Hearing Rat Li's words, Su Yan stopped and looked back at Rat Li. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Rat Li, do you mean that you want me to cultivate here?" Of course. Shu Li also smiled faintly, but there was no expression on his face. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. It wasn't just others. Even his brother Shu Sang couldn't guess what he was thinking. Originally, when he drove Su Yan away, he still had a proud expression. However, when he learned that Su Yan had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10, Shu Sang felt that his pride had been deeply hurt by Su Yan. In particular, when Rat Li said that he was no match for Su Yan, he felt even more aggrieved. Now that he heard that his brother actually wanted Su Yan to stay here to cultivate, he was even more furious. After all, because of Rat Li, Shu Sang could enter the Emperor of Tianxiang's martial arts palace to cultivate as a 6-vein saint. This had always been something that Shu Sang was proud of. Chapter 199. Unfortunately, no matter how unconvinced Shu Sang was, he still didn't dare to act rashly in front of Rat Li. He could only look at Su Yan and grit his teeth. Su Yan completely ignored Shu Sang's expression. He was more concerned about why Rat Li had invited him to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate. "Su Yan, are you puzzled as to why you were allowed to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate?" Rat Li suddenly asked while Su Yan was puzzled. This stunned Su Yan. He looked at Rat Li's mysterious smile. He was even more puzzled about Rat Li's identity. At the same time, he was even more puzzled about why Rat Li had asked him to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate. Of course, Su Yan didn't ask why. This was because in just a few words, Su Yan had already understood some of Rat Li's personality. This person was extremely conceited, as if everything was under his control, and he would naturally say what he wanted to say. Sure enough, in the next second, Rat Li smiled and said, "Su Yan, in fact, the Monster Palace's martial arts training halls are not very strict. As long as you can accept the environment here, no one will stop you." Oh. When Su Yan heard Rat Li's words, he immediately smiled. Although Rat Li's words were vague, with Su Yan's intelligence and wisdom, how could he not understand the meaning of Rat Li's words? Obviously, this Rat Li wanted him to accept some missions that only the Sky Phase Emperor could complete. He wanted to frame him. Of course, when he looked at Rat Li, there was no killing intent in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't have any intention of harming him. If this was the case, then this Rat Li must have wanted him to retreat in the face of difficulties. Who was Su Yan? In his previous life, he was a sword saint at the pinnacle of his generation. He was the embodiment of the pride of heaven and earth. If Rat Li didn't provoke him, it wouldn't matter. But since Ratley said so, it aroused Su Yan's interest. Su Yan wanted to see what was so special about this Sky Phase martial arts training hall. Especially when Su Yan saw the words mysterious ice-cold pond at the door. He faintly felt that there was something he wanted here. Su Yan really didn't want to leave. Ratley looked at the flickering light in Su Yan's eyes and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. You can be so rash just by obtaining the qualifications to compete for the top 10 positions. I want to see how you can endure the training in the Sky Phase martial arts training hall. Ratley secretly laughed and didn't say anything to Su Yan. Instead, he looked at Rat Sang and greeted him. Rat Sang, you still haven't finished cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond today. Why aren't you going? Yes. When Rat Sang heard Ratley's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he had already entered the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate today. He wanted to ask his brother why he suddenly said this. Seeing Ratley's flickering eyes, he quickly reacted. He looked at Su Yan with a deep expression and said, Haha, yes, I still haven't finished cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond today. Brother, let's go cultivate now. As he spoke, Ratley and Rat Sang stepped into the room of the mysterious ice-cold pond. As Su Yan watched the two leave, he faintly smiled and said, Just as I expected, this Shuli is trying to make me back off. If that's the case, I really want to see what's so special about your mysterious ice-cold pond today. Su Yan murmured. His eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. He immediately followed Ratley and Rat Sang and walked towards the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan, Ratley, and Rat Sang were not the only ones inside the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, the three of them were outside earlier, so they didn't attract much attention. Now that the three of them had arrived, the disciples around the mysterious ice-cold pond saw Ratley, and all greeted him. Among the disciples here, if they weren't Heaven Phase Kings, then they were quasi-Heaven Phase Kings. Saints 9 Meridians. When they reached the peak of 9 Meridians, they would be quasi-Heaven Phase Kings. Apart from Shu Sang, it was clear that Su Yan was the lowest. After everyone greeted Ratley, they immediately noticed Su Yan. Looking at Su Yan, who was only at the peak of 4 meridians, they couldn't help but frown. At the same time, a 1-star Heaven Phase King immediately stopped Su Yan and shouted, A 4-meridian saint has entered the Heaven Phase King's martial training hall. What are you doing here? Quickly leave. However, before this person finished speaking, Ratley waved his hand and interrupted him. Prime Minister Een, I brought this person here. There's no need to be calculative. When the person heard Ratley's words, he was stunned at first. Then his expression quickly changed. He looked at Ratley with a flattering expression and said, Since you brought him here, of course he can cultivate here. After that person finished speaking, he stepped forward and patted Su Yan on the shoulder. Kid, you have to cultivate well. Don't let down Ratley's good intentions. Su Yan smiled but didn't say anything. However, he was looking forward to Ratley's strength even more. This was the young man Ratley called Prime Minister Een. Although Su Yan couldn't see how many stars he had, Su Yan could tell that this person was a Heaven Phase King. Since he was a Heaven Phase King and Ratley was only a 1-star Emperor, this person's strength definitely wouldn't be weaker than Ratley. However, he was so polite to Ratley. Naturally, one could see that Ratley, a 1-star Heaven Phase King, wasn't that simple. And from Ratley's words, it was clear that this person didn't know about the competition for the top 10 disciples. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to this. As for Ratley saying that he was brought here, Su Yan didn't say much. After all, Ratley's words could save Su Yan a lot of trouble. Su Yan was naturally happy to save trouble. Ratley saw that Su Yan didn't respond, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the profound ice-cold pond and saw a few people cultivating in the pond. He called out to Rat Sang. Rat Sang, since you're already here, why don't you quickly enter the pond to cultivate? Yes, big brother. Rat Sang respectfully replied and walked straight into the profound ice-cold pond. When he passed by Su Yan, he gave Su Yan a meaningful smile. Su Yan saw Rat Sang's appearance and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What's so mysterious about this pond? Is there a need to be like this? When he just entered here, Su Yan had already carefully observed the profound ice-cold pond. Although this mysterious ice-cold pool faintly emitted a chilling aura, Su Yan did not feel anything special about it. Een Xiang, this is the first time that junior brother Su has come to the profound ice-cold pond. He doesn't know the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond. Explain it to him. The moment he saw Su Yan's disdainful eyes, Ratley slightly smiled and said to Yin Xiang, who was standing next to him. Okay. Yin Xiang straightforwardly responded and went up to explain the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond to Su Yan in detail. Junior brother Su, don't think that the profound ice-cold pond looks ordinary. It actually has a deep meaning. This Yin Xiang obviously didn't know the true relationship between Su Yan and Ratley. He only thought that Su Yan was the same as Rat Sang and was brought in by Ratley. He was naturally very respectful to Su Yan. When he talked about the profound ice-cold pond, he was incomparably meticulous, afraid that he would miss out on a single detail. Su Yan didn't point it out, and instead listened attentively to Yin Xiang's explanation. Although Su Yan didn't find anything mysterious about the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yan was clear that since Ratley was able to lead him here today, this profound ice-cold pond was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. After listening to Yin Xiang, Su Yan also had a new understanding of the profound ice-cold pond. Junior brother Su, although the profound ice-cold pond doesn't look strange on the surface, the water in the pond is like 1,000-year-old frost. It's bone-chilling cold. Even Emperor Tianxiang wouldn't be able to stay in it for a long time. Not only that, this profound ice-cold pond is actually divided into several layers. When you go deeper into a layer, the stone wall will light up a lamp. Yin Xiang said and pointed at a stone wall behind the profound ice-cold pond. Faintly, there were several red lights that lit up, ranging from 1 to 3. There were a total of 9 lamps on the stone wall. It was obvious that the profound ice-cold pond was divided into 9 layers. Above the 3rd lamp, there were no more lamps lit up. It was obvious that the people who entered the profound ice-cold pond to cultivate were at most at the 3rd layer. Junior brother Su, did you see that? There's a light here. It means that someone has reached which level of the profound ice-cold pond. Although Yin Xiang revealed a fierce expression when Su Yan came in earlier, he still had a fierce expression on his face. Now, he thought that Su Yan was brought here by Ratley. When he talked to Su Yan, his face was full of flattery. His face was full of smiles, and he looked very amiable. Su Yan looked at his enthusiastic appearance. On his originally cold and arrogant face, he couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, "Yes, I saw it." Hearing that Su Yan understood, Yin Xiang smiled and continued, "Junior brother Su, after hearing this, you must be wondering what benefits there are to cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond." Although Yin Xiang's words were meant to ask Su Yan, but without waiting for Su Yan to speak, Yin Xiang smiled and continued, "Junior brother Su, I can tell you that there are many benefits to cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond. This profound ice-cold pond can not only refine one's body. At the same time, the spirit qi in the profound ice-cold pond is much more abundant than the outside world. Cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond can not only refine one's physical strength, but also absorb the spirit qi in the profound ice-cold pond, thus speeding up one's cultivation." While speaking, Yin Xiang's expression became more and more exaggerated. It was obvious that he was excited about the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond. I didn't expect that although the profound ice-cold pond looks ordinary, it actually has so many mysteries. After listening to Yin Xiang, Su Yan couldn't help but nod his head. But looking at those lit-up red lights, Su Yan couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Senior brother Yin Xiang, this profound ice-cold pond can be divided into 9 layers. Does it mean that the deeper you go, the denser the spirit qi is?" Chapter 200. After listening to Yin Xiang's introduction of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan also had a certain understanding of the mysterious ice-cold pond. When Su Yan saw the mysterious ice-cold pond for the first time, he thought it was ordinary and did not take it seriously. Now that he thought about it, the mysterious ice-cold pond was not as simple as it looked. Especially when Yin Xiang mentioned the mysterious ice-cold pond. Even the Emperor Tianxiang could not stay in it for a long time. This made Su Yan more careful. "Today, Ratley led me here to make a fool of me. If I don't dare to enter the frozen pond of profound ice and leave now, I will definitely be looked down upon. Although I don't care about how others look at me, but because the frozen pond of profound ice is so mysterious, I have to try." As Su Yan thought about it, a bright light suddenly condensed in his eyes as he looked at the cold pond of mysterious ice. At the same time, a light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, Cold pond of mysterious ice, I will challenge you today. Let's see how mysterious you are. Even Emperor Tianxiang couldn't withstand it. Su Yan whispered and was about to step into the mysterious ice-cold pond. Suddenly, the crowd around the mysterious ice-cold pond burst into a clamor. Look, look, the fourth lamp is lit up. As this voice rang out, a voice rang out. Everyone present, including Su Yan, looked at the stone wall behind the mysterious ice-cold pond. They saw that the fourth lamp on the stone wall was lit up with red light. If Yin Xiang did not explain it to him, Su Yan really did not know what this red light meant. Now, Su Yan naturally knew that when the fourth red light was lit up, it meant that someone went deep into the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Fourth layer, who reached the fourth layer? Yes, our East Palace has not had anyone go deep into the fourth layer for many years. Who is it? The moment the red light was lit up, all the disciples were boiling. The mysterious ice-cold pond. Although everyone did not know why there were so many mysteries here. However, everyone knew that the deeper one went into the ice-cold pond, the colder it would be. Even Emperor Tianxiang had never been able to go deep into the fourth layer. Because with the strength of Emperor Tianxiang, his spiritual energy could not withstand the coldness of the ice-cold pool. In the past, there were some arrogant people who didn't believe in the power of the profound ice-cold pond. They stubbornly stayed in the pond and finally died in the profound ice-cold pond. Therefore, from a certain perspective, although the profound ice-cold pond looked calm on the surface, it was actually a dangerous place. The fourth level? Su Yan looked at the fourth lamp and frowned slightly. Compared to the excitement of the others, his face still had a stern expression. He swept his gaze over the expressions of everyone and quietly said in his heart, "Just how cold is the water of this mysterious ice-cold pool?" It actually caused these disciples, who are the prides of the Supreme Demon Palace, to be so surprised. Haha. Just as Su Yan was thinking about the mysterious ice-cold pond, Yin Xiang, who was standing next to him, suddenly laughed and walked to Ratli. He said with a flattering face, "Haha, senior brother Rat, the fourth lantern lit up. Obviously it is Rat Sang. Junior brother Rat went deep into the fourth layer. It is really worthy of celebration." Ratli heard Yin Xiang's words. Although he felt quite proud in his heart, after all, many Monster Palace disciples were unable to go deep into the fourth layer. However, his brother was only a saint of 6 meridians and could go deep into the fourth layer. As Rat Sang's brother, how could Ratli not be happy? However, in the face of Yin Xiang's flattery, Ratli's expression did not change at all. He just smiled slightly. The moment his eyes swept past Su Yan, they emitted a rather profound light. Su Yan saw Ratli's gaze and was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized, the reason why Ratli led me here today is not only to see me make a fool of myself, but more to avenge his brother. The two brothers have a deep relationship. While Su Yan sighed in his heart, the gaze that he used to look at the mysterious ice-cold pond was filled with determination. At the same time, he muttered to himself in his heart, "This mysterious ice-cold pond is said to be so mysterious by everyone. Clearly it is not so simple. Although I have the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield to protect me, after all, I have not stepped into the mysterious ice-cold pond yet. I don't know what is so mysterious about this pond. Naturally, I don't know which layer I can go to." As Su Yan muttered to himself, he had a new understanding of Rat Sang. Just now, Yin Xiang had said that many Heaven Phase Emperors could not withstand the first layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, Rat Sang was only a saint of 6 meridians. How could he enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond? Su Yan was puzzled. He saw that everyone had been staring at the fifth lamp on the stone wall behind the pond. A surge of expectation surged in his heart as he looked at the fifth lamp. The fifth layer, the fifth layer. Some people even looked at the stone wall and shouted excitedly, hoping that someone would break through the fifth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Unfortunately, everyone watched for a while, but they did not see the fifth lamp light up. With a splash, a figure came out of the mysterious ice-cold pond. This person was none other than Rat Sang. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as Rat Sang came out of the water, he gasped for breath. His face was pale. Clearly, he had been in the water for too long and was exhausted. When Ratli saw this, his eyes suddenly flashed. He leaped over and waved his hand. The moment the spirit chi in his body surged, he lifted Rat Sang out of the water. At the same time, Rat Li's spirit chi surged out of his palm and directly entered Rat Sang's body. Only then did Rat Sang's complexion slightly improve. Just as it slightly improved, Rat Sang revealed an excited expression. "Big brother, I reached the fourth layer. Yes. Although Rat Li was gratified, he did not show much excitement due to his usual strictness towards Rat Sang. He only patted Rat Sang's shoulder and said, "Rat Sang, this mysterious ice-cold pond is divided into 9 layers. You have only reached the 4th layer. It is still too early." Yes. Although he did not receive much encouragement from his brother, it was still difficult to hide the excitement on his face. The onlookers all went up to congratulate Rat Sang. This was not only because of Rat Li's identity, but also because of Rat Sang's ability. This made Rat Sang even more happy. After all, Rat Sang was also a man. He did not want to only live in his brother's shadow. Through his own efforts, he obtained everyone's recognition. This was the will that Rat Sang had always hidden in his heart. Reaching the 4th layer today had undoubtedly allowed Rat Sang to obtain countless honors and reverence. Of course, even so, Rat Sang did not forget Rat Li's words. "You are not his match." Thinking about this, Rat Sang couldn't help but feel a surge of hostility. He was a 6-branch saint, yet his brother actually said that he was not a match for a 4-branch saint. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in history for Rat Sang. After entering the mystic ice-cold pond, it was because Shu Sang remembered this humiliation that he was able to break through and enter the 4th layer despite only being able to stay at the 3rd layer every day. While receiving everyone's congratulations, Rat Sang sneered. "Now I want to see just how capable you are, and how long you can last in the profound ice-cold pond." As Shu Sang spoke, he pushed aside the crowd and searched for Su Yan's figure. However, there was no sign of Su Yan. Rat Sang could not help but be taken aback. Then he suddenly laughed. "Haha, that kid must be afraid of the profound ice-cold pond and ran away. Just now, he said that he wanted to cultivate in the martial arts hall. So he is just a coward." Others did not understand what Rat Sang was saying. However, Rat Li was clear. Hearing Rat Sang's words, he could not help but look at where Su Yan was standing. Indeed, he did not see Su Yan's figure. A look of disdain immediately appeared in his eyes as he laughed in his heart. "I thought he was capable, but it seems that he is only a flower." Rat Li saw that Su Yan was not here and lost interest, so he prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, a person among the crowd surrounding the icy cold pond suddenly shouted, "Look, the 3rd light is on." Hearing this person's words, everyone once again cast their gazes towards the stone wall. When they saw the 3rd lamp emitting a dazzling red light, they all frowned. Who entered the 3rd layer? Yeah, could it be Senior Brother Fong? No, Senior Brother Fong is not here today. Then who is it? There are only a few people who can reach the 3rd layer of the profound ice-cold pond, but they are not here today. Yeah, we usually cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond. Now we are all standing here. Who on earth reached the profound ice-cold pond? Everyone looked at the calm water surface of the profound ice-cold pond, and their faces were filled with doubt. After all, those who could be here were all people who usually cultivated in the profound ice-cold pond, so they were all familiar with each other. Those who had the strength to enter the 3rd and 4th layer of the profound ice-cold pond had long stopped cultivating here. Now that they suddenly saw the 3rd lamp lit up and saw that the people who usually cultivated here were all here, they could not help but be confused. Not only them. Rat Li also frowned the moment he saw the 3rd lamp. Everyone who usually cultivated in the profound ice-cold pond is here. Who on earth has the strength to reach the 3rd layer of the profound ice-cold pond? And I don't know them. However, Rat Li quickly recovered and smiled. There are many disciples in the Eastern Palace. It is not surprising that there are some that I don't know. After speaking, Rat Li no longer cared about the red light of the profound ice-cold pond and turned around to leave. After all, for him, the profound ice-cold pond was useless for his cultivation. The reason why he could come here was just to see his brother cultivate. Chapter 201. Shu Sang, let's go. Rat Li said to Shu Sang and was about to leave. Shu Sang heard his big brother calling him and didn't think much. He followed Rat Li and was about to leave. Right at this moment, there was a sudden outburst of astonishment from the crowd. as well as some excited voices. Four lights lit up, it lit up. What? Everyone who didn't notice the stone wall was stunned and looked back at the stone wall. Everyone was stunned when they saw the bewitching red light emitted by the fourth light. Ratley and Shu Sang were about to leave, but when they heard this person shout, they also looked back at the stone wall. When they saw the red light, they were both stunned. If the third light lit up, everyone wouldn't be so surprised. After all, there were too many disciples in the Eastern Palace who could reach the third level, so there was no need to make a fuss. But if it was the fourth level, that was enough to shock everyone. Even though there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace, only a few dozen people could reach the fourth level of the profound ice-cold pond. Moreover, these people were no longer cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond. For so many years, only Shu Sang had reached the fourth level of the profound ice-cold pond. Now that the fourth lamp of the mysterious ice-cold pond lit up again, it was enough to make people completely shocked. Moreover, no one knew who was in the profound ice-cold pond. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Shu Sang, who had just reached the fourth level and was very proud of himself, could not help but feel a surge of anger when he saw the red light of the fourth level. On the other hand, Shu Li's state of mind was relatively calm. When he saw the fourth light light up, he only frowned, but his expression didn't change much. However, he was puzzled in his heart. There are only a few dozen disciples in the Eastern Palace who can enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pool. I know every one of them, but I haven't seen these people today. Who is at the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pool? As Ratley pondered, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. His entire body trembled. Could it be him? No, impossible. This Su Yan is only a Formeridian saint. How could he reach the fourth level? While Shu Li was shocked, he hurriedly shook his head and cleared the thoughts in his mind. He did not believe that Su Yan could enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Ratley was one of the top 10 disciples of the Monster Palace. Naturally, he had also entered the ice-cold pond to train. He knew the mysteries of the ice-cold pond. Even with his current strength, although he could enter the fourth layer, it was not an easy task. And Su Yan was only a 4-bloodline saint. How could he believe that? Ratley didn't believe it, and neither did Rat Sang. Needless to say, the others didn't believe it either. They just looked at the fourth light that lit up on the stone wall. They kept guessing in their hearts who this person was. Which disciple of the Emperor of Heaven in the Eastern Palace had entered the fourth layer? They didn't expect that the person inside the ice-cold pond was Su Yan. When Rat Sang came out, everyone congratulated him. Only Su Yan did not. When he saw Rat Sang's proud face because he had broken into the fourth layer, that face. When New Say, Su Yan, who had always been looking forward to the ice-cold pond, suddenly had a surge of pride in his body. When no one was paying attention, Su Yan stepped into the ice-cold pond. The moment he entered the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan immediately felt a wave of coldness assaulting him. That wave of coldness went deep into his bones, as if it was going to freeze everything. When he felt this powerful cold moment, Su Yan also truly felt the profoundness of the ice-cold pond. This ice-cold pond looks calm on the surface, but it is so cold when one enters the water. It is indeed extraordinary. As Su Yan muttered, his eyes suddenly turned. Outside of Su Yan's body, a layer of faint red light immediately surged. Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. The moment the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield surged, the cold immediately decreased. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. It seems that the ice-cold pond is only a so-so? While Su Yan was speaking, he quickly drilled into the water. From Yin Xiang's introduction, Su Yan already knew that the ice-cold pond was divided into 9 layers. However, Yin Xiang didn't specifically say how the 9 layers were divided. Su Yan also didn't know how the layers of the ice-cold pond were defined. Under the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, he drilled all the way down regardless of which layer he reached. Finally, when Su Yan was courageously diving down, the stone wall outside the ice-cold pond lit up with the 4th layer of red light. Everyone who was standing on top of the ice-cold pond was confused. These people thought of all the disciples of the Eastern Palace who could enter the 4th layer of the ice-cold pond, but they couldn't think of a reason. Not only that, the more they thought, the more confused they became. In the end, no one thought that Su Yan was inside the ice-cold pond. With the help of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, Su Yan quickly reached the fourth layer of the ice-cold pond without any obstruction. The moment he stepped into the fourth layer of the ice-cold pond, Su Yan suddenly felt a burst of coldness all over his body, and he suddenly trembled. I have the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle to protect my body. This Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle can absorb any kind of heat or cold in the world. But now I can feel the chilliness pressing down on me. This profound ice-cold pond is indeed extraordinary. The moment the coldness pressed down, Su Yan also quickly stopped moving forward. Instead, he carefully began to examine the surroundings, feeling the constantly invading coldness. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. This ice-cold pond, the pond water is bone-chilling. Isn't it also an element? Since it is an element, it can be used to condense my fifth Saint Vein. Su Yan was worried about where to find his fifth Saint Vein, but he didn't expect to find it in the ice-cold pond so quickly. With a burst of excitement in his heart, the sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body quickly operated. He wanted to absorb the surrounding coldness. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan operated the cultivation method, the surrounding coldness didn't move at all. At the same time, Su Yan also couldn't feel the existence of this coldness, but when the cultivation method was absorbing, he felt a burst of coldness invade him. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. This coldness can't be turned into spiritual qi to condense a Saint Vein? Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the coldness in the ice-cold pond to condense his fifth Saint Vein, but when he operated the cultivation method, he didn't feel the existence of the coldness, which made Su Yan quite disappointed. Su Yan's eyes that were emitting a bright light also dimmed. He sighed softly and was about to stop the circulation of the cultivation method. Suddenly, Su Yan discovered that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire cover that was protecting his body was slowly circulating. Su Yan was suddenly stunned. Su Yan had never had a deep understanding of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. After all, it was a coincidence that he obtained the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. Moreover, Su Yan had read countless books, but he had never seen any records about the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. As for the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield, Su Yan only thought that it could absorb the heat and cold between heaven and earth, and had no other use. This time, when he saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield faintly trembling, it immediately attracted Su Yan's attention. I have never known the use of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. Why is it suddenly fluctuating now? Su Yan frowned and pondered for a while, as if he had thought of something. The cultivation method that was about to stop quickly operated again, and the spiritual qi of the four veins gathered and attacked the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. Bang! Just as the spirit qi fluctuated, a clear and crisp sound suddenly exploded. The Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield that was originally protecting Su Yan suddenly exploded. In an instant, the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool attacked Su Yan's body like a sharp blade. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly used his spiritual qi to resist. Unfortunately, his meager spiritual qi could not resist the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool. No matter how Su Yan used his spiritual qi to protect his body, the coldness was still like countless sharp blades that drilled into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's body could not help but tremble because of this. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen at this moment. This won't do. If this continues, I will definitely die here. Su Yan's mind was spinning quickly, and the blood dragon pupil was also constantly flashing, wanting to summon the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, nothing happened. Normally, as long as Su Yan willed it, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield would appear. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was silent and there was no movement at all. Su Yan's body also felt colder and colder. His hands and feet were almost frozen together at that moment. What the hell is going on? Why did the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield suddenly disappear? Although the coldness was constantly eroding Su Yan's eyes were still as bright as a torch. This was because Su Yan knew that if there was the slightest mistake, there would be a bit of panic. Then today he would lose his life in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Although Su Yan's hands and feet had become stiff under the erosion of the coldness, Su Yan's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about what had just happened. The Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield was created because the water from the blood pool in the sword well entered my body. I have never studied it. I only know that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield can absorb the coldness and heat of the world, but I don't know what other uses it has. Just now, when I used my cultivation method, under the effect of the mysterious ice-cold pool, the dragon blood ice fire shield obviously changed. Cultivation method, spirit energy. Su Yan frowned and constantly analyzed the ins and outs of the matter. After pondering for a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the spirit energy of my cultivation method destroyed the dragon blood ice fire shield, causing it to disappear? Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the spirit energy to resist the surrounding coldness. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly became absent-minded. Chapter 202. This time, Su Yan still had spirit energy to protect his body, but his whole body was still frozen. He was very clear that if he retracted his spirit energy, the water of the mysterious ice-cold pond would freeze him in an instant. On the other hand, Su Yan was clearly aware that if the dragon blood ice fire barrier couldn't be reformed, then he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long just by relying on the spiritual energy of a saint of the four bloodlines. In the end, he would still be unable to escape death. First, he would instantly fall into death. Second, he would slowly walk into death. Both were dead ends. However, at that moment of death there was a suspense. That was, Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire shield disappeared when Su Yan was circulating his spirit energy. If he stopped the circulation of spirit energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield could be restored. Although this was only a choice between the two. But after all, it was related to life and death. Even if Su Yan was extraordinarily intelligent, he could not accept death. This could be said to be a difficult choice. Even if Su Yan was usually swift and decisive, it was still difficult for him to make a decision. And when Su Yan was in a dilemma, above the mysterious ice-cold pond, the onlookers were also in a state of confusion. Ratley and the others racked their brains, but they could not imagine that the person who entered the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was Su Yan. They would rather believe that it was the powerful disciples of the Eastern Palace who suddenly came to the mysterious ice-cold pond to train than Su Yan, a mere four-veined saint warrior. And it was precisely because they could not guess who it was. Looking at the fourth layer of red light that had been lit up, the crowd had some expectations, looking forward to the fifth layer of red light to light up. At the same time, they hoped that this person would come out of the pond. That way, the mystery in their hearts would be solved. Unfortunately, they waited for a long time. Not only did they not see the fifth layer light up, but they also did not see anyone come out of the pond. This made their already confused minds even more confused. Who is this person to be able to stay in the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond for so long and not come out? Ratley had already planned to leave, but now seeing the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond light up, how could he be willing to leave without knowing who it was? Thinking that this person had already entered the profound ice-cold pond and stayed in the fourth layer for such a long time, he became even more confused. He was one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, even though he was ranked last. However, he was still one of the best in the Eastern Palace, and the things he knew were far beyond what the ordinary disciples could compare to. At the same time, he was very clear about how cold the water in the fourth layer of the frozen ice pond was. Even he, who had always been conceited, did not have the confidence to stay in the fourth layer of the icy pond for such a long time. After all, he was only a sky phase emperor. Although the spiritual energy in his body was boundless, under the constant cold stimulation of the icy pond, it would eventually run out. Now that the fifth light had not lit up and no one had come out, how could he not be confused? And Su Yan, who was on the fourth level, naturally did not know about these things. However, as time went by, the water of the mysterious ice-cold pool kept invading Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan's entire body to freeze. His entire body also fell into a state of numbness. If this goes on, I will definitely die here today. Su Yan felt the coldness around him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "I will bet on you today. If this is my fate, then so be it." As he spoke, a resplendent light instantly condensed within Su Yan's eyes that were floating indeterminately. There was no longer any trace of hesitation. His body slightly moved, and the cultivation technique in his body suddenly stopped. All the spiritual energy that was protecting Su Yan's body was taken back. The icy pond. When Su Yan's body lost the protection of spiritual energy, the cold water of the icy pond instantly pierced through Su Yan's body like countless swords. That boundless pain instantly invaded his body. Su Yan screamed, as if all his hands and feet were torn apart in an instant. Did I make the wrong bet? Su Yan felt this pain. He was unwilling and desperate at the same time. He bitterly smiled and said, I can't believe that I, Su Yan, the peak sword saint of a generation, will finally die in this pool. Su Yan thought, and didn't use his cultivation technique to resist again, because Su Yan was very clear that there wasn't much spiritual energy left in his body. Even if he used his cultivation technique to resist, it would still be difficult to escape the fate of death. Naturally, there was no need to waste energy. It was better to take advantage of this last moment to reminisce about life. Bang! Just when Su Yan completely gave up, a warm current suddenly surged from the bottom of Su Yan's feet. This is... Su Yan could not help but be taken aback. He forcefully supported his stiff head and lowered his head to take a look. Su Yan's eyes immediately emitted a resplendent light. This is the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle. Su Yan whispered in his heart. An unconcealable look of excitement appeared on his face. Just now, Su Yan had already given up and accepted the baptism of death. But in this despair, he suddenly saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield appear. He saw the dawn of hope. How could he not be excited? Haha, it seems that I made the right bet. Su Yan looked at the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and laughed in his heart. He didn't make any movements. He was afraid that if he suddenly made any unnecessary movements, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield would disappear again. If the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield really disappeared, Su Yan would really die here. As the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield slowly emerged and protected Su Yan's body, bursts of warmth slowly flowed into Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. He moved his muscles and bones and said with a smile, "It's good to be alive." After a series of movements, his stiff body completely recovered. Originally, under the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, Su Yan could still vaguely feel a little cold. But now that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield appeared, in this fourth layer, Su Yan no longer felt a trace of cold. Instead, traces of heat were emitted from his body, making him feel a warmth that he had never felt before. So what if it's the mysterious ice-cold pool? With this Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, how can you hurt me? Su Yan was excited. He couldn't help but feel a chill. After all, breaking out of the gates of hell was really too exciting. After Su Yan was excited for a while, Su Yan also re-examined the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield on his body. The moment he entered the fourth layer, Su Yan clearly saw that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield had some movement under the cold stimulation of the mysterious ice-cold pool. And it was precisely because of this movement. Su Yan thought that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield could absorb the cold of the mysterious ice-cold pool. Su Yan also wanted to use his cultivation method to absorb the cold air around him. It was also because of this that Su Yan almost stepped into the path of death. Xiao! At this moment, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield moved again. This time, Su Yan didn't dare to use his spirit chi anymore. Instead, he carefully observed the changes of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. Ever since Su Yan obtained the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, all this while, Su Yan had never truly understood the mysteries behind it. Now that he saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield move by itself, Su Yan was even more puzzled. Why did the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield move by itself? And why did it disappear when I used my spirit chi? Su Yan was puzzled. He watched the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield for a long time. Other than a slight tremble, there was no other movement. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. What is going on? Su Yan thought for a long time, but still couldn't understand the mystery of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. In the end, he could only choose to give up. He looked down and frowned again. The mysterious ice-cold pool gets colder as I go down. Although I have the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield to protect my body, who can guarantee that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield can really withstand the cold? Should I continue going down? Su Yan fell into a moment of hesitation as he thought. Under the warmth of his body, Su Yan's hesitation disappeared in a moment. In exchange, he became determined. I've already died once just now. This time, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire barrier is obviously much stronger than before. Why wouldn't I dare to go down? Su Yan muttered to himself. In an instant, he swam underground. This wasn't Su Yan trying to be brave. Su Yan felt that the change of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield was related to the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool. It was very likely that the colder the water in the mysterious ice-cold pool, the more it could stimulate the dragon blood ice fire shield. For this, Suyen had to take a gamble. The onlookers in the mysterious ice-cold pool still didn't leave. They stared at the red light on the stone wall and gathered in twos and threes to talk about something. Who is this person? He has been down for so long. Why hasn't he come up yet? Yes, and the light of the 5th layer hasn't lit up. Obviously, this person is still at the 4th layer. Do you think this person is practicing something at the 4th layer? Maybe. Ratley stood to the side and listened to these people's words. He couldn't help but sneer. Ignorant people. Several hours have passed. Even the strongest disciple of the Eastern Palace can't stay in the mysterious ice-cold pool for so long. Now that such a long time has passed, it's obvious that this person has died here. As Shu Li thought about it, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. The doubt in his heart also disappeared. After all, no one would care about a dead person. Rat sang, "Let's go." Since Ratley thought that this person had died in the mysterious ice-cold pool, he lost interest in watching and turned back to Rat Sang. Rat Sang didn't think as much as Ratley. He was really unwilling. He, Rat Sang, had just entered the 4th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pool, with the strength of a 6-vein saint. He was being worshipped and envied by everyone. But it wasn't long before this was broken by someone. How could he be willing? He wanted to wait and see who was in the mysterious ice-cold pool. If they were stronger than him, then he would let it go. If they weren't, impossible. Rat Sang didn't believe that the person in the pool was weaker than him. He didn't believe it. After all, he didn't see anyone come out and didn't see who it was. Chapter 203. Ratley looked at Rat Sang's appearance and couldn't help but sneer. Rat Sang, are you stupid? This person has stayed in the 4th layer for so long and hasn't come out of the 5th layer. He must have died in the profound ice-cold pond. What else is there to see? When Rat Sang heard Ratley's words, he was stunned. Then he thought of something and rubbed his head. He laughed and said, "That's right. It has been so long. How could I not think of it?" Ha ha. Rat Sang thought that this person was already dead. The knot in his heart was immediately untied. He laughed a few times and followed Ratley. "Big brother, let's go, let's go." Although Ratley was usually strict with Rat Sang, he didn't smile in front of Rat Sang. However, this didn't mean that Ratley didn't love his little brother. On the contrary, Ratley doted on his little brother a lot. Of course, as Rat Sang's big brother, Ratley naturally knew what his little brother was thinking in his heart. Seeing that his mood was suddenly enlightened, Ratley was naturally happy. He glanced at the 4th light on the stone wall and smiled in disdain. He turned around and walked out of the door. After Ratley and Rat Sang left, the others looked at the 4th red light and shook their heads. They all thought that Ratley was right. This person must have died in the profound ice-cold pond. After all, the number of people who died in the profound ice-cold pond every year was not small. Everyone prepared to leave. Of course, there were some people who wanted to stay and watch. At this moment, the 5th red light that had been dim suddenly lit up. Those who wanted to stay and watch were all stunned when they saw the red light. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief and confirmed that the 5th red light really lit up. They immediately shouted excitedly, "The 5th layer, the 5th layer. That person didn't die." The 5th layer light lit up. Everyone who had just walked to the door heard this shout and were all stunned. Ratley and Rat Sang were also stunned. Especially when Shu Sang came back to his senses, he excitedly ran back. He pushed aside the crowd and walked towards the mysterious ice-cold pond. Seeing the red light on the stone wall, Shu Sang's heart sank. How is this possible? Who entered the 5th layer? I, Shu Sang, was born with the Ice Soul affinity, and have only reached the 5th level after forming the Ice Soul Saint vein. Who could reach the 5th level? Shu Sang muttered to himself and frowned as he looked at the red light on the wall. He didn't want to believe that someone had reached the 5th level. After all, no one had been able to reach the 4th level for many years. When Ratley returned and saw the 5th red light, he couldn't help but frown. As one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he naturally knew more than the ordinary disciples. He also knew more about the mysterious ice-cold pond than the ordinary people. It could be said that Ratley knew all the disciples who had the strength to enter the fifth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was because he knew them all. Ratley was confused because he knew that the disciples who had the qualifications to enter the fifth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond could no longer cultivate in the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, they didn't have Shu Sang's special physique. In addition to tempering the body in the profound ice-cold pool, it would not be of much help to their cultivation. Moreover, when they were cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond, they had already challenged their limits. They had also broken through their own limits. If they came back now, they would definitely break through their limits. It was impossible for them to come back and waste time in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Then who is this person? Ratley thought and frowned. He tried to find this person's figure in his mind, but he couldn't figure out who it was. After all, he didn't believe that the person in the pond was Su Yan. Su Yan naturally didn't know that there were so many people watching in the mysterious ice-cold pond, and each of them was full of confusion. Su Yan didn't have the leisure to think about these things. At the moment of entering the fifth layer, Su Yan suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped a lot, and the pond water was even colder. Although it was still not enough to cause any threat to Su Yan. However, Su Yan could feel that the surrounding temperature dropped because the warm current in his body had disappeared. At the same time, Su Yan could also feel that the surrounding spirit qi had become very abundant. The spirit qi here was at least several times higher than outside the mysterious ice-cold pond. This mysterious ice-cold pond was definitely a holy land for cultivation. However, facing such abundant spirit qi, Su Yan smiled bitterly. Although the spirit qi here is abundant, it's a pity that each of my meridians is a kind of epiphany, so the spirit qi is useless to me. When ordinary people cultivated, when they were at the peak of life soul, they would be able to condense a holy meridian, which was already the main meridian. As for the other 8 meridians, they only needed to absorb spirit qi. When the spirit qi reached a certain level, or when they reached the bottleneck of a meridian, they would be able to break through and condense the second holy meridian. However, Su Yan couldn't do that, because Su Yan needed an epiphany for each of his holy meridians, and they all needed new elements. This made the spirit qi useless to Su Yan. Looking at the abundant spirit qi, but not being able to cultivate, that feeling was like seeing a roast duck in front of him after being hungry for many days, but not being able to eat it. That feeling was really uncomfortable. Although he felt uncomfortable, Su Yan could only smile bitterly. After all, he had already embarked on this path. Sigh. Su Yan sighed helplessly and no longer cared about the spirit qi. Instead, he observed the changes of the dragon blood icefire shield on his body. After observing for a while, Su Yan didn't see any changes. He couldn't help but frown. Could it be that my guess was wrong? This dragon blood icefire shield has nothing to do with the cold qi of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Before Su Yan could finish his words, a voice rang out. Whoosh! A crisp sound rang out. Suddenly, the dragon blood icefire barrier on Su Yan's body started to tremble. Originally, the dragon blood icefire shield on Su Yan's body was red, but under the pressure of the cold qi, a thin layer of frost immediately condensed. This frost first slowly surged up from the bottom of Su Yan's feet. Su Yan saw this and his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that my guess was right. This dragon blood icefire shield really has something to do with the cold qi. As Su Yan spoke, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but float a trace of a smile. But it quickly disappeared. He frowned. Even if this dragon blood icefire shield has something to do with the cold qi and changes, what will it change into? Su Yan didn't know anything about the dragon blood icefire shield. He didn't dare to use his spirit qi to test it. Facing the changes of the dragon blood icefire shield, Su Yan could only watch it change. He didn't dare to use his spirit qi, and didn't know how the dragon blood icefire shield would change. Su Yan felt an unprecedented helplessness. Looking at the changes of the dragon blood icefire shield, Su Yan could only smile bitterly. I don't know if this change is good or bad. I can only wait and see. Su Yan said. He didn't do anything and didn't think about anything. He looked around and happened to see a protruding boulder beside the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan immediately swam over and sat on it, quietly watching the changes of the dragon blood icefire shield. He sat there for several hours. Su Yan was happy and at ease. However, it made the people watching on the mysterious ice-cold pond very anxious. especially Rat sang. Looking at the unchanging fifth lamp, his expression became more and more unsightly. Who is this person? What is he doing under the mysterious ice-cold pond? He has already been down there for so long. How did he do it? Ratley also frowned as he watched. With the previous experience, he didn't dare to say that this person had died down there. He could only speculate in his heart. Who is this person? How can he last for so long in the mysterious ice-cold pond? Could it be Senior Marshal Brother Chin? Ratley almost thought of all the powerful people, but he couldn't figure out who it was. After all, he still ignored Su Yan. Especially as time passed, he couldn't believe that the person in the mysterious ice-cold pond was Su Yan. After all, with Su Yan's strength as a four-vein saint, he didn't believe that Su Yan could stay in the mysterious ice-cold pond for so long, let alone the fifth layer. So he didn't believe it even more. Not only did he not believe it, but the people around the mysterious ice-cold pond also didn't believe it. Even Emperor Tianxiang might not be able to last long in the mysterious ice-cold pond. How could they believe that a four-vein saint could last so long in there? And it was because of this disbelief and doubt in their hearts. So they just stood there watching and waiting. Originally, there were people who would go into the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate in the past, but because of this, no one went into the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate. They just quietly waited around. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. They didn't know whether they were looking forward to the sixth lamp's aura or waiting for this person to come out of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan naturally didn't know these things. He also didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. This person was no one else but the Princess of Chu. After seeing Su Yan's performance in the sea dock last time, the Princess of Chu's appreciation for Su Yan increased a lot. Su Yan, in the eyes of the Princess of Chu, had long been selected as the hope of the Monster Palace. And it was because of the Princess of Chu's expectations for Su Yan. The Princess of Chu also wanted to see how this Su Yan cultivated. She also wanted to see if he could fulfill her expectations. It was precisely because of this mentality. The Princess of Chu, who was free, once again used the crystal pearl to check on Su Yan's existence. Although this crystal pearl looked ordinary, however, it was an extraordinary item. It was called the Taiyao Ancient Pearl, and it was one of the 4 sacred objects of the Monster Palace. This Taiyao Ancient Pearl could use some of the Monster Palace's disciples' aura to observe. Not only could it observe, but when one's strength reached a certain level, it could also use that person's aura to travel through space through the Taiyao Ancient Pearl. Chapter 204. The Princess of Chu had placed 2 restrictions in Su Yan's body. Naturally, she could observe Su Yan's existence through the ancient demon pearl at any time. Of course, the Princess of Chu wasn't observing Su Yan just to see how Su Yan cultivated. She was using the ancient demon pearl to observe Su Yan and investigate Su Yan's secrets. Seeing Su Yan cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu couldn't help but be startled. Especially when she saw Su Yan reach the 5th level of the profound ice-cold pond, she was even more startled. Of course, while she was startled, the Princess of Chu quickly discovered the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield on Su Yan's body. The Princess of Chu was startled at first, but quickly discovered the secret of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. She smiled and said, "It seems that the reason why this child can last so long in the profound ice-cold pond must be because of the protection on his body. But why is this protection constantly changing?" The Princess of Chu also saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield on Su Yan's body constantly changing. Even though she was the palace master of the Monster Palace and had seen a lot, she still didn't know about the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. Seeing the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield on Su Yan's body constantly changing, she could only frown, not knowing the reason. Su Yan didn't know that he was being watched. Seeing that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield on his body finally stopped changing, he smiled and said, "It seems that the cold air here can only make the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield develop to this level." Su Yan didn't hesitate at all as he got up and immediately dived down. Suddenly, above the profound ice-cold pond, the 6th lamp on the stone wall lit up. 6th level, 6th level. When the 6th lamp lit up, the people who had been waiting on the side, who were about to fall asleep, suddenly shouted excitedly as if they saw an oasis in the desert. 6th level, unbelievable. Who is this person? How can he reach the 6th level of the profound ice-cold pond? I think it must be one of our senior brothers in the Eastern Palace. Think so too. Other than them, it can't be anyone else. Yes, but I don't know why those senior brothers, who are always elusive, came back to the ice-cold pond today. I think it should be to explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond. That's right. No one has ever reached the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond. I think this senior brother is here today to break through the 8th level. Think so too. The moment the 6th lamp lit up, everyone began to discuss. Because there were very few people who could reach the 6th level, they were not in a hurry to find out the identity of this person. Instead, he looked at the 7th lamp with anticipation. In contrast to these people's expectations, Rat Sang and Rat Li's expressions became more and more unsightly, especially Rat Li. Others might not understand, but he was very clear about it. Those who had the strength to enter the 6th layer of the icy cold pond were all in closed-door cultivation during this period of time. It was impossible for them to come here to challenge their limits. He was thinking that it was not these people. Rat Li's brows, which were already squeezed together, frowned even more. If it's not these people, then who has the strength to reach the 5th level? While thinking, Rat Li's eyes suddenly flashed. He whispered, "Could it be him? Impossible." Rat Li thought and shook his head. He thought to himself, I don't know where that person went. How could he appear in the profound ice-cold pond? Thinking about this and that, Rat Li really did not know who it was. When Rat Sang saw the 6th level, the unwillingness in his heart also lessened a lot. This was because he knew that to be able to enter the 6th level, one's strength was definitely not something he could compare to. Thinking that this person was probably one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he felt a lot more relieved. When Su Yan entered the 6th level of the profound ice-cold pond, he suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. This was a lot lower than the previous level. Even with the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier, Su Yan still felt as if there were countless sharp blades attacking his body. His entire body began to tremble because of the cold. This profound ice-cold pond is indeed extraordinary. Even with the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier, I can still feel the bone-piercing cold. In this cold, Su Yan could not do anything. Even Su Yan wanted to leave. However, at this moment, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier protecting Su Yan's body began to tremble. Then countless frost appeared. In an instant, the surrounding pond water also began to tremble. Rumble. There was a light explosion. Countless amounts of pond water attacked Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not help but be shocked. This is... The pond water began to spin like a tsunami and attacked. What the hell is going on? While Su Yan was shocked, his body hurriedly retreated. However, this profound ice-cold pond was not big, so Su Yan had no way to retreat. In an instant, he was caught up by the rotating pond water. What the hell is going on? Su Yan let out another low roar. He originally wanted to use his spirit chi to block, but unfortunately, Su Yan was afraid that if he used his spirit chi, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier would suddenly disappear. If the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier disappeared, then this cold pond water would really take Su Yan's life in an instant. And if he did not use spirit chi, the rotating pond water was like countless sharp arrows piercing through. Apart from the coldness, Su Yan knew that if it passed through his body, it would definitely take his life. And the rotating pond water did not get close to Su Yan, but he could feel a powerful force coming over. Su Yan looked at the rotating pond water that was getting closer and closer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fight!" While speaking, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly turned, and the cultivation technique in his body quickly revolved. Bang! At the same time, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier protecting Su Yan's body suddenly disappeared. The waves of bone-piercing coldness were like countless blades slashing across. Su Yan felt as if he was being torn in half. However, Su Yan's expression did not change at all. His eyes were like torches. He gritted his teeth and the spirit chi in his body suddenly erupted. Invincible golden body. Bang! There was a loud noise. A gorgeous light descended and directly protected Su Yan's body. At the same time, the rotating pond water instantly collided with Su Yan's body. Bang! There was a loud noise. At the same time, countless huge waves surged and directly struck Su Yan's body. Under the protection of the invincible golden body, Su Yan was not injured. When this whirling pool of water attacked Su Yan's body, it also slowly came to a stop. Su Yan looked at the pond water that had stopped and also breathed a sigh of relief. He withdrew his spirit chi and the surrounding light also retreated. Su Yan also hurriedly stopped the cultivation technique and let the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier appear. Otherwise, without the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier, the bone-piercing cold pond water would instantly take Su Yan's life. However, just as Su Yan was about to stop the cultivation technique, he found that his cultivation technique could not be stopped at all. The spirit chi in his body also burst out. At the same time, the disappearing Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier instantly surged with the red light. There was a layer of frost in the red light, and it directly poured into the invincible golden body that Su Yan had just burst out. The invincible golden body's essence instantly merged with the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier. Bang! At the moment of the fusion there was a loud noise. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Following the loud noise, the spirit chi in Su Yan's body constantly surged out and merged with the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier and the invincible golden body. Su Yan was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Dome is going to merge with the invincible golden body? Su Yan thought of this and his eyes suddenly lit up. The corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. In that case, I will bet on you again today. While speaking, Su Yan did not control the cultivation technique in his body. Instead, he urged the cultivation technique to operate quickly. The spirit chi and the 4 meridians in his body all surged toward the invincible golden body. In an instant, Su Yan's body was protected by an essence light, emitting a bright light. This essence light protected Su Yan's body and at the same time, it constantly sucked in the spirit chi in Su Yan's body. The consumption of spirit chi was so fast that in less than a few breaths, Su Yan felt that the spirit chi in his body was being sucked dry. Su Yan's whole body suddenly trembled. The speed of the absorption of spirit chi is so fast that the spirit chi in my body is going to be depleted. If this continues, I will definitely exhaust my spirit chi and die. Su Yan thought of this and hurriedly stopped the cultivation technique in his body. Unfortunately, it was useless. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, which was usually successful, seemed to be completely out of Su Yan's control at this moment. It was running rapidly, constantly pouring the spirit chi in his body into the invincible golden body and the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier. With the lack of spirit chi, Su Yan's face became paler and paler, and his whole body became weaker and weaker. However, the invincible golden body and the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier did not seem to have any intention of stopping as they absorbed the spirit chi in Su Yan's body. The moment it absorbed the spirit chi in Su Yan's body, the invincible golden body, which was originally emitting a golden light, turned red. It quickly condensed with the crimson Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier, turning into a faint frosty color. Su Yan saw this change. Although he was surprised, the lack of spirit chi in his body made Su Yan unable to muster up any strength. Instead, when the cultivation technique was operating, Su Yan became more and more powerless, and his whole head sank into a dizzy state. Princess Chu, who was observing Su Yan through the ancient demon pearl, was alarmed when she saw this scene. What's going on? Especially when she saw Su Yan on the verge of fainting, Princess Chu frowned. She stared at Su Yan's figure in the ancient demon pearl and thought to herself, from the looks of it, he probably can't hold on. Should I save him or not? Princess Chu believed that Su Yan was a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Chapter 205. Since I've already chosen him and placed 2 restrictions in his body, what else do I have to fear? While the Princess of Chu was conflicted about whether to save Su Yan, she thought about how she had chosen to believe in Su Yan and placed 2 restrictions in his body to protect him. What else was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to a realization. Just as she was about to make a move, she saw a bright light emit from the supreme demon ancient pearl. The Princess of Chu could not help but be stunned. This is, however, she quickly came back to her senses with a self-mocking smile on her face. It seems that my hesitation was unnecessary. In fact, Su Yan had never known. In the Princess of Chu's heart, she had always been afraid of Su Yan. After all, when she first met Su Yan, the Princess of Chu had discovered the secrets hidden in Su Yan's body. although she did not know what these secrets were. It was precisely because the Princess of Chu did not understand what these secrets were that the Princess of Chu had always been afraid of Su Yan. Fear always came from the depths of the unknown. The Princess of Chu had even thought of getting rid of Su Yan. For a genius who could shake the entire monster palace, the best choice was naturally to strangle him in the cradle. However, the Princess of Chu knew better. The monster palace seemed calm, but in fact it had always been on the cusp of the storm. This was because all the disciples of the monster palace were descendants of the monster clan. This made the monster palace's existence in this world always attract attention. Now that the monster palace's strength was huge, and the monster palace had always been rarely on the mainland, they could ensure that the monster palace was safe. However, who could guarantee that the monster palace would always be safe after a few years? Others did not know these things. As the palace master of the monster palace, the Princess of Chu was well aware of these matters. In particular, the monster palace had been in constant internal strife. The four great palaces had never been united. Now that the Princess of Chu was the palace master of the monster palace, she could suppress the people from the other palaces and prevent them from acting recklessly. But what if I'm no longer here? As the Princess of Chu thought about this, a slightly tired expression appeared on her devastatingly beautiful face. In fact, she even appeared a little dispirited. She no longer had the usual might of a palace master. In fact, under this fatigue, one could vaguely feel that the Princess of Chu had aged a little. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the Princess of Chu's appearance had never changed, she would have been able to tell that the princess had never changed her appearance. According to normal people, the Princess of Chu was already 100 years old and had entered the state of old age. However, because the Princess of Chu's appearance had never changed, the Princess of Chu's face did not show the slightest sign of aging. And it was precisely because the Princess of Chu's appearance had not changed that her strength had always been the number one in the Monster Palace. That was why the Princess of Chu's position in the Monster Palace had always been unshakable. However, the Princess of Chu knew that all of this was temporary. That agreement was coming soon. When that time came, no matter how strong she was, she would not be able to defeat those people. Thinking of that agreement, the Princess of Chu felt a wave of exhaustion again. If other disciples saw her now, they would definitely not believe that the Princess of Chu, who they had always respected as the god of the Monster Palace, would have such a side to her. It was precisely because this side of her had never been known to anyone. After so many years of suppression, Chu Wangfei felt a tiredness that she had never felt before. The four great palaces of the Monster Palace. There were 4 palace masters. As for the 3 palace masters, other than fearing the power of the East Palace to control the entire Monster Palace every day, they had never thought about the future of the Monster Palace. Only the Princess of Chu was always thinking about the Monster Palace. It was precisely because of these other 3 palace masters that they had never been able to think about the Monster Palace. This made the Princess of Chu even more tired. It also made the Princess of Chu even more dispirited. All this time, the Princess of Chu had been thinking about the appearance of a candidate who could take over her position in the East Palace. Unfortunately, among the tens of thousands of disciples in the East Palace, none of them caught the eye of the Princess of Chu. This also made the Princess of Chu feel even more tired. At this time, Su Yan walked into the Princess of Chu's field of vision. This made the Princess of Chu see hope. Others did not see Su Yan's hidden explosive power, but when they came out of the 10,000 Ghosts cave that day, the Princess of Chu knew of Su Yan's talent. From that day onwards, the plan that the Princess of Chu had been hiding in her heart had once again emerged. However, it was precisely because of the emergence of this plan and the secret hidden in Su Yan's body that the Princess of Chu could not be at ease. Su Yan, who exactly are you? Can I hand over my huge East Palace to you? The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's figure in the Taiyao Ancient Pearl, and fell into a state of confusion. Su Yan, who was in the ice-cold pond, naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was spying on him. At this moment, Su Yan was more concerned about the changes in his body. The invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire shield were constantly absorbing the spirit energy in his body. Su Yan almost fell into a state of unconsciousness. Su Yan knew very well that if this continued, he would definitely die here today. Su Yan was unwilling and wanted to resist. However, it was a pity that the spirit energy in his body did not seem to be under his control. He was unable to resist at all. Due to the lack of spirit energy in his body, Su Yan fell into a state of unconsciousness. His unwilling heart also fell into a state of despair. And just as he was in despair, suddenly, a warm current flowed from Su Yan's dantian. A wave of majestic spirit energy instantly surged up from his dantian. Suddenly, Su Yan's eyes lit up. All of a sudden, with a loud bang, the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire shield, which were constantly absorbing the spirit energy in Su Yan's body, suddenly expanded. The surrounding pond water spun rapidly and instantly froze, turning into countless ice crystals that entered Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire shield. At this moment, the golden light of the invincible golden body also poured into the dragon blood ice fire shield. The dragon blood ice fire shield instantly changed from its previous scarlet color to a frosty color, wrapping around Su Yan's body. At this moment, the spirit energy in Su Yan's body that was constantly being drained and the cultivation method that was constantly operating also stopped. Looking at the still mutated dragon blood ice fire shield that wrapped around his body, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. How did the dragon blood ice fire shield become like this? Could it be that it merged with the invincible golden body? Su Yan frowned, not understanding why the dragon blood ice fire shield would have such a change. Dragon blood ice fire shield. It was produced by the blood that entered Su Yan's body in the sword well. All along, Su Yan did not understand the true mystery of the dragon blood ice fire shield. Now that the dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly changed in the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan, who was already puzzled, became even more puzzled. Could it be that the cold energy in the mysterious ice-cold pond clashed with the invincible golden body, and then was absorbed by the dragon blood ice fire shield? Su Yan muttered to himself, wanting to use spirit energy to spy on the dragon blood ice fire shield. But just now, when Su Yan used spirit energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield disappeared. If he used spirit energy again, the dragon blood ice fire shield would disappear. And it would not be fun to be in the mysterious ice-cold pond again. Thinking of this, Su Yan did not dare to use spirit energy. At this moment, Su Yan felt that the spirit energy in his body seemed to be constantly flowing, and it was flowing into the dragon blood ice fire shield. Just now, Su Yan had been thinking about the dragon blood ice fire shield. He did not think about it carefully. Now that he thought of this, Su Yan immediately controlled the operation of the cultivation method, stopping the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body, and also blocking all the spirit energy fluctuations in his body. Just as Su Yan blocked all the spirit energy operation, with a bang, the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body disappeared, and the surrounding mysterious ice-cold pond's cold water suddenly attacked Su Yan's body like countless sharp blades. In just half a breath, Su Yan felt that his whole body was being torn apart. Su Yan was shocked, and hurriedly followed the spirit energy flow just now, and once again operated the great sun-colored glass sword scripture. At the moment that the cultivation method was operating, suddenly, a frost-like halo appeared on Su Yan's body again, wrapping around Su Yan's body, and the chill was also instantly removed. Su Yan's whole body also relaxed. Looking at the mutated dragon blood ice fire shield on his body, Su Yan seemed to understand something. His eyes turned, and the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and the majestic spirit energy in his body instantly rushed into the dragon blood ice fire shield. At the moment when the spirit energy surged, the frost-like dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly emitted a cold light, and even formed ice that was visible to the naked eye. Looking at this, Su Yan was first stunned, and then laughed loudly. I understand, because the dragon blood ice fire shield absorbed the surrounding cold energy, and combined with the invincible golden body, it is no longer in its original form. The previous dragon blood ice fire shield was only a layer of protective light, and was not under my control. Now the dragon blood ice fire shield can use my spirit energy to control it, and under the effect of my spirit energy it will become stronger and stronger. It will become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Su Yan frowned again. Looking at the dragon blood ice fire shield on his body, he hesitated for a moment, and suddenly raised his hand to attack his body. Bang! Su Yan's attack was completely blocked by the dragon blood ice fire shield. Seeing this scene, Su Yan was immediately overjoyed. The Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield has mutated. Now not only can I use my spirit energy to control it, but it can also resist spirit energy attacks. Resist spirit energy attacks. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart was filled with excitement. When Su Yan obtained the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, he was quite disappointed that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield could not resist spirit energy attacks. Chapter 206. Su Yan wasn't sure how strong an attack the Dragon Fire Ice Fire Shield could withstand. However, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield could become stronger along with the spiritual energy. Su Yan was confident that as long as he was strong enough and had sufficient spiritual energy, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield could withstand an attack of the same level. Thinking of such a powerful defense, Su Yan's heart was filled with joy. However, Su Yan soon realized a serious problem. The invincible golden body has merged with the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. Does that mean that the invincible golden body will no longer exist? Su Yan frowned as he thought of this. Su Yan had obtained the invincible golden body from the Su family's ancestral pagoda. Many times, he had relied on the invincible golden body to turn danger into safety. Su Yan already had a certain level of affection for the invincible golden body. If the invincible golden body disappeared because of this, Su Yan really couldn't bear to part with it. Moreover, the power of the invincible golden body would always surpass the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. If he really had to choose one of the two, Su Yan would rather have the invincible golden body than the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. As Su Yan thought about it, the cultivation method in his body suddenly changed and a majestic spiritual energy surged. In an instant, a layer of golden light was added under the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield's frosty light. The two layers were added together and shone like a thick wall of light. It didn't disappear. The invincible golden body didn't disappear. Su Yan looked at the golden light and the corners of his mouth immediately surged into an excited smile. Under this laughter, Su Yan quickly saw that the invincible golden body seemed to be different from before. Su Yan looked at it and couldn't help but be stunned. Why is the invincible golden body different from before? Su Yan thought about it and hurriedly used the cultivation method in his body to check the situation. At a glance, he found that the invincible golden body had merged with the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. The reason why it emitted a golden light was because Su Yan's spirit chi was abundant enough. When it erupted, it emitted a golden light. In other words, the invincible golden body had actually disappeared and had mutated into this Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. However, the characteristics of the invincible golden body had not been lost. As long as Su Yan followed the incantation and surged his spiritual chi, he could still release the invincible golden body. In other words, the invincible golden body had already fused with the Dragon Blood Ice Fire barrier and become a skill. However, this skill could be controlled by spiritual energy. When Su Yan sacrificed this skill, Su Yan's body would be covered by this frost-like barrier to protect himself. When Su Yan unleashed his full power, the ice shield would reach its peak. However, this peak would not last as long as the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. It would only last for a moment. This was similar to the characteristics of the invincible golden body. Su Yan carefully observed for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. The combination of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and the invincible golden body gave birth to a new skill. This skill can be divided into two layers. One layer is the original form of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, and the other layer is the original form of the invincible golden body. As Su Yan muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth surged into a smile. The previous worry had completely disappeared. After all, although the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and the invincible golden body had changed forms, both of their characteristics still existed. Su Yan looked at this frost-like barrier and became more and more satisfied. He licked his lips and said, "This barrier is the combination of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and the invincible golden body. It also has such an icy color. In addition, it is in the mysterious ice-cold pond. In the future, it will be called the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield." Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. With that, Su Yan nodded with satisfaction. The cultivation method in his body changed again. Countless spiritual chi surged out and directly poured into the mysterious ice-cold shield. The frost on the mysterious ice-cold shield suddenly lit up with a bright light. Looking at this bright light, Su Yan became more and more satisfied. Originally, Su Yan wanted to try the second layer of the mysterious ice-cold shield. However, thinking that the second layer of the invincible golden body consumed too much spiritual qi, he had already used it once. If he used it again, the spiritual qi in his body would not be enough. Although Su Yan was happy, he did not forget that he was still in the mysterious ice-cold pond. The coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pond could take Su Yan's life in an instant if he did not have the mysterious ice-cold shield to protect his body. Of course, Su Yan did not only know this time. He also knew that this new skill, the mysterious ice-cold shield, could actually increase with his strength. This was also Su Yan's favorite part. Su Yan was very clear that although he was now a saint, however, with such strength, he was just a newborn in the vast thousand world of warriors. Su Yan wanted to stand at the peak and restore the prestige of the Buddha sword sect. With his current strength, it was definitely not enough. If the mysterious ice-cold shield stopped at this level, it would obviously pale in comparison. This was also the reason why Su Yan abandoned the previous two names of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and Invincible Golden Body, and named it the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. Of course, this was not something that Su Yan casually changed out of boredom. After all, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and Invincible Golden Body had been merged into one. It was only one skill. If it was divided into two layers, it would obviously be inappropriate to call it by its previous name. Moreover, the characteristics of the previous Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield were different from the current Mysterious Ice Cold Shield. If it was called by its previous name, it would naturally be a little useless. However, after thinking about it carefully, Su Yan felt that since the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield was divided into two layers, one and one, if the first layer was called the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield, then it would be better to have a name for the second layer as well. Originally, Su Yan felt that he should use the Invincible Golden Body, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, this was the second layer of the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. When the two were merged, it would be called the Invincible Golden Body. The difference was too great. Su Yan looked at the frosty light on his body and narrowed his eyes. Then he opened them and smiled. If the first layer is called the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield, then the second layer will be called the Mysterious Ice Shield. Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield, Mysterious Ice Shield. Su Yan repeated it twice and nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the frosty light flashing on the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield and suppressed the excitement in his heart for a long time. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yan immediately thought of the strange change that happened when the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield and the Mysterious Ice Shield were created. At that time, the two were constantly absorbing the spirit qi in Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not control the circulation of the spirit qi in his body at all. Until the last moment, the spirit qi in Su Yan's body had completely disappeared. At that time, Su Yan almost fell into despair. He, Su Yan, a peak sword saint, would die in the mysterious ice-cold pool because of the exhaustion of his skill's spirit qi. And at the end of this despair, suddenly, a majestic spirit qi surged out from Su Yan's dantian. It was because of the influx of this spirit qi that the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield and the Mysterious Ice Shield were formed. At the same time, it also saved Su Yan's life. Just now, Su Yan had been immersed in the excitement of the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield and the Mysterious Ice Shield and neglected this matter. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan felt that it was quite strange. And thinking about it carefully, Su Yan clearly remembered that this spirit qi had saved him more than once. Every time, it was almost at the end when he fell into despair that this spirit qi would be produced. What is this spirit qi? Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. Although Su Yan knew that this spirit qi had saved him many times, it obviously wouldn't harm him. However, thinking that there was a secret in his body that he didn't know, Su Yan couldn't ignore it. Where did such a strange power come from? Su Yan frowned. He slowly sorted out his memories from the moment he stepped into this world. The Su family's ancestral pagoda, hidden sword tomb, sacred beast mountain, sword well, Hungduan mountain, myriad ghost cave, sea dock, and now the mysterious ice-cold pool. Thinking about the countless dangerous places he had passed through, Su Yan couldn't remember where he obtained this power. Thinking about this hidden power, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the two restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu in his body. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, forget it. I didn't even notice the 2 restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu in my body. Now, this strange power is obviously stronger than the restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu. How can I notice it? Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a burst of helplessness. But this burst of helplessness quickly disappeared. This was because Su Yan was very clear about what he lacked right now. Strength. Only by constantly improving his strength, as long as he stood at the peak, all these problems could be easily solved. Thinking of this strength, Su Yan immediately thought of the condensation of his 5th holy meridian. Although the spiritual qi in the mysterious ice-cold pond was several times more than the outside world, it was a pity that Su Yan was cultivating one thing at a time. He had yet to comprehend the element required for the 5th Saint vein. Even if there was more spiritual qi, it was useless for Su Yan. So now what Su Yan needed to do was to quickly find the element to condense the 5th holy meridian. Originally, Su Yan thought that the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pool could help him condense the 5th holy meridian. Unfortunately, when Su Yan operated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture, Su Yan couldn't feel the existence of the cold air at all. This meant that he couldn't condense the 5th holy meridian. The reason why Su Yan came to the martial arts training hall was to find the element to condense the 5th holy meridian. Su Yan entered the mysterious ice-cold pool not only because he wanted to compete with Ratley, but also because the mysterious ice-cold pool had been described by Yin Xiang, Ratley, and the others. At the same time, Su Yan also had a hope. He wanted to see if the element to condense the 5th holy meridian would reappear in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Now that he knew that the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pool wasn't the element to condense the 5th holy meridian, Su Yan's interest in finding out the secrets of the mysterious ice-cold pond also became flat. I heard from Yin Xiang that there are 9 levels in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Although I don't know that I'm at the 4th level now, it seems that the mysterious ice-cold pool is still bottomless. Obviously, I haven't reached the 9th level yet. Then should I go down or not? Chapter 207. Although Su Yan didn't know if this was the 9th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. But judging from the decrease in temperature of the mysterious ice-cold pond every time, Su Yan could roughly guess that he had entered the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was also because Su Yan knew that this was the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. In this 6th level, Su Yan didn't find anything important. Now Su Yan knew that the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond wasn't the element that he needed to form the 5th holy meridian. There wasn't anything that could move him under the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan naturally didn't want to waste time here. But thinking that he had already reached the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan felt a little regretful if he left now. The mysterious ice-cold pond is divided into 9 levels, and I have already reached the 6th level. Could it be that I'm not going? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and quickly made a decision. I have already comprehended the mysterious ice-cold barrier. The mysterious ice-cold shield's resistance to the cold air is always better than the dragon blood ice fire shield. As long as I have enough spiritual qi in my body, the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond won't be a threat to me. In this case, why don't I try the 9th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond and see what's the mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond that can emit such cold air? Su Yan didn't hesitate at all and instantly swam to the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Because of the combination of the dragon blood ice fire shield and the invincible golden body, Su Yan spent a lot of time in the 6th level. It was a full day and night. This day and night was nothing to Su Yan. But for the onlookers above the mysterious ice-cold pond, it was a difficult day and night. The disciples of the East Palace who could enter the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond were definitely few and far between. Not to mention that there were very few disciples who could stay in the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond for such a long time. During this day and night, the onlookers almost thought of everyone they could think of. Unfortunately, they couldn't think of who it was. It was precisely because of this doubt in his heart. When they were watching, there was always a layer of barrier covering their hearts, and they always felt a wave of discomfort. Who do you think this person is? Why would he stay in the profound ice-cold pond for so long? I think there's an 80% chance that it's those few senior brothers from our Eastern Palace who have always been elusive. Yes, other than them, no one else has the strength to enter the 6th layer of the profound ice-cold pond and stay there for such a long time. That's right. It must be a senior brother who comprehended something and wanted to cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond. That's why he stayed in the profound ice-cold pond for so long. I think so too. As the crowd chatted, they all agreed that it was a powerful disciple of the Eastern Palace who was cultivating in the Xian ice-cold pond. Right at that moment someone asked, "Say, this senior brother has already entered the 6th step. Would he be able to enter the 7th step?" Just as this question was being raised, the entire crowd was in an uproar. There were many different opinions and everyone had their own opinions. Someone said, "I don't think he'll be able to enter the 7th step." Someone else said, "That's not necessarily true. This senior brother has stayed in the 6th layer for so long and still hasn't come out. It's clear that he wants to prepare to enter the 7th step." The moment this was said, someone immediately retorted, "Prepare for what? It's not that easy to enter the 7th step. You have to know that in the history of our Eastern Palace, only a few people have reached the 7th step. This senior brother has stayed in the 6th step for so long. It's clear that he doesn't have the ability to reach the 7th step. I say it's definitely to prepare to enter the 7th step." "Humph, I say it's definitely not." The crowd immediately split into two groups and continued to argue. In this debate, even Xu Sang, who had always had a gloomy expression, joined in. When Xu Sang saw that someone had reached the 4th step, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was very unconvinced. However, when he saw the light of the 6th step light up, he calmed down. This was because Xu Sang knew that the expert who had the ability to enter the 6th step was definitely one of the top 10 senior brothers in the Eastern Palace. Since it was one of those senior brothers, they were all above Emperor Tianxiang and would always surpass him. Thinking of their strength, Xu Sang's heart calmed down. Among them, only Ratli listened to their argument and frowned. Who is this person? Is it really one of those senior brothers? But why did those senior brothers suddenly come to the profound ice-cold pond? If it's not those senior brothers, who is it? The 7th step. Will this person reach the 7th step? Ratli looked at the red light on the stone wall. The longer time passed, the gloomier his face became. These people were constantly debating and guessing. No one would have thought that the person in the profound ice-cold pond would be Su Yan, who was only a saint of 4 bloodlines. In the entire Eastern Palace, only the Princess of Chu knew. Although the Princess of Chu was wary of Su Yan, when Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire barrier and invincible golden body merged, Su Yan had almost fallen into the abyss of death. It was also during that moment of hesitation, the Princess of Chu had thought it through. She had no other choice but to believe in Su Yan. Since she had chosen to believe, she had to completely trust him. At the same time, she had to help Su Yan increase his cultivation as soon as possible. After all, the Princess of Chu knew that there was not much time left until the agreed date. If Su Yan could not grow to the point where he could take charge by himself before the agreed date, in the end all of this would be a waste of effort. Therefore, even though the Princess of Chu still had some suspicions about Su Yan, when she thought about the 2 restrictions she had placed in Su Yan's body, all of her suspicions were suppressed. Now she saw Su Yan diving into the 7th level of the profound ice-cold pond. The Princess of Chu could not help but nod in admiration. As the palace master of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu naturally understood the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond better than anyone else. Although each level of the profound ice-cold pond brought about different cultivation effects. However, the cultivation effects only existed on the physical body. Only by reaching the 7th and 8th level would one truly begin the path of cultivation. When Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu had been observing Su Yan through the ancient demon pearl. At that time when she first saw Su Yan, the Princess of Chu was worried that Su Yan could not withstand the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond. When she saw that Su Yan could enter and exit the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu was even surprised that the water of the profound ice-cold pond had no effect on Su Yan. After observing for a while, the Princess of Chu realized that Su Yan had a shield that could absorb the cold air. Of course, at the same time, the Princess of Chu also noticed the changes in the dragon blood icefire shield. At that time, the Princess of Chu was still worried about Su Yan. Then when she saw the dragon blood icefire shield fuse with the invincible golden body, the little bit of worry in the Princess of Chu's heart disappeared. Instead, she was rather interested in Su Yan's profound ice-cold barrier. This kid is indeed a dragon among men. With this profound ice-cold barrier, who among those of the same level can withstand it? As the Princess of Chu spoke, she glanced at Su Yan's figure in the ancient demon pearl and smiled. Su Yan, this 7th level is incomparable to the previous 6 levels. I'd like to see what ability you have to withstand it. As the Princess of Chu spoke, Su Yan, who had just stepped into the profound ice-cold pond's 7th level, suddenly felt the surrounding temperature decrease. Suddenly, he felt that the surrounding cold air had dropped a lot. Even with the protection of the profound ice-cold cover, he could still feel a bone-piercing cold pain coming from all over his body. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. This 7th level is indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. Soon, the spiritual energy in his body surged, and the frost-colored profound ice-cold barrier suddenly emitted a burst of light. At the same time, the coldness on Su Yan's body also disappeared. What accompanied it was a warm current. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. So what if the coldness is bone-chilling? I have this profound ice-cold barrier. What can you do to me? In the East Palace's main hall, the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan's face through the ancient demon pearl. She couldn't help but smile. Su Yan, I don't know if I should say that you're arrogant or confident. Now that you're in such a dangerous place, you can still smile so naturally. As the Princess of Chu spoke, she originally wanted to use the ancient demon pearl to send a voice transmission to Su Yan from 1,000 miles away, telling him the mysteries of the 7th level. However, after thinking about it, the Princess of Chu immediately dispelled the thought in her heart. Using the ancient demon pearl to send a voice transmission to Su Yan from 1,000 miles away would naturally allow Su Yan to be on guard against what would happen next. However, at the same time, she was also telling Su Yan that she had been watching him all this time. Although the Princess of Chu had chosen to believe in Su Yan, there were some things that the Princess of Chu didn't want to expose in front of others. Not only that, but the Princess of Chu also wanted to let Su Yan experience some hardships during this period. As she thought about it, a smile appeared on the Princess of Chu's beautiful face again. Su Yan, I'd like to see how you're going to handle this hurricane that's about to appear. Bang! Just as the Princess of Chu finished speaking, Su Yan, who was in the glacial ice pond, suddenly felt a powerful energy attack from the surroundings. Although he hadn't seen it yet, Su Yan could feel the powerful energy. He couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? Bang! At the same time, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the glacial ice pond, which wasn't very wide. Countless whirlpools surged, forming countless airflows that surged towards Su Yan's body. That whirlpool seemed to be moving slowly, but it formed a powerful current of air. That current of air attacked like countless sharp blades.